bro. Alright, today's series is gonna go hard. Today's series is gonna be great. I'm fucking hyped for today's series. What is this link? Who do you guys want to win today? Who do you guys want to win today? GENG or BLG? I will be honest, I'm a bit biased. I was bought out a bit by GENG. I was bought out a bit. Look at how sexy that is. That's crazy, no? That's crazy. But I'm not gonna jersey curse anyone. I will not jersey curse. I'm here for a good series. I don't have any bias to who I want to win. I would like it if GENG wins, because then Chobi's there. I would like it if BLG wins, because then Bin and Elk are there. I am easy. I'm easy both ways. But I think today's series will be a bit more, for the first time at Worlds, will be just very analytical today, I think. What do you think? You are a fraud. Oh, Caedrel, you are a fraud. Shut up. I picked GENG to win the series, though, on my pick'ems, I'll be honest. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Wait, I'm gonna fill up my water real quick, then. I'll run ads now, 3 minutes before the game start, before the show start. Okay, I'll run ads now. You won't miss anything. I'm gonna go AFK, get some water. Everyone's gonna chill out. BRB on sec. I know you might have got ads recently, but I need to ramp up ads early so that there's a bigger buffer, so you don't get them during the games at all, or during like Worlds in general. So I can buffer them now. Okay, BRB. Oh, ads! Caedrel, ads! Ah! I got a Coke! And I got some water. Well, I'm gonna get some water with. Pog, let's go, man.
I only sub, so no ads.
Pog, let's go, man.
Fuck ads.
Flash over, just canceled. Wait, Caedrel just canceled it. Ready to take a fight, flash over, just canceled. Wait, Caedrel just canceled it. Ready to take a fight, flash over, just canceled. Wait, Caedrel just canceled it.
Yo! Alright. Alright. Sorry, Chattermans. Hello, bro. Hello. Reckless to C9. If that happens, I'll do 4 backflips and eat a taco in midair. Sex ORL, I'll do Sex ORL upside down if that happens. I will do that. Pog, let's go, man.
Love your streams. Thanks for the laugh, SexTD.
Ashley Kang says that C9's in talks with Reckless. No, she didn't. You're lying. Pog, let's go, man. You're lying. Nah, she didn't. You're lying. You're just a liar. You're just a liar. You're just a liar.
Pog, let's go, man.
Congrats for what you are achieving, Rat.
Thank you, Rat. Thank you. Alright, see, Ashley told me... Oh, okay, all good. Ashley told me that the Shy interview's out later today, so we'll watch it later. It's not out in... They had to edit some things. They had to edit some things. What song we got? Oh, banger edit. It's a shame you can't co-stream inside the arena. Yeah.
Pog, let's go, man.
When I found out that that was gonna happen, I would have really loved to have co-stream inside the arena. Shut up. I'd have really loved to co-stream inside the arena. I think there will be quite a few streamers co-streaming from the inside arena. I don't know. It is what it is. Maybe next year. But I'm in Korea. I'm in Korea. If anything changes, smile. You'll get a spot. I won't get a spot. I don't think I will. Apparently they said I can't. So they said I can't get a spot. Sneaky and Meteos will be there.
Love you, man.
Wait, Sneaky and Meteos have a booth there as well? Yeah, I heard it. I heard there's quite a few people with booths, but I didn't get invited. But I'll try next year. I'll try to do more stuff next year, so maybe they think like, damn, we'll get him in.
Welcome everyone to the World's 2023 quarterfinals live from the Sajik Indoor Gymnasium.
Just gotta grind harder.
Korea, it is time for our second quarterfinals matchup between LCK champions GENG and the LPL's second seed BLG. As we're going to see the players arriving to the gymnasium today, we're going to start with GENG, who have been looking so on point this tournament so far.
I think they've looked absolutely fantastic. I mean, 3-0 coming in. I think this is one of the teams for me that I'm looking at to see if they can hit that final stage. And if they're not, it feels like nearly a disappointment with how well they performed in the LCK and how many expectations are on them coming into here today.
I was hoping Ben was going to do another 3-0, but he is calm. He said he comes in peace, you know, not going to stake any claims here because honestly, I think they know too. GENG are looking very good.
They realize it. And of course, we saw that matchup at MSI just a few months ago, but we'll get to that. My name is Shox here at the desk with Emily, Dagda, and Kobe to cover this clash. Before we get into today, let's take a look at the Swiss bracket. And Kobe, I'm sorry I have to bring it up again. Weibo versus NRG yesterday.
Honestly, it's fine. I'm
Okay,
so
sorry,
proud of NRG. The
I'm back.
year that they have had, the journey that these players have taken, and the growth that they've shown is still really, really impressive. It always does hurt when your very last game is the most painful. It does leave a little
Biggest
bit of a sour,
co-streamer not allowed to
tasting
co-stream in the
your mouth,
arena.
but
You need
still
to stream
super,
from
super proud of
Faker's
these guys and what
wardrobe.
they've accomplished.
And on the opposite side, though, a lot of people are like, how the hell are Weibo here? How does this team manage to keep on going? They look like, well, Braun's coming in off of their World
Yeah, I mean, I'm stuck in
qualifying
Faker's
opportunities
wardrobe,
from the
man. Like, they
LPL.
wouldn't let me
A
out.
lot of people are like, are they actually going to be able to manage when it comes to hitting up with the big dogs? People are doubting them.
Get the fuck in the arena. How? How do you want me to get to the arena? How? They won't let me in there.
They're in the semi-finals and kind of proving a lot of those people wrong.
Yeah.
I feel like we still have not answered the question, how good are Weibo gaming? What is their power level? We still
Sneak
don't
in.
know.
We don't know. We'll find out.
No,
I
maybe
guess,
next year.
the
Maybe
time
next
they
year
play.
they'll
I
let
said
me in.
Swiss, of course, I meant knockout bracket. We spent so much time in the Swiss bracket. Honestly, I wish we were still there with how the LEC performed after. But of course, we are into the knockouts now. As we have only LCK and LPL teams left in the tournament, I wanted to take a while to look at kind of the history between these two regions
Alien
and to think about
PLS2.
how historical the matches are going to be that we're going to see as this World Championship progresses. As we said already, it's the first time that
Buy
four
a ticket.
LPL teams have made it into the quarters.
Yeah, and this is really interesting because the rivalry between these
Stop
two
going on about it,
regions
chat.
is massive. And
Look,
it
I would
always
love to
seems
stream from
like
arena. I would really love. If they just had a
MSI is
PC and a
much
desk,
more than
bro, and a
Blizzard
mic, I'm there.
historically
That would be
over the
insane for the
entire
stream.
span
But
of
yeah,
these two
didn't get
regions
invited.
against each other in
Didn't get
national
asked about it.
tournaments,
So
and
they
Worlds has
there is
always
loads of other people going, but
historically been more the LCK,
yeah.
so
sucks.
it's
Just
great
gotta
to actually
those
see
things,
this
bro. You just
finally
gotta
happen
say, you know
because
what?
it's
Fine,
been
take the L.
many years
I didn't get invited,
since
and
Yeah,
I
think
just
once
have
we kinda
to.
got to the 2018 with IG,
I just have to
2019
grind
with
it out.
FPX, that's
Grind
when
it
we
out next
started
year.
to see at least The LPL starting to contest for that #1 spot at Worlds, but as Emily was alluding to, it felt very much like the LCK was top dogs at Worlds, and it was LPL that to come in with the upset. Although, as you can see on your screen right now, that slowly
We
but
big
surely
paced
did
it from
start to
Faker's
change.
Closet.
Yeah, the improvement of the
big paced it
LPL
from Faker's Closet.
has been massive. I mean, they have so many players to draw from, and we're seeing even more, full Chinese teams coming from the LPL as well. So
BLG,
really
the
impressive.
only full Chinese team actually at Worlds.
Definitely
It's
impressive.
because he's
It
Weibo
is,
gaming biased.
We had Marcus, our producer.
I mean, it's
kind of
sad, yeah. I mean, I know that Valorant does a lot of people in there as well,
Expected, but
so
in
I
the
think
past
Lee can
7
do the
years,
same
there was
now, but
never a
yeah,
World
not me.
Championship where LCK
It'll be
beat the
even more
LPL
sad if
and
Weibo's not
LPL
there.
beat the LCK in the same tournament.
Speaking 100K
in the
viewers and
same
not getting invited.
bracket stage, there was always one dominant
is.
region that then ended
It
up
is what
being
it
the
is.
world champion. Now, I will say, we often had team kills also
Yes.
in the draw. So I think in that regard, looking at this knockout bracket, I'm super, super happy that we get more of those LCK versus LPL
Why are you writing
matchups.
sus?
Yeah, and I think
I'm not
one
even.
thing that
I'm not
graphic
saying this
really
and then
points
gonna
out is,
debate
like,
you in a couple of weeks. Be
previously
like,
and
joke, I'm
historically,
here.
The LCK until about 2018 was just so
I'm
much
being-
significantly
I'm
better
being serious.
than any other region out there, right? And as the gap has slowly closed between LPL and LCK, I think the most interesting thing for me, as someone who likes watching both regions, is that it then comes down to, okay, which team is better in the meta at the moment?
It's okay,
right?
we'll have
And
fun
that
from
is
Faker's
really
wardrobe.
interesting to me.
Yeah,
with
maybe
all
I
of
can
our
get like
LPL
someone
and
to
LCK
take a
teams
stream there
matching
and
up
stream the
over
audience,
next
and I
few
can green
days.
screen it
It's
behind me.
Going to be great to see how
Actually,
they
maybe I'll
adapt
do
and
that.
adjust.
Well, we're starting today with GENG versus BLG. This is
Actually, no, we will do that because they have a green screen in the T1 offices. Bro, we're just gonna fucking... Bro, if we don't get invited to the arena, and we're not gonna stream from the arena because we're not allowed to, apparently. Bro, I'm just gonna put a green screen and have the fucking crowd behind me. Screw it.
Of the heavy lifting. To your point about meta as well, Emily, this
You gotta
MSI
do
was
what
one
you gotta
that
do.
was
You gotta
perfect
eat
for
with
BLG,
the
I
food
felt
in the
like.
pantry,
With
you know?
Now having so many roaming options from mid lane, the Annie, the Lissandra, the Talia, all of these things are the kind of bread and butter style that you know and love when they've got a top carry in Bin and a bottom carry in Elf. He really was the bridge.
And that was the thing in this series, was how important things like the
Sweet
Jinx
car,
were
sweet
for
car,
Elf.
sweet car,
Having that
sweet
extra
car,
range
sweet car,
over
sweet
his
car,
counter
sweet
AD
car,
carry,
sweet
being
car,
able to
sweet
use
car,
that
sweet
to
car.
play in the front
Okay, I'm
line,
using
get
it.
the damage that he needs, and really carry these fights. And even you can see a Bin taking like a bit of a different route, playing things like the Scion, but knowing that he had that
Wait.
damage in his back pocket coming
Let me
from.
message
I
T1
remember
and
when
say,
he
do
pulled
you
that
guys have a
sign out,
green
I was
screen?
like, he finally did it after being bested by 369.
369 broke him.
He was practicing the Malphite, the Scion, and the Ornn. I also think for these two teams, I'm really curious to see where their junglers go, because I thought that Peanut is still looking to have that insane international performance that we've seen from him domestically, right? And then with Shun, he just pad bot and got Elk ahead.
Keeps doing that. And the big question is, are we going to see the same kind of situation? And I think the murmurs are, the expectations are, after what GENG showed in summer, they should be high favorites. But why
Wait,
is
where's
that?
T1?
Quantify that for me.
GENG have been
Do
so
you
smart
guys
in how
have
they're
a
playing. I think a
green
lot of credit
screen?
does go to those junglers that you're talking about, Emily.
I know they do.
Peanut has done such a
Because
good
he
job at
pulled it out.
controlling the map
I asked for a ring
getting the
light
wave
and he
states
pulled out a green screen. And I was like,
proper before they go for their setups for these objectives. And it's the reason why a lot of these GENG games
yeah,
look
they do.
so smooth.
Okay, perfect.
Well, who better to ask about GENG's evolution since MSI than the totally unbiased LCK superfans, Lore and Jisun, who are now standing by.
Is green screen easy to use or is it hard to use?
Thank you, Shocks. LCK Global Crew here. Not biased at all.
I
Not
never
biased.
used a green
Jisun,
screen.
thank you so much for joining me ahead of
It's
today's
easy.
game. It's a big day for the LCK. First seeds playing.
Okay.
I'm so nervous.
Are you?
I'm trying to act cool, but I'm kind
Stop
of nervous.
freeloading.
We
What's
know how it
freeloading?
went last time when they played against this team at MSI 3-0, but for me they were a completely different team because rebuilding at the beginning of the year, I feel like
Taking
it's a good
advantage of
thing that
people's
GENG
generosity.
Trusted
Yeah, I feel
new
terrible.
player
Wait, I'll tell you
around
after
more
this interview.
veteran players, but it felt like these veteran players such as Chovy and Peanut needed some time to adjust to this bot lane, especially because when you're gonna recruit a rookie ADC, even if Pace has been phenomenal, it took some time to adjust, I feel.
I mean, GENG right now, their roster has a perfect balance of 3 experienced players and also 2 rookie players performing internationally. I'm not trying to say like GENG was not doing their best because they were lacking experience on the bottom lane.
Jason
but
being
I
interviewed.
think it does really affect the players a little bit. So considering that if you play international events, you are kind of living in a whole different routine and cycle. So there's a lot of things happening outside of the game as well. Every day you have to record interviews and stuff.
Yeah.
But first time, you never know about it. It takes time for you to get used to it. And now that they gained so much experience from MSI, I think it's a good maybe environment for the GENG bottom tier, especially. Also, it's happening in Korea, so they're just so used to everything around them.
That's something that I wanted to ask you actually, because I
No,
never know
betrayed
if playing
KT.
at home,
True!
especially when you're an LCK team and there's so many expectations around you, is going to be a good thing or a bad thing. From what you've been hearing from the GENG players, we saw that Chovy looks way more confident and comfortable, and which is actually maybe going to be something that's going to help GENG today. But what is your feeling as to how the players are feeling playing here today in Busan and playing in front of Korean fans?
Well, I can't really speak for players, but as based on what I heard from players in press interviews and also like just interview after matches, they are often asked whether it's better to play in front of their home crowds or whether it's more pressure. And most of the players are very positive about it. They're like, we are so used to this everything around us,
fuck
and
off,
also
man. I'm just trying to watch
like
it work
feels
with
like we're
volume and you
playing the
gotta yell.
LCK. So I guess
Yo, I'm sorry,
I
I'm
can
sorry,
say
I'm
it's a
sorry,
lot
I'm
easier for them
sorry,
than
I'm sorry.
adapting to a different country and like
I'm
getting used to new
sorry.
food and everything.
I'm
You know,
sorry.
it sounds so easy, but getting used to
I'm
new hotels
sorry.
and getting used to food is actually a big hurdle for most of the players.
You say that it feels like playing in the LCK, which is amazing for GENG because they've been the most dominant team we had in the LCK throughout all summer, but they feel also more stable. So when it comes to today, I feel like Peanut, he's having the best year he had, but it comes down to the international performance because usually this is where there's some oopsies. What can we expect on the side of GENG here when you consider the meta and the way GENG has been playing in the LCK?
I think they are in a really good spot, especially considering that jungle meta hasn't changed much since summer season. So because Peanut, he is the leader of the team, he is the one being really vocal about shot calls. So the fact that he can play the champions that he's so comfortable with, because he has been playing that picks like throughout the entire season or maybe even the year, I think it gives more room for him to kind of give more shot calls to the players and be provide more details about the game plan.
Michael
so I
Peanut.
think it's a good situation for him, but
The
I'm not
nut
biased,
god.
so.
No, not biased at all. A couple words on pace, maybe.
I'm watching you
Fantastic
from
year.
work and my boss
Fantastic
is watching
rookie
as
year
well.
in the LCK. He
Giga
was
Chat
this
boss.
summer MVP actually. Is it the year of pace, and do you think he's going to perform better this time around than
Holy
he did
boss.
at MSI?
Yo, boss, give that guy a
And what
promotion.
can we say about Chovy as
Also,
well? Because
gift
I
him
know
a
that
sub.
There's this reputation that Chovy doesn't perform so well international. What is the sentiment around this?
I think Pace will be able to do a great job, especially right now. I think the support meta has changed a little bit. Beginning of the Worlds, we were expecting him seeing a lot more engaged supports doing a great job. But as the tournaments kind of went by, it's more about Enchanter supports. We're seeing Millia now. So having Enchanter supports by Pace is a really good thing for Pace, but same goes to Elk, so we don't know. But I believe in Pace, not biased though. And also about Chovy. So because of what I said earlier just now about the support picks of being so important to get lane priority, I believe there will be a lot of games where we have 4 or 5 support picks, so that we have to kind of finalize the picks
Does
on the top
BLG
side
have
in
a
1 to
chance?
3,
Yeah.
which means it's
BLG has
giving a
loads
slight
chance.
edge over to GENG because Chovy, he plays anything on the mid lane, but not biased. So
With all this in mind, what is the sentiment on the LCK
I'm
Korean
that guy's
side?
boss.
well, Korean fans
and I told him to pack his
are
bags.
really kind of nervous because this is our #1 seeded team playing for quarters, and they are the first team from the LCK to play quarters at Worlds right now. So we really wish to have a great start. If not, it's gonna be a really rough weekend for us.
Jisan, thank you for your unbiased opinion as always.
Right, I have a quick question, chat.
And shots,
Someone,
over
a
to
couple
you.
people in chat said that Meteos and Sneaky are going to the venue. Did they say on the stream they're going to go to the venue for finals?
Absolutely not biased. I love the little headdress as well. I like the insight there in terms of, yes, this is our first seed, and that makes us more nervous. I can
yes,
understand.
no.
So let's go down lane by lane. We have our board here, so my analysts can put their faces where they think the advantage lies. We heard there, draft maybe will be very, very focused on the supports
put
as well.
you in the
We've
G2
seen
video?
a lot of meta
Yeah.
involvement in that bottom lane. So let's start with the supports.
Move on.
The light versus on.
No, I'm not. I'm just
Ooh,
curious.
I
I'm
feel
just
like
curious.
this one might be the most lopsided. I'm going deep, deep delight. Oh, I want to. You can still see his name. There we go. Boom.
LCS Summer
I
Finals,
like
yeah.
it's a
We had the same in
huge
LEC.
block.
I remember
feel
seeing
like
Kameto
his
from the
focus
caster
now
desk,
in the-
and I
in
think
the
I saw
supports that he can play.
was
And
no
then
way
he
for you
got
there
here
as well.
Because of his
It was-
Rakan, his Alistar, absolutely
it's really cool.
dominating.
Yeah, I actually thought that Delight was, robbed of the first team All-Pro. Like, he has been, in my opinion,
Emily
the
Rand,
best
everybody.
support
Emily
in
Rand.
LCK.
Emily Rand.
As much as it pains me as a KT fan to say that, I'm sorry, Lens.
Ladies and gentlemen,
but
Emily Rand.
Additionally, I think he's also the best support here at this tournament of all supports at the tournament.
Whoa,
And
okay,
he's
Emily
absolutely
Rand, ladies and gentlemen. Holy
in
fuck.
GENG's
The
5v5
takes are
team
flying
fighting, which we
today.
highlighted highlighted.
That's what I like. I like those kind of
takes.
takes.
Is absolutely best
Bro,
at, and the reason
I like
why
those
they've
kind
been
of
so good.
outlandish,
Yeah, I think
wild
it's
ass
hard not to
takes.
say
Fuck
that
it.
Delight
It's
isn't
not
the best
super
support
outlandish,
coming
but
into this. He's been absolutely impeccable. When you see the
we
way
need more
he's
of those on
played
the
just
desk.
engages for GENG, making
Say it
sure
with
that
the
they're on
chest.
page, getting control on that bot side for Pays, but also in the way he manages to link up with Peanut. I think he's been absolutely spectacular.
Is this which player you prefer? I prefer Bin a bit.
But yeah,
Bin a
I
Now
bit.
you're eating my head.
Peanut a bit.
I think it's
Chovy.
difficult to see
Same
how I think
Delight.
On has to really step up here if he wants to try and have a chance. And I think On is definitely growing on as he comes in years. Like we look towards how he has always been known as, well, kind of said at MSI, the handsome support. But I want to show this clip, which always showed that this guy had hands. But this is my favorite On clip of all time, because you see him go for the flashy play and he immediately dies. It's the fact that he has these incredible mechanical plays, but he needs to turn his brain on at times as well. And I think that's what we've actually started to see as BLG has grown over time.
Looks cool though. It looks cool.
To BLG.
Yo, it looks cool.
He's the handsome support. He has these handsome plays, and I think this is a guy that
He's a handsome support and has handsome plays. Hell yeah,
He
okay.
grew massively under the tutorage of Sword Art when he came back from
How
North
crazy
America
is it that this
and
time
helped
next
him grow?
week the
Yeah,
Shy
a
is
lot
going
of
to be
people in the LPR were
playing a
expecting
world
Sword Art to
final in
replace
a
him.
week from now?
Instead, you could see how that tutelage has really come back to help On and being the player that he's now grown to be.
And we talked about how flexible Delight
How
is
crazy
and how
is that?
important it is to have those enchanters, which have come up in the meta during this. We're all Delight favored.
Yeah.
I also think a good thing about On is that when BLG did upset
That's
GENG
nuts.
at MSI,
How crazy is that
it was
they're playing
On
this
and
series
the
just to
entire
get
team
cleared
being
by
able to
Weibo?
really play around Elk's Jinx. And so if Enchanter supports are back in the meta, I actually think that's also pretty good for Elk and On, because of the way that this team showed that they could play these Jinx and Aphelios comps.
Yeah, I think that will be a main question going in as well. You know, how are they going to shape their own bot lane meta, and how is that going to trickle down to the other lanes, or should I say trickle up, because in the top lane, Bin is looking for another dominating performance as he's facing off against Doran in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
In today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, we have Bin versus Doran in the top lane. Two polar opposite personalities destined to face each other on League's ultimate stage. Bin has been the key to victory for BLG and has the confidence and downright swagger to carry this team all the way to the finals when he's at his best.
Bin have made their way into the fight. Flash forward, counter strike. Shun leads the charge. There it is. There it goes, baby.
Sorry, one sec, I was writing.
BLG just stomp him.
Doran needs to be the one to stand in his way if GENG is going to make it further. This quiet and often underestimated player has overcome the best top laners domestically and is hungry for that international title.
Relatively low towards his top side, but Doran going to find the flash. The all-out comes through.
Bin is better than the Shy. Come at me.
Jax.
Okay, let's see if
After a
Bin even gets
devastating
the
loss for
honor of
GENG
playing
and
against the
MSI,
Shy
will
after
Doran
today.
prove that he has grown enough to take down Bin? Or will he get run over by the pain train of the BLG top laner?
Let's see if he even gets the privilege to play against the Shy next week. First, he has to play against Doran.
I love Bin so much. He's one of my favorite top lane players just because he does stick to those carries, the true Giga Chad top lane style, and the conductor of that train is his Jax pick. We don't see this that often anymore.
People are
on the
mad
world
that
stage.
Weibo's
A
top
champion
4.
and a
They're
player
mad.
paired
You know what I
so
say?
closely
Stay
together
mad.
because of mastery on that champion. When Bin plays Jax, he leaps further, he stuns longer, he does more damage than your Jax does, and he is a master of it. I think regardless if they win Worlds or not, he should get a Jax skin for sure. But I've gone ahead and compiled some Jax stats comparing his individual summer stats on the champion. Of course, BLG had a magnificent summer, so it's a little cherry picking.
It is.
To the worldwide stats on Jax, though, and you can see just how crazy
It's not a fraudulent
the
world
difference
run.
is with this
Holy
guy.
Bin's
massive,
Jax.
massive power for him.
Yeah, I will say the thing that impressed me about Bin in their
Yeah, I mean,
performance
I
wasn't
think
just
I could have
obviously
told you
he's playing
in
the Jax,
fucking
he's super strong
by
in the
summer
split,
split,
you
you shouldn't
ban it.
give him Jax.
GENG did actually
We're in fucking
at
November
MSI
and we're
after
still
losing
giving
it
him
in their
Jax.
first
What's
game.
happening?
But the way that he was actually able to play the team fights, his flank angles, his understanding of the map has actually improved
It's November.
significantly. That
Okay,
was the
last
thing
batch
that
of
I
ads
always,
and we're
like,
done.
dock him
Then we're
on
done.
as a player.
We're
I
done.
actually think he's
I'm
improved
sorry.
a lot in those areas.
Yeah, one thing you see now from him is
we're
when
done.
he's winning a lane super hard, he roams down
Now
to
I
the rest of the
refresh.
team to try
Ready?
and help out
Look.
bottom side, get some
Because
kills for them, or start those
I'm not
dragons.
doing this out of
And I think a
fucking
large portion of that
anything
was
else.
the
Now
fact
they
that he
won't
was
run
able
for
to get a huge
54
amount of
minutes.
control.
Oh, yeah.
Coming
So
across
now-
from 369, where he went, hang on, I've actually been.
We can
kind of
watch the
blasted
whole
with this guy a
first
couple of
game
times. We're not
and
able to get
draft
control
without
over
anything.
this. We need to try and find something where I can play towards team fights. And for me, that's why I'm looking back at their MSI performance. Been dominated down. So I'm going all the way over here.
Well, we gotta
What?
talk
The
about
Doran
Doran. He
disrespect
soloed
is
him a few
unreal.
times, actually at
Yeah,
MSI,
wow.
but I mean,
All
for
right.
Doran, we're looking at
The
we're still
Doran
looking at
disrespect
evolution,
is
right? So
unreal.
why couldn't he take on this lane today?
All right, yeah.
Doran
I
has gotten
love
really
Doran,
good.
Actually,
No.
he is.
Emily Rand,
performed-
everybody.
We've talked about how
Here she comes.
strong Gen
Here she
G
comes,
have
Emily
been
Rand with the takes.
specifically this summer. He's performed incredibly well against, that quote-unquote better LCK top laners, right? And I think the big thing about Doran is I feel like people have always kind of rated him because he's shown some really magnificent plays, and then he's been all right? You know, he's just kind of there. And I don't know, I feel very, very one with Doran. He is a personality who's incredibly, self-critical. They did this LCK top lane self-evaluation, and you can see Doran ranking himself in all the stats. He said that he has the least star power out of any LCK top. But then, the way that he's rated himself, almost last
Who the
place
fuck
in pretty
is
much
that?
every stat,
Is that
right?
me?
This is somebody who is
Who is that?
very, very self-critical. I don't
But
know.
also self-aware, I feel like.
I feel Doran. I feel him viscerally.
I feel like he is very self-aware, and people often do underestimate him. Especially T1, especially Zeus, and he has put up those dubs for the team.
Yeah,
so.
you're
Also-
going on and on, but look at this board. We just put it.
I mean, I love Bin more than anything. So as much as Doran's gonna
Apparently
be
not.
underrated.
Apparently not
Doran
as
at
much
all.
as Dagda, because
I
Dagda's
don't
off
know.
the chart.
Also, though, Peanut has worked really closely with Doran this season. He has really high jungle proximity to the top side of the map, and it has worked out super well for Gen G.
Yes, but still, I look at that, and then I think. So let's take a
It
look
makes
at.
you want to root for Doran, right?
It definitely does,
No.
but it's so fun
No,
to
not
root
even
for
though.
Vin.
It is.
Let's
I
talk
love
more
Vin.
about the bot lane and specifically about Paze and Alk. We set up the story already at MSI, but for the people who may have forgotten it, we have the new blood, the rookie who's never been phased at any big stage he's hit from the first year in his career.
Love you,
versus an
Caedrel.
Alk who
Oh,
has
thanks,
a
man.
longer career and actually had to fight back from a position of power and kind of find himself for a few years.
I think
Cathedral,
that was the
check
big
DMs.
story for Elk was after we renamed from Jomong, we had Jomong Madness. It was him trying to create this persona where it's like, hey,
I
look,
like
have
this.
that
I like
aggressive
this
style,
image
but
on
I'm
the
able to
broadcast.
rein it in when
I like the
needed.
fact that it's
And I think
live
that
pictures,
where
not
he
just a
still
photo of
can
them.
play
This
live
feels
fights.
way
Sometimes
more
he
like.
doubles it, but a
This
lot
feels
of
way
times we're actually
more.
seeing that he can play in
What's
the
the
front
word?
of these team fights, get the damage that you need off, and you can see the stats on your
Immersing,
screen,
no.
like the highest damage per minute here. He is an absolute beast when he's able to be in that carry position, and the team
Immersive,
really
that's
support
it.
him in that endeavor.
Yeah, I want to draw your eyes to two stats because I think they describe these two players so insanely well. KDA at the top, Paze #1, 10
Yeah,
for
Paze
Elk,
needs to die.
and then damage per
BLG,
minute,
take it to
DPM.
5 games and
First
ruin his
for
KDA
Elk,
for the
and a
pick'ems.
fifth, very
But also
respectful
lose for the
Paze.
pick'ems.
They are so different. Elk, I always want my AD carry to have a little crazy in them. I want them to play on that knife's edge. I want them to, be descendants of Jackie Love playstyle and really squeeze out as much damage as you can, regardless of the resources you've gotten in the game. So I always love that style of carry. Paze is very, very good, though, especially for the team fights later and for the consistency.
Whoa, the Pace disrespect. Yo.
Crazy.
Whoa, the Doran and the Pace disrespect is
the big thing for me in
crazy.
Paze is
Wow.
how
What the
unshaken he seems
hell?
stepping into some
Bro.
phenomenally large shoes.
The
right?
disrespect,
Because
guys.
When Ruler left the team, I feel like, especially if you hadn't watched
Elk
Paze
Enjoyer?
in
I mean, I don't
Challengers,
mind an
you
Elk
did not
Enjoyer,
know
but
how good this kid was. And
I don't
he
mind an
is
Elk Enjoyer,
not only stepped
but
into
Pace
those
is
shoes and
crazy.
performed admirably, but he's performed really well. And I mentioned how Delight is a huge part of that.
Oh, here it
but I
comes.
do think Paze, as Chisun was talking about, deserves a lot of credit for how stable
Emily
he's
Rand,
been his
everybody.
rookie year.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that's the word, stable, consistency. I do give every so slightly the edge to Paze. I do love Elk, but I think Pays has just been so much more consistently good.
Well, when we
Emily
say
Rand
that
and
kind of
Dag the Cast,
conversing
everybody.
onto the scene, but he's been in that Gen
Respect
G
Kobe for
system
the
ever
Elk
since
love,
he
but
was 14, right? So can we really be surprised that they are
but
utilizing
listen,
him so
Pays
well?
is
We'll
my-
see how it turns
he's
out
my-
today, but we're
he's
also
my
going to
little-
move on to the jungle, and let's hear from Peanut, who's still chasing
Nah,
his
Peanut
first
clears.
Worlds title
If
here on
they
home
say
soil.
Shun over Peanut, nah.
승리하는 와중에도 경기 내용도 생각보다 나쁘지 않았다고 생각해서 상당히 고무적인 것 같아요. 선수들의 폼도 다 좋다고 생각하고 있어서 충분히 올라갈 수 있다 생각했고요. 저희가 LCK에서 지금 3핏을 하고 온 상태에서 또 공교롭게도 이번에 열리는 월즈가 한국에서 한다는 점이 상당히 마음에 들고요. 그래서인지 더 경기력도 잘 나오는 것 같고 지금 젠지는 생각보다 요 2년간 국제대회 했을 때보다 제일 느낌이 좋은 상태라고 생각이 들어서
Finds himself in nature's grasp, gets rid of it immediately as the chains are not going to connect. The rocket jump just to buffer, so the CC's going to be there, and in goes Delight, finds the angle this time around, and Caps is dead already. Chovy goes gold, and Delight finds the knock up, and Broken Blade was looking for him.
G2! G2, no! No! Yeah!
There's the triple for Chovy, and now Broken Blade, I think it might be
I
the
wonder how the
best
viewership.
fourth of the
I
tournament.
think Western viewership for the series is gonna suck, but they're gonna miss out. This is gonna be one of the best series of the tournament. People are crazy.
Flash is available, he's oh, Peanut!
제가 처음에 프로게이머 처음 시작했을 때 꼭 우승해야지라는 생각을 하고 프로게이머를 시작했었는데
This is the equivalent of like JDG T1, GENG BLG. It's the equivalent, like skill-wise. But JDG T1 is way bigger names. But skill-wise, it's similar.
그냥 누구보다 잘하고 싶고
If not, maybe could be better. Who knows?
우승에 더 근접해질 수 있다고 생각해서 단지 그 생각뿐인 것 같아요.
And
That's
kind of
crazy,
like I
bro.
mentioned Before, it feels like, I mean, Peanut
It's
is a
5
player who's
minutes
very
before the
special
game
to me. I've been
starts,
watching him
and
play since
the Riot
Legend
Games
PM
Twitch
Fire
broadcast
in, like,
has
2015, I
59k.
believe,
Bro,
when he first
where
started.
is everyone at? Get
I
your
even,
mom,
like,
your
the
dog,
last
and your
time I was
pet
in
fish in
Korea,
here
I
now.
talked to
This
him-
is gonna
I
be
had
the
the
one.
chance to talk to his mom just about how like harsh he is on himself, right? And how critical people have been of him regarding his domestic versus international performance because the expectations for him are so high. So,
where are you gonna put him?
I do give him the edge over Shun. I think Shun is so difficult, right? Because I feel like he has these like insane pop-off games, but he is also pretty inconsistent. I
Emily
don't want
Rand?
to see the Nidalee. I know it's his signature
Emily Rand?
pick. I've watched it in the LPL. I've seen him play
Emily
really
Rand,
well
everybody.
on it. I'm still giving the edge to Peanut. I remember one last anecdote from Arnold at Gen G did say if people could hear Peanut's comms and understand them, they would never like criticize
Okay,
him.
the
That's
analysts.
How important he is to
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
So Peanut follows me on Twitter, Sean doesn't, so...
Holy
We have a
Kobe.
picture we've never posted.
My votes can be bought.
That's true. We have a picture we've never posted. It's Peanut. Maybe it'll get shown. Dagda, you never get to go first because you have to hold the board.
Yeah.
So Chovy or Yagao?
Well, I need to take a screenshot.
I mean, look, we said that the
gotta
support
go.
one was going to be the biggest one. This is absolutely absurd. Chovy is one of the best middle laners
I'm gonna yoink
of
on
all
Esports
time.
picture.
The guy is absolutely
Listen, they
insane.
yoinked my
And I
picture.
think
I'm gonna yoink
it's
theirs.
kind of heartbreaking to see that he hasn't been able to kind of pick up the title to match alongside that.
Is it- you think they can
5
get
times
fined?
he's been at the World Championship and he hasn't been able to make it.
Can everyone
I
like
just
that
feel
tweet,
like
retweet
This is
it?
where a lot of people are saying,
Everyone-
look, this is Chovy. You have to
This,
push yourself
we need to
forward.
get
You
the
need
fucking
to get
gangs in
that
here. We need
title
to get the
to
world
push
in
yourself
here.
up
This is gonna be a
in
banger.
contention with a lot of those conversations, but I think up against
No.
Yago, it
No.
feels like Chovy. It's kind of a Chovy heavily favorite one. I'm not gonna lie.
Since we're at an
Yo,
international
where's the
tournament, you
Yagao
also have to take
disrespect?
into account clutch factor.
Holy
And
fuck, the
I feel
Yagao
like
disrespect.
Yagao,
I
even
think it's
though I
like
would say
here,
Chovy
maybe,
is a
max.
better individual mid laner. Yagao does have, you know, some clutch factor to him. I'm still going big Chovy though. He passed 2,000 LP on the Korean solo queue ladder.
Individually,
Talked a little bit with
Chovy
some,
is the
internet
best
issues
player
here, but
in mid.
Or a
Just slap it over.
cluster.
Just slap
In
it
the
over.
world
Yeah.
next to night.
Playing so
But
confident.
team
Oh, no,
game,
is that a sign?
Oh my
team game,
No.
Yagugu, Yagago, that motherfucker knows how to play the map. That guy's map play is so.
He's the one who
Next to Scout as well, yeah. Scout, Night, Chovy, they're all there. But Yagugu, he has the brain.
And
He don't have the lane, he has the roam. He has the map awareness. He has the sacrifice. His roam potential is crazy.
Yeah,
that's what I think. So let's see who the fans predicted to win.
Don't
in our
disrespect
MasterCard fan
Yagugu.
predictions each day. You can head over to
Yagugu is
MasterCard GG. Sorry,
he smells it.
Participate. Let's take a look. 77% for GENG and 23%
Yeah!
for BLG. So I'd love to know what my
I don't really
analysts
care who
think.
wins. I just want a fucking good series. Crack it open,
So
everyone
what do
listen.
you think?
Scribbling. I'm scribbling.
yeah, no.
I'm scribbling.
Oh,
Listen.
Finn is predicting a
Oh,
3-0.
yeah.
Apparently.
here he goes
There
again.
we go. I said GENG 3, BLG 1. I know for a fact that BLG are capable of beating GENG. We've actually seen it.
Guys,
but I think
I
based on
think
the level of
3-2
play we've seen
GENG.
from both of these teams at this tournament, this is my expected outcome.
Okay.
I'm kind of agreeing with it, but I think it's going to be closer. And I want to give a caveat to this, where I think if BLG win the first game, I think they take the series.
Oh,
but
wow.
in the world with where GENG's been playing and how we've seen the struggles from BLG, I think this is going to be the expected scoreline.
Okay.
I feel like I should be predicting GENG to win.
What's Kobe
Kobe's
doing?
Playing out of his
What's
mind
Kobe
right now.
doing?
Honestly, this team, the meta is much better for them now than it was at MSI. But I love me a little crazy. And BLG, they have that.
Sam Kobe Harbin Kensler, everybody.
It is going to be a 2v8 win. Bin and Elk
Round of applause.
win the series. It's going to be.
I like a little bit of.
Mexico,
I don't want
so
3 GENG predictions.
I
That's
love
what I'm
how
talking about,
excited
Kobe.
How excited you are, and I think how excited
Get
we
me in
all
the game,
have
man.
been
I'm
for
gassed,
this
man.
matchup,
Why am I so
right?
gassed?
In terms of kind of what we saw at MSI, the revenge angle, but also it's a spot in the semifinals on the line.
Exactly, and I think for a lot of people, it's trying to get GENG into that final so they maybe can face up against JDG, but BLG are no pushovers. And even though we're kind of talking about Yagao when the chips are down, does always step up for his team. And
Don't
I think
disrespect
a lot of
Yagugu.
people are going to be surprised at how well BLG show up here today against the top LCK team.
And we didn't even talk
What is
about
this?
it yet, but the team fights, they should be
Yep.
beautiful to watch. And it's all going to come down to who can keep their cool for the best and the
you're linking me
longest.
a
But we've got
podcast
3
link.
days.
I'm not watching
3
a podcast.
regional LCK versus LPL
I ain't got time
battles
for no
and rivalries
podcast right
with
now, yeah?
nothing less but spots in the world's semifinals on the line. Which region will prove to call themselves the best in the world? Let's find out.
The LEC is the best in the world at getting knocked out. That's fucking right, baby. Deal with it.
두 번째 결전의 날.
Holy fuck.
오늘도 4강을 위한 여정이 계속됩니다.
Yo, Bosnian Elon Musk thanks for 5 gifted. Can I have a Tesla?
我们春季赛、季后赛也是，就是每场比赛赢得都很艰难嘛，但是我们也会走到最后。
Actually, I don't want a Tesla. Overrated trash.
也被击中
I
3-0
said it.
然后打击突打得非常艰难，但是我们后面还是撑到决赛，所以这次世界赛。这次世界赛我们队伍经历了很多坎坷吧，所以我们能走到现在的8强，我觉得我们是非常努力的。
When is EU playing? Next year. Deal with it.
并不容易，现在我们有必胜的信心。 비엘지한테 졌을 때
alerts? Yeah.
너무 분했습니다. 이번에
Yo, thanks for the
잘할
1,000 bits
겁니다.
sleeping. What's up?
안 그래도 첫 월드 진출이라 기쁜데 그리고
We're full analysis today. We're not gonna do degenerate like biasness. I have no bias. I'm here for the best League of Legends
我
ever.
觉得他们比 MSI 的时候更强，然后
We're full analysis.
我觉得我们在世界赛再一次碰到跟 GE， 我觉得結果可能會一樣吧，結果應該也是會一樣的。然後過程
I'm not lying.
저는 떨리지 않습니다.
Oh, Chovy.
하지만 상대방은 떨어야 할 겁니다.
配置，我觉得你第1年出道走到这里已經非常好了，然後我相信明年你會突破你的8強。
Ooh. Ooh. The
必
Chai
會
is back. No, okay. He is back.
그 감정
No.
그대로 느끼게 해줄게.
BLG와 젠지의 대결.
Oh yeah.
시작합니다.
Damn. Damn. By the way, you want to see something on the Gen G jersey? Look at the back. Look at that. I'm ready to sub in. Peanut, just give me a ring. Or that one. Go. That one. Just give me a call. Give me a call. I'm there. I'm there. I can sub in for Kana. My Renekton's clean. You won't notice the difference. Team intros. Team intros.
부산에 오신 여러분을 환영합니다. 2023 월드 챔피언십 8강. 오늘 드디어 LCK와 LPL이 격돌합니다. 먼저 LCK를 평정한 팀입니다. 3플릿을 달성한 LCK의 굳건한 챔피언
GENG!
Welcome to the Church of Chobi!
Did he just say welcome to the Church of Chobi? Welcome to the Church of Chobi!
World's 2023 quarterfinals. Tonight we have a clash between the LCK and the LPL. They've dominated Korean League of Legends, winning the last 3 regional championships. Welcome to the Church
The
of
lights
Chobi.
got the showmaker
It's
pose.
GENG.
올해 MSI
Where's the crowd?
올해 가장 큰 무대를 노립니다. LPL의 BLG.
After their trip to this year's MSI finals, they're here to win it all on the
Damn, that
biggest
formation's
stage.
good.
The
They're like
Billy
fighters.
Gaming.
부산에서 펼쳐지는 8강 두 번째 매치. 젠지 대 BLG의 대결. 바로 지금.
The LPL fans are crazy. I remember in New York last year, there were so many Chinese fans.
One more time for tonight's contenders.
They followed them
GENG
everywhere, even in like
Billy
Atlanta and shit.
Gaming.
There was so many. Alright.
How can we not be excited, Medic? We're in for a banger.
Very.
A rematch of MSI from earlier in the year. We are BLG, to the surprise of everyone, took down GENG 3-0.
Obviously, I'm going to hope that today goes a little bit differently, but that series still was, I think, the kind of a groundbreaking
Banger
in
TriCast.
MSI, the first time that
Chronicler
LPL was
very
able to
medi.
get two
Hell
teams
yeah.
to finals. We'll see if GENG today can actually live up to the expectations that are put on them.
And I think there's a lot of expectations on them.
Oh, yeah.
Most
The
people
crowd,
looking
bro,
at them
no one-
as
bro.
one of the favorites, if not the favorite.
I heard that
JDG might have something
the
to say about
T1
that. But not
the
only
T1
that,
game on
we
Sunday
have already
is
an
full.
LPL team going
Fully
through
sold
on
out.
this side of the bracket. Weibo
But every other
Gaming
day,
awaits whoever
not even
wins
close.
here, and I'm sure GENG are looking at Weibo thinking,
Not even close.
they're pretty easy compared
Not even
to
close to
BLG.
sold out.
We should be able to make it all the way to the final.
I love the comments that we saw in the teaser coming into this matchup from both sides. Nothing but confidence from these
I mean, it's
teams.
still a
GENG
weekday. It's a Friday, bro.
hungry
It's
for
5 p.m. on a
revenge.
Friday.
BLG simply looking
People
to
ain't got home
repeat
from work yet.
history. And without further ado, we're into the draft.
Alright, what do we got? Renekton ban against Bin, Nico ban against Caedrel, really good. Rakan ban against the Light, good ban.
Far at the tournament, so there isn't a lot of tape, but it
It's
also
4 a.m.
means
here.
that VRX was very vocal about this when they won last
Jack's
year.
ban, yeah, I think Genji's last ban will be Jax, their ban will be Maokai. Maokai, Zaya, Jax is my guess.
Maintain the form that they've showed thus far. As looking at the draft, we will be already seeing the Nico Renekton taken away here from GENG, and I wouldn't be surprised if they try and prioritize picking up an 80 carry for FaZe.
They banned
One
Zaya.
of the advantages GENG have is that there is so few data on them on the current patch, right? The Maokai
Maybe they don't care
being
about Jax,
banned
but
away.
now I'm
The
thinking
Rakan
Aphelios
should
is
come
a
to
big
no
pick right now.
surprise of any GENG fans. Delight
Aphelios
has
is a big
been
pick.
Phenomenal when he gets his
Maybe
hands
they
on
leave
champ.
Jax open because they can play Rumble into it.
Oh
my god, they're so loud, sorry.
Absolutely absurd when he manages to
Maybe they leave Jax open because they can play Rumble into it.
Banned away, we'll see where he falls for
I
his
think
second
they want.
straight
I think
support.
BLG wants Rumble too.
Ban. Zaya already removed by GENG, and
Silas. They have to first pick Jax. No joke. Yeah, it's good. They have to. Silas ban first pick Jax.
Oriana's open. GENG say we don't
Don't
care.
play.
We're gonna take
This was really
Jax
smart. Really
away
smart.
from him, and
I
we're
like
gonna
that.
give it to
I would do the
Doran.
exact same.
I
Silas
really like this
ban.
pickup
You
from
don't play the
GENG
Rumble side.
because
You
it has
always
been
get fucked if you play the Rumble
specifically
side.
that was the big reason, right?
But now
Doran
they should 1-2
completely unable
Aphelios
to step up to
Jarvan.
him,
1000%.
allows GENG
They could also do 1-2
with
Aphelios
Doran having
Vi, but I
played
don't think
a
they
ton
should
of
play
Jax,
Vi.
feels like a very comfortable matchup for him, no matter what he end up no matter what
I don't know.
he
I don't know.
might
It depends on
end
their
up playing
priorities.
into. But it also
Renata.
means that Bin doesn't get to play Jax, and with Renekton and Jax already taken off the table,
That is
those
so
are the two
risky.
picks
What?
that
The
I
Light's a
think would be the
Blitzcrank
most
player. Why are they
critical.
blinding
See,
Renata?
Renata remains
They
extremely
can't pick
high
Renata
priority.
AD, right? Are they doing Renata
We'll
Aphelios?
get to see some Aphelios coming out from Algu.
Kalista?
Rise in priority.
Yeah, they could do Renata Kalista, but Don't they just do Aphelios Blitz? Is
Remember
Aphelios?
that champions like Kalista are also still up and
Aphelios
available.
The Light is a
How
big
aggressive do
Blitzcrank
BLG
player.
wanna be
Isn't
on the
Blitzcrank
bottom
good
side
instead?
of the map? They're thinking about it and they're looking to lock it in. So Kalista and Renata for Elk and On. Coming into this matchup today, we were talking a little bit about like where are the priorities going to be.
No.
My
I mean, they
expectation
could
was
just
gonna be
do
that Shun
top
was
side.
gonna
They
look
could
to
just do
gain
Azir
bot,
Jarvan
Peanut was gonna look to gain
or
top,
Azir
and right now
Vi
these drafts
or
are
yeah,
very
Azir good.
much what we expected.
They could just drop it.
And I'm looking at
Azir Poppy, yeah, you're right.
as the
Azir
pickup for
Poppy, yeah,
Gen G.
Azir Poppy would be really good.
Trophy's still really big
Peanut
fan of the
Poppy.
Azir, and I think that for Peanut specifically,
Peanut Poppy's
Poppy
crazy
is
good.
a pick that he's been exceptional with. We've seen a lot of LCK teams combine Poppy and Azir because of the synergy with the Azir wall and the Poppy, and the fact that playing as Kalista into Poppy isn't pleasant in general, and it's been one of Peanut's best champions and actually made
They could do Azir Poppy.
this time around.
They could do Azir Vi. Azir Aphelios is fine too. Need to not drop support.
He has played it a few times across the course of his career. There's the Aphelios.
They should do Orianna here now, 1000%. Orianna 1,000,000%, and then ban supports. Otherwise they're fucked.
BLG, that early game bot
They could do
lane
Poppy,
can be
Blitzcrank
so
ban.
powerful, especially if Shun, as we expect, decides to play around the bottom side of the map.
Gen G, I think GP ban might be a bit underrated here. GP ban could be really good here.
The fact that we haven't seen Chovy played at this tournament, your expectations would be, well, who in their right mind would give Chovy Orianna, right? There's literally a music video where he's playing that champion. The fact that they're giving it over to Yagao,
They have to ban. They have to ban Poppy
Chovy
Blitz.
has coming into this matchup, taking away some of those comfort in Yagao. He looks best when he's
Rumble
facilitating
ban?
his team. When you've got to play that skill matchup,
No, don't ban
Orianna
Rumble.
into Azir, Chovy's like, this is my playground.
There was also
What does
Showmaker
Pin play
actually
into Jax other than
a lot
GP?
of LCK teams
What does he have?
really
GP,
highly
Nar,
rate the Azir because
Cassante?
specifically, the ability to punish is so hard, and you don't need to
Fiora?
expend any resources toward it. So it frees
Rumble?
up Peanut
Yeah,
by,
maybe. Just I think there's
allowing
5
Chovy to
champs.
just take
Okay,
on the
Rumble
lane
ban. They do
entirely
it.
by himself, because let's not forget, I do think we've seen the Orianna
I don't know if the
be
Rumble ban. Yeah,
viable
okay.
target for punishes when you have a really strong mid jungle. I don't
Depends
really
what their
feel like
next
that's
ban
what
is.
Gen G are setting
I
up
hope
for,
they
especially
double ban
with
top,
Poppy
because
being
if they
banned.
cover off
But
Jarvan
we'll
as well
see
now, I
what
think
they
it's a
end
bit.
up going for here. I'm a
bit
little
shit.
worried that the Kazakhs might come through, and
I think
know
a
Peanut's
Blitz
gonna
ban
feed
here
on it, but
covers off a
don't
lot.
like
I think
it.
you can ban another jungler.
Numbers don't lie.
You can ban Sejuani, but
because I do think that
I
that's one
think
of the
there's
best
too many
matchups for
junglers
Jax.
open to
I was
cover
gonna
off
say
Sejuani
Sejuani,
ban.
and immediately
Like
BLG
Jarvan
ban that
is
one away.
open, Vi is open.
Renekton is something I think Gen G already banned away, taken off the
So
board, of
if you
course.
if there's
But
3
when you look
open,
at
doesn't
Bin's
make sense.
champion pool so far at Worlds,
Cassante
he's played
ban.
Jax, Renekton, Cassante, and
Oh yeah,
Aatrox.
Wukong's open as
And
well.
the
Wukong
Cassante
is a
now gonna
turbo
be
pick.
taken away, so Gen G definitely done
So I
their
think
research.
BLG is
They
a very
wanna try and
Vi
funnel Bin
team.
into a direction
Jun
where
loves
he
Vi,
hasn't
so don't be
shown the
surprised to
same-
do Vi. Yeah.
Well,
And then
I
Peanut
don't
probably
wanna say
plays Wukong
comfort,
into
'cause
it.
Bin is obviously a very flexible top laner.
He's
but
going
so
Jarvan.
far at this tournament, his go-to champions have
He went
picked
Jarvan.
Jax and Renekton. So
Orianna
Dorian is saying,
Jarvan.
what else you got?
This is why I don't understand the Rumble ban, because they need to cover off Jarvan as well.
Difficulty coming into these quarterfinals.
I don't know what support they're doing.
The apple cart a little bit. Jarvan
They're not doing
locked in
Tahm
for
Kench.
BLG,
They're not
a
doing
ball
that.
delivery system
They are not doing
alongside,
Tahm
obviously,
Kench.
the Fate's Call chucking someone in gives them a lot of power in the later game. But I really like the Tahm
Rel?
Kench until they decided to switch towards the Rel.
There's no way they're going Tahm Kench, right?
Yeah, the Rel jungle. Because this is also a
What?
continuation of LCK
Isn't
teams,
Tahm Kench
specifically
dog
T1
shit into
start
Renata?
prioritizing this Kench, and LPL
Isn't that
teams
matchup
really
fucking
putting high prior
impossible?
on the Renata. Obviously, T1 played it, but
Were we
that was
just scaling?
specifically in an Ashe lane. And Bin not
Oh,
going to
Aatrox,
show
oh yeah,
a
of
new
course.
champion, instead going back to the Aatrox. The team finding power of these BLG
I'm surprised.
is,
He's
especially
going
in the
Tahm
mid-game, I
Kench.
think, absolutely
What is
insane.
going on in
I think it's
scrims?
the late game though with Jax and Kench to protect the Aphelios, and then the Zero as well. Gen G will have a lot of power themselves.
Alright, remember you can use your Twitch Prime to avoid ads for the rest of the tournament. You can use Twitch Prime or Tier 1 to avoid ads. You don't have to if you don't want to. You won't get ads now though, because no ads need to run. We're good for time. But you can sub if you want to.
Comp coming out from the side of Gen G. You have the
avoid
Rel that's
ads.
going to be your primary engage. You've got very effective disengage with the use of the Azir ultimate, and then that range that you're going to have with the Aphelios Azir combo. This looks like a very traditional LCK composition. Something
It is a very
that's
LCK
catered
comp.
towards that scale
These are very like
while still
region
providing
locked
that
comps, you know.
pressure in the lane
Aphelios Azir Tahm
Whereas BLG are
Kench
gonna look to
versus
scrap
like
the skirmish
Jarvan
game with a high
Aatrox
focus on the
Kalista,
bot
you know.
side of the map.
That's really like
Should be
LCK
overlay
LPL
there.
style.
The champions are all in
Whose
their
draft is better?
respective positions. We're not going to see Aphelios
What was the jungler
sad
on
as it
blue
is,
side?
we don't get to see
What was the
something
was
like
it Rel
that
jungle?
in
I think
the
BLG
quarterfinals.
draft clears.
For Chovy, it's his 5th quarterfinal in 5 years. years.
Having BLG draft
Can he go
clears.
further? Can he make it to the finals, to the promised land as a player? Can GENG do that as well? Because over the last few years, they've been domestically dominant, but overshadowed by T1 when it comes to international competition.
And for a first seed of the LCK, that's not enough, right? The expectations are sky high. We'll see if
But it depends. I think drafts. I think there's drafts where, depending on how you view the game, you will prefer different drafts. I'm not a very big scaling person. I don't like Azir, Aphelios, Tahm Kench, Rel, give up objectives, play for a good fight. I'm a very like early game skirmish, control dragons, force Nash fights kind of person when it comes to drafts. So my preference of draft is BLG's draft because they can force things, whereas GENG's draft doesn't do anything early. It just sits there, does nothing. They play Tahm Kench, they get pushed in, they play Azir, they go even. So yeah. But if you're a scaling enjoyer, then obviously you might prefer GENG's draft, right?
Just a Twitch chat. Yes. Brom W, very similar to it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's good.
I think we're allowed to say what it's referring to. I think that's.
Didn't think I was just. Thinking that
but I think my whole chat knows I'm an early game peaker and I'm a late game choker.
I crook around my neck pulling me off.
Can't say Keck W.
I'm sorry, guys.
I think we'll be okay.
You'll be fine.
I think it's
You'll
fine.
be fine.
I haven't looked at the law book for a long time, but I feel like you're safe on this one, Matic.
I hope so too.
Now, no Hail of Blades on the Azir. Something
is he playing Demolish on Azir?
Worlds from Showmaker when he played up against Caps.
Holy fuck, Demolish Azir.
Control on the lane, but as the game goes on, it offers less value.
Did we do the Gamba, by the way? We did do the Gamba.
He's just pretty confident in his ability to go toe-to-toe against Yagao in this mid-lane matchup. And we got to look at where these
player cams look like Troll Despair.
Invested on the side of BLG, so they will spot Peanut on his red. He started on his Raptors, and he could look for a play towards the bot side of the map, but he may very well just path back up towards top and look for a play to set Doran up for success.
Yeah, Peanut actually, with the sweeper, able to take down the ward. Will still get spotted, so it will still give the information to BLG.
So,
but it will deny
what is Peanut cooking here? Because it's very interesting that he's doing 3 camps bot side. Now, finishing Krugs means that he's doing something bot early. But I think BLG can stack a wave and Jarvan will run down. So I'm really curious to see what Peanut's doing here, because this could backfire really heavily. Either A, they get a good play, or B, his clear is inefficient. Because they're not invading bot side. Oh my god, it's a horror. They don't have sweeper either. Like, what is this achieving? Now Jarvan just needs to run down and match, and they will have level advantage, and now Peanut's just going to fall behind in the long run, unless they can force something.
Skipping all of his bot side camps to work his way down here first, puts a ward over the wall, catches Peanut.
So he has to W out, and now Peanut literally has to sit here while they catch the wave and then reset, and the wave's gonna either bounce into them or they're gonna get chunked on the tower. He didn't have to reset, he's just gonna run top. Okay, so early game is really hard for GENG already. I don't know what's going on in mid, but there's no potions, and they're both below like 30-40%. Looks like Yagao is kinda winning trades though. I mean, Airy early versus Conqueror. The Azir is getting blasted a bit. So I think Shun might move mid soon unless Yagao pushes this in bases.
Obviously can be very difficult against a champion like Tahm Kench.
No, Chovy's gonna take the base.
BLG will definitely be considering, especially as they've already gotten that early.
Aatrox gets pushed in early. Aatrox gets pushed in early in most matchups. His Q cooldown level 1 is like fucking 10 seconds. It's so cringe.
To overload and maybe get Yagao there over there, right? Becomes really tough to consistently get the CC. So I really like this from Sean. Continued attention towards the bot side. Pays and the Light are pretty full. Do have their summon that's available, but even blowing them will already be a big win.
Only cleanse on Pays as well. On can look for that handshake.
There's no way.
Standing in front, there's the ignite.
Oh my god! Holy fuck, that was clean. It's a 1-for-1, but that was insane by Jarvan. What? That was insane.
Overall for BLG,
what? That Jarvan is crazy. How did he?
Get a return kill, which is
there's 3 directions Aphelios can flash. He can flash up, right, or left.
Any hesitation says what? Just because
and
you
he
see me, you think
instantly.
That's gonna stop
What?
me. They find first blood.
That was crazy, actually.
As mentioned, Pace does pick up the kill, but the wave is bouncing.
I think maybe on blundered.
Actually, highlighting Shun here. Really good follow-up on that flash, right? If he doesn't hit the flash, flag and drag.
The reaction time was
end up backfiring.
Like that was
the last second reaction.
That was millisecond.
So curious to play because otherwise, on might die, and Elk obviously taking the next turret wouldn't have been able to
he's locked in.
Continue the play. So credit to the Jarvan there, getting that early pressure in.
To see Doran winning out on the top side early on here, about a wave of
it's funny how Peanut's now the one that's up in camps because Shun went for the dive.
Can catch that. Kind of knows that his jungler's
I mean, it's really worth it
too much. You see the
to do that bot play.
You understand that BLG will want to play through bot.
The only problem is they lost Renata sums and Rel has sums. So when it comes to resource distribution in bot, they use double sums for kill, right? and it's a 1-for-1.
What is really big now is how
The kill
well BLG
doesn't go on Kalista, which kind of sucks, but it gets on Jarvan, which is great. So in a game state like this, enemy jungle has flash, Renata has no flash, Renata wants to push. What does Jarvan have to do? He has to use his lead to sit bot all game now. Otherwise Renata dies, bot's lost. Because Peanuts will try and punish bot, always. He will try and sneak in like this. He will try and sneak in like this, trying to get this Renata. He might even like W over this wall and run around. He's gonna do some wacky shit to try and get the Renata kill. So pay attention to what Peanut does.
Not really going to offer a huge amount of damage. I wanted to highlight, they've kind of phased away now, but two very deep wards, one in the lane from BLG and also just next to the
whoa, that trade by Bin was crazy.
So they can just keep information as to whether
here he comes. Renata dies. Shun's not covering, but lost.
BLG's game plan is so committed to playing
this is the back. This is the back half of the play, which is bad.
Pays the price.
And now they can fast push this bot wave and take a reset, and they can fight Herald now.
Doran trading in the top lane, Grandmaster's might. Onto Bin. Bin tries to turn it back around. Doran trying to get the empowered autos off. Both of them still have their flashes.
So, yeah.
It's a trade of ultimates and not much more.
Now bot is doomed.
I mean, credit to GENG. I thought the BLG's control was good, but those wards that I was
Shouldn't
trying to highlight
bot,
did disappear. They didn't have information on where Peanut was. They were pushed too deep into the lane when they didn't
so
really
now
have
GENG,
much
what they need to do is get Orianna flash. If they can get Orianna flash,
lack of summoner spells, and now they have the kill lead.
then Herald should be fightable.
Might get hot here.
Does have flash. Counter-strike early. Shun trying to get away from it.
So like Tom Kench here, Rel here, Azir Shuffle, something like this. They need to cover it, BLG, I think. There's a threat of that.
Already worked his way up through this top side jungle, so if a dive does occur or materialize, Peanut is in the right position at the right time, and the Nut God's looking for something. As they go forward, Bin has the flash.
I don't know if they have the damage. Oh, what the fuck they have the damage? Holy shit. What was that? Rel Q? Holy shit.
This game has been immaculate, covering for the early dive.
Damn.
Yes, they're able to get the kill, but at least FaZe gets a counter. Then gets off the gank on without summoners, and then is top to not only cover for a potential dive on Doran, but even find
not
an
God.
angle. Bin doesn't have
not
his
God, bro.
available, and they're able to get the kill.
Summoner spell burnt from Bin means the GENG definitely have early game
He's
options.
crazy.
And remember that the scaling definitely feels like it's in GENG's favor.
Wow, it's funny how BLG have like super good early jungle bot, but GENG are the ones who are ahead in bot.
For a champion like Kalista, BLG need to find these advantages in the early game. So we have to question, what's the plan now for Shun? Are you going to look to dive bot once again? Because that's a stacked wave where there's no real opportunities, and with those chakrams, he thins that wave out immediately.
Chovy is losing lane though to Yagao. Like Yagao is winning this lane.
Trading aggressively, Shun's waiting with flash available.
Yagao just using the shockwave there to try and push Chovy back a little bit. Maybe
I think Yagao's Chovy's base. I don't know if it was that good. Maybe refillable dagger. Oh my God, Renata. I mean he can't. He has to go on Kalista.
They need an EpiPen or something because it's anaphylactic shock for BLG. The
Otherwise,
face core will get them out, but once again. An engage ultimate.
They got Kalista flash though. So they do lose Herald. They got Kalista flash.
Making it much harder. Although BLG will answer towards the top side of the map and pick themselves a Herald.
I mean, I kind of expected BLG to just push in that wave and rotate up towards the Herald to then look for a contest.
Oh, he autoed the creep.
Bin
hit the creep. He would have done a bit more damage there on his passive.
He needs to be careful now. Of course, he is on the weak side.
And they saw him moving up here. Chovy doesn't have TP.
Get spotted.
Can he run?
Shouldn't go with the Cataclysm, might just be an EQ, forces Doran back. Don't want to burn the Cataclysm, but Doran forced away. Rift Herald can come down. Shun, of course, has to wait to be out of combat to be able to place that.
Yeah, I don't know why, but when I use the pen on the screen, there's random FPS drops, so I won't
use the Herald bot though. When you have this Kalista Renata, you want to make sure that they do have an advantage going into the mid game. Ideally, you can get that first item spike before the Aphelios, so that when you get to these next dragons, Dragon 2, Dragon 3, you're in a stronger position around that 2-item mark.
Also saw there really good communication from BLG.
It's crazy, no? Aphelios Tam Kench has 2 kills, 2 plates. There's your Orianna flash. Boom, they got it. Now the pressure for Drake, especially, like, it's crazy.
However, GENG trying to contest this Herald. I don't know if Peanut.
I think they should fight a bit here. BLG. Oh, they miss Renata Q though. What?
Shun goes in, they find Ace. Cataclysm down, but the Devour already used by Delight now.
Shun went in a bit late. I think if it went in earlier, they could have got a lot more there. Also, Kalista just failed her E. Maybe they get a kill anyway. Yeah, they should have taken that fight way earlier. I don't know why On was calling to back. They're all funneling into a choke with no Rel flash.
early power of this Kalista Renata
Nice.
can be so hard to
BLG is
deal with,
making
and
is pulling it back a bit.
with
Now they have
Oliver
Herald,
from
but they
Burst
didn't use
on
it bot.
pace.
I'm surprised they didn't Herald bot there.
Massive
What?
disrespect from Gen G.
Why didn't they
I thought
Herald
they
bot
were
there?
able to escort themselves out with the support coming in from the bot lane. Notice as well, Yagao kind of has control over the mid wave as well, so Chovy can't come to assist. Jun with what felt to me like initially a very aggressive
Whoa, what happened
play,
mid? Chovy no
isolating
flash.
himself from the backline, but he actually creates this wall that there's no threat onto Elk. He flashes away to safety, Delight is forced to flash away, and very quickly
they Herald
Gen
mid
G
for
is
Drake,
on the
yeah.
retreat with Elk and on
Is
the
it?
chase
Yeah,
down.
Orena has
It's a
good
bit of a
TP
shame
timer.
they don't give the kill over
Bro,
to Elk,
Yagao is
aside
doing
from
really
that,
well in
BLG
mid.
looking confident
He
in this
is
early game.
It's also the weakness
pressuring that lane. He can also now base and TP to bot side river,
and you only have a Rel and a
and they can
Tahm
force
Kench there to
Drake.
try and put any damage back
Yeah,
onto the
really
enemy
good
team.
play
It
by
becomes very
BLG.
tricky. I like the Tahm Kench
So
team
BLG
fights,
have
but
good
when
map
it's a
play,
3v3,
and Gen G are like
it's a lot
peanuts
harder to
playing
make
well
sure you're
around
matching
lanes.
The DPS of BLG. Delight here trying to trade towards this dragon would be the second of the game for BLG, and Delight's just being a nuisance. He knows they can't take this away. BLG get their second 11 minutes in. With it, about a 600, 700
Ocean
goal
Soul,
lead.
yes, pick'ems.
The question is, can they continue to accelerate this game? Because Gen
Oi,
G,
Chovy. What happened there?
I don't know if that was BLG or Gen G, but
Looks like it was
as soon as I say
Chovy who
accelerate,
paused
we
there.
decide to slow the tempo down just a tad.
Does look like the pauses come out from the side of Gen G. Of course, when we have more information, we will share it with you, but a very back and forth early game. Gen G, no strangers to being proactive in the early game. Like
I wonder
during
what
the
the
regular
pause
season,
was.
Peanut was someone that
Chovy
was
maybe
always
lost
willing
sound
to
or
find
something. I don't know. He was
ganks,
looking
always
around
look
like
for
that.
opportunities, and I was kind of like coming into this series trying to identify, is he like a top side focused player? Is he a bot side focused player? He tends to just kind of go with whatever opportunity he can find. Peanut's got a great awareness on the map of where he can punish small openings, and you've already seen it this game, right? Punishing the flash that's on in the bottom lane, seeing that Bin was slightly overextended in top, trying to push that wave underneath the tower, and he finds another play. Gen G able
He
to find
tapped
these
in and
early
saw he
kills,
was out of
whereas
CS, must
BLG
be a
looking
bug.
to try and match them. A small 800 goal lead. Question is, will that be enough as we get closer to the mid game?
As you said, but it was Gen G who called for the pause. There was a peripheral issue for one of their players. League officials are currently investigating, and obviously we will continue to keep you informed as and when we get more information here on the desk.
Chovy asking the ref
And
why
I
he's
think
down
that
in CS.
right now both teams can look at this game and be like, we're in a pretty good position, because Gen G Pays hasn't been completely taken out of the game the way that happened against BLG last time they faced off.
You're
I think
funny,
that's
Chat, you're
the
funny.
biggest weakness of this player has been not even
Yeah, Gal's
necessarily
going
all up
for
to
a
him, but
smoke
just in
break. Who are
general,
you
if
rooting
he gets
for?
focused on
I'm
really
not rooting
heavily
for
in
anyone
laning
today.
phase,
This is the
he
one
doesn't
day where I'm
show
not
his
really rooting
prowess
for
in
anyone.
late-game team
I'm just
fights.
here for a banger
But
series.
he's fine. He picked up a bunch of kills, so even though he's behind
I'm
in
just here
CS,
to
he
watch
will
some
still
really
be,
good League of Legends.
decently
It's
when it
about
comes to the
300 goal
actually,
ahead
yeah,
right now.
actually ahead even. Thank
He
you.
was
Veddy.
looking around to
And
see where
then
EU
we
was
also
because he
have
can't
Goran
see
with a
them.
lead, which on the Jax boys is going to feel really good. But on the flip side, BLG have already stacked 2 Drakes, and their mid game is only going to get scarier for like the next 10-15 minutes. And it is an Ocean Drake, which I think is a pretty decent role. It's not. You know, it's not infernal.
Cloud, you know.
If
It's not-
JDG's
well,
wins Worlds, are they the best
Great for
roster
my
ever
pick
to
to
exist in
Mahara,
League
you know what I
history?
mean?
Oh, really? I went Exec.
Yeah, I
I
think
think I
so.
went Ocean.
I went Cloud. I had no choice. But
Well,
it's
I was
not
going to say,
well.
aren't you bound to Cloud
I am
by
bound to
rules
Cloud,
of the
yeah.
LCK?
Just by Atlas, really. That's entirely on him.
I think that's
I
a
totally agree
that's a
with you. I think
fine argument.
If BLG hadn't managed
They
to
won
pick up these 2
absolutely
Drakes, it would
everything
be very
and
Gen G
stomped
favored,
everyone in their
because
way.
now
So
Gen G kind of
I
have
think
to
if they
look at
3-0 the
fight
quarters,
third Drake.
3-1,
If we don't,
3-1,
we have to
yeah,
fight every
easy.
Drake from there on out. Otherwise, we do give over this Soul. Of course, Soul's not a game ender, but it's still, 2,000-3,000 gold worth of stats across your team that can absolutely skew fights in your favor, even if your opposition has the scaling advantage compositionally.
I think particularly with
Damwon 2020.
Aatrox and Renata, it is such a
Damwon
lethal
2020
combo
is
to
the
have
team that was
sustain,
robbed
right?
because
Because
MSI
Aatrox
didn't happen that year,
self-explanatory
did
as a
it?
drain tank is always going to feel really
They
heavy
could have
when
had the
you're
Golden
in
Road,
this kit.
but they got
I think
denied
the
it.
added bailout value that you can possibly eke out with an
Did they-
Ocean Soul
did
can
they-
be
they
really
won
tough to
Spring
deal
and
with.
Summer, right?
And I think that
Damwon?
Gen G also. Their team
Oh, they
fighting has
didn't
been
win
amazing,
Spring.
but I do think that when they
Yeah,
are
okay,
pushed
never
really
mind then.
heavily early
Yo,
on, and they're not able
JDG
to do
clears.
the objective setups the way that they like to, we have seen them struggle somewhat in the LCK as well. So we'll see if they're able to retake control, because the Gen G with control, as we saw domestically, is almost impossible to deal with. But right now, not really.
2019
They have also
G2.
shown us even at
Yeah,
this
if
Worlds
2019
that they can
G2 won
retake
3 more
control.
games,
They
maybe.
played
But they didn't.
they played GAM and they played G2, and those were kind of as expected. They won those games convincingly. But against T1, they fell quite far behind in the early game. Faker's Orianna was 2,000 gold ahead at 14 minutes, but then GENG slowly got bit by bit advantages, small advantages, traded up a couple of times, and were able to.
Bro, I was in Sea-Dog's chat earlier today, and I was like, yo, and he was like, oh, you fucking betrayed G2. That's the first thing he said. I was like, yo,
you don't quite have all of those tools, and as we see the ready checks coming out.
Yo, Sea-Dog, man.
It looks like
why are you gonna do me like that? I didn't betray them. That's a strong word. Betray. That's like saying I hate you. I hate.
We jump back onto Summoner's Rift.
It wasn't betrayal.
If you are just joining us, this is the World Championship quarterfinal. Yesterday we saw NRG versus Weibo.
It was love.
And
love
spoiler alert, Weibo did win. That means the winner of this series will be going on to face Weibo in the semi-finals. Many consider this the easier side of the bracket if you're Gen G.
Or even
he has a higher score on you than on Suiko? No, he doesn't. No shot.
It's easier than anything you could face on the other side.
Of course. Depending on who you ask, that could be a controversial statement. Of course, we are going to be moving into
3.5.
Incredible series, as well as move on to the other side of the bracket. But back into this game, Doran and Bin going for a bit of a back and forth.
Yeah, really good trade here from Bin's going to pull Doran.
Doran.
Doran does have flash and leap strike, and so can escape.
Oh, he thought that Aatrox would QE flash there on his flash predict, on his jump predict.
Pina is waiting in the wings. Been very good at tracking his enemy jungler, being in the right position at the right time, but I don't really know if you want to take this trade.
They're trying to bait the dive.
As does Yagao.
Oh, Peanut is hiding in the fog, but will get spotted now. I think just making sure that Doran gets the full wave. Teleport's available. It's still a really big window for BLG, as Peanut has to invest amount of time in spot lane.
Oh, yeah, Elk's going.
Well,
they got Palm Kenshi for Kalista. That's always worth it.
Down to about half HP, but the thick skin
Oi, pace.
Moonlight Vigil.
He's fucking
just to force Elkin on further back, but in the end a trade of ultimates and not much more in the bottom lane.
Fortunately for Pays, this wave is pushing towards him, so he should be able to catch this.
Aphelios is 400 gold up on Kalista.
So he shouldn't have to worry about any early ganks. He will lose a little bit of farm here.
Yeah, but Genji's comp needs to start fighting objectives soon.
To build. The analyst desk did talk about it. When it came to this AD carry matchup, it was slightly more favored towards Pays, but when we think back to MSI, Elk was one of the breakout, standout players of the entire tournament. People were putting him in the conversation
there
of best performing AD as Chovy.
Yagao should live, maybe? No, oh, Peanut played it well.
From Peanut, who lands the stun immediately. The shockwave only catches onto Chovy,
Good
and
night,
Yagao is going to
Prince.
get chased down here. Chovy puts down the soldiers, and Yagao is buried beneath their feet. Doran with a good
Oh, Doran just got fucking dunked. Damn, there's action all around the map.
And it's punch and immediate.
Well, Chobi's lane is now saved.
Able to punish the Orianna, even if Flash Up Yagao realizes that there's too much damage available, doesn't actually get to survive.
Elk,
but
did you
Doran
see
does
Rel?
get punished for his earlier play as Elk. There's no wave, so we'll see if they're able. Pace is trying to bring it in, but I don't think that there really is a window with more people from BLG moving over and Gen G decide.
He has Blade in base. Oh, he cancelled it.
Objectives on the map.
He wants to stay one more wave.
2 minutes before the third Drake for BLG. If they fight around it, you can see On and Shun.
Why is he? I guess he just needs more gold.
AD carry was put under.
Chovy needs to base now. Now, oftentimes I see Azir's go Lost Chapter into Nashor's. Holy fuck, Bin is blasting this lane.
Boxing match between these two, currently on points.
I'm gonna be honest, I think BLG solo lanes are gapping.
See, Doran jumps in and Shun's like, ah, you have no flash. Back in I go.
I mean, I often wonder if one of the disadvantages of picking Jax into a Jax main is you're playing into a guy that really understands the limits of the champion, and every time we see Bin trade, it feels like
Chobi's ahead now.
Away with the health
So Chovy went
advantage.
Liandry's first. Liandry's Conqueror. He didn't go for the Nashor's.
Half-level lead over Doran, who started the lane off very well, but I feel like after a few favorable trades for Bin, we've seen just a lot of pressure come out from Shun. Peanut has had to spend a decent amount of time trying to cover as well. And this top side of the map is
this is why I like BLG's draft, because they can just right-click an objective and fight. They don't have to think, they don't have to wait, they don't have to wait for an item, they have to scale. Jarvan and Kalista just fucking go to start.
Struggled with, right? This is a play that really wants to prove, as we saw, jokingly is able to say, hey, you know, I'm not the star, I don't have a lot going on. But in his play, I think you can see.
Whoa, they're reacting to it, Gen G. Wow. I didn't expect Gen G to fight this. Let's see how it turns out.
Hostile takeover, though, is going to do so much work. Pays
terribly.
Already Berserker's the light is forced away, and now Doran's in the midst of BLG, and Bin is looking to send him packing into the recycling.
I'm so surprised they fight this. This is like the worst timer to fight.
Of Gen G away. Gen G picked this fight and they do not want it anymore. Chovy.
He let Tom Kench get away there to get a Zero Flash. Do you see that? He let Tom Kench live to get the Zero Flash.
In the game where BLG want to fight you, and Genji, Chovy looks for a play, gets a flash out of Elk, but
Didn't expect him to do that.
it's just a consolation prize as Genji falls
Is it
short
5
in
hit?
the fight.
I mean, we'll see, I
Trying to
guess.
force this when it feels like BLG at this point in the game should
Tam
be
could
so
E out?
much
No, he couldn't.
stronger.
Aatrox can
Questionable
interrupt
play
him.
from Genji.
Not only that, I think
Aatrox
it might
can
also
interrupt him
lead
easy.
to them not being able to contest the Fur Dragon, setting up Soul Point. And if we look here, the engage is disjointed. Pace throws an ultimate into only on, and there is no follow-up damage thanks to the re-engage from Shun, and the way that the Cataclysm denied the rest of Genji entry to the fight, and then that allows Bin to pop off with his lead.
Look,
And
he can
Elk
kill Tam
at no
Kench right now,
point is under
QE,
any threat.
but he's not doing it. He's running past him.
Shun was just so instrumental there. The way that he interrupted the engage from Peanut into the immediate ultimate from Renata meant that that front line just dissipated. And the positioning
Yeah,
of Elk
BLG,
as well,
man, they're comp.
Fantastic fight from BLG.
Genji are trying to
Now
play
they're
to
in a
scale, but what are they
comfortable
scaling
lead
into?
against
Next game?
Genji can't be caught
Crazy, because Yagao got mid push but fell behind. This is all just Jun and lanes. Like, pushing lanes and Jun. Every time he has it, he has something to do with it. Like, early bot dive, early Drake.
There is no way you're
That
getting
they should never have fought that Herald Genji. Holy
And one
shit.
of the big things that
They should have
set
given
Genji
Herald
apart
from mid push into
domestically
Drake
was
Vision
their
and
ability
fought the
to
soul point.
identify,
But now they
we
gave
shouldn't
over
do this and just go for a good cross map.
Herald
And I think that that is something that
and
internationally they just haven't really been able to show.
their
And
own
in this
soul
game, we're
point.
seeing it again. T1 is the team of no, we take the fight. We just hand stiff it. It's fine. Genji have been so consistent over the last year and a half. I think specifically because they have been really good about which fights to pick. But thus far in this game, we're not really seeing it. Now, I do think that eventually Pays will
it doesn't matter. Whoever wins this gets cleared by Weibo anyway,
these
but
type of fights, the BLG, they're just going to run away with the game. Get a Baron,
That's
and
fun,
this
though.
is done.
I mean, but when BLG went 15-1 in the regular season, it was play like this that got them there. This is how they were dominating the domestic scene. So we'll have to see if Genji can turn things around. Both teams are incredible team fighters.
yoink.
Sneaky steal there from Shun. But huge credit to BLG. Like, you think back at that tournament, they were able to beat KT, lost to JDG. Were able to beat Fnatic, they got smashed by T1. And coming into this series, you'd sit there and think, well, if you lost so handily to T1, you're going up against the bigger brother of GENG. Surely you should come in as the underdogs in this matchup. But BLG, they've brushed off the mistakes that they made in Swiss, and they're looking confident and poised to take game one.
And credit to Shun as well. Although he has been tracked well by Peanut and by GENG, he is still 3-0-2. He has still been involved in every single one of his team's kills, and he has still forced Peanut so far behind. Peanut still hasn't finished his jungle item. He's about to get it, but that's why he didn't win the smite on Gromp, because his smite does 900 and Shun does 1,200. He is just too far ahead. Now, both the jungle items complete for these junglers. BLG setting up towards the top side of the map, because in a minute, the next major objective will spawn the Baron available.
I mean, now BLG have put themselves in such a good position by forcing early that they can just wait for objective spawns. GENG have about 2-3 minutes to breathe, unless BLG force Nash, but I don't think BLG will force Nash on spawn. That's too psycho, right?
Very, very well. 1,800 gold lead in the top lane for Bit.
Yeah. I was just about to say that gold gap is primarily focused on the top side of the map. You'll notice that Jun actually has the same amount of gold as Chovy, which is pretty good.
And Chovy's been Chovy. You know, 197 CS, almost 200 before the 20-minute mark.
Surely they don't start it on spawn.
He has been forcing Yagao back in the middle lane as well. We've seen him burn Yagao's flash a couple of times and get that kill. But when it comes to team fights right now, BLG...
I think GENG came into game one with a plan, and the plan was Jax denial. It's quite obvious, but the Jax denial plan hasn't worked. Bin went to 4-5, and they banned his 3 champs against him, and he still got gapped on Jax.
Is going to make a big difference because of the lack of turrets.
So, yeah, plan A didn't work. I think plan B, GENG, next game, just ban Jax. Ignore it, go normal draft.
Any sort of vision control, it is immediately cleared out by BLG, and you don't really want to take a fight as GENG, so you just have to back off every single time.
I don't know why they banned Xayah on blue side.
Is going to have a free setup for this soul point that is coming up in a minute and a half, and with that, 4-0 Drake also means a very early Elder, which I think BLG are going to be very happy about.
I also just really like the way On's playing these last few moments. He's doing something Treats talked to me about a little bit. He made a really good video on Mickey doing it in the LEC. It's tempo cycling. What you do is you walk down one side of the map as your support, and you're like, okay, I'm going to place 3 wards on this side of the map. Then you immediately reset and you say, okay, What do I do now? Well, I come up towards the top side of the map. I don't usually do this. I'm sorry, guys. I walk in with my jungler, and then I place small wards on this side of the map. And what it means is the enemy team is always trying to deny vision in their own jungle instead of getting deeper vision in. But also, if Doran is pushing the bot lane and he starts to move up, you can track him on his move. So you know whether he's investing the TP immediately or whether he's actually trying to run all the way up to a fight that can occur.
And means look at the map. Look at the vision toggle here. Really,
I think they're just fake pressuring Nash right now, BLG.
Idea. They're basically just walking into this. And
By the time they sweep topside, I think BLG is going to go towards Drake hunting. There is no way BLG go for a Nash stop.
We'll see if they feel like that's enough of an angle. Because it does feel like if they don't contest for this dragon,
there's no mid push.
Really hard. The window gear from here out. Chovy does just now finish his Nashor's pays his IE as well.
Bot wave is pushed in for BLG. The fight over the
Peanut is 2 levels down. Holy shit.
GENG don't really have easy access into this bot river.
Are BLG scared of GENG rushing Nash? I think they are.
In favor of BLG. You can see the
GENG have a fast Baron.
Towards the river. The dragon now alive. Elk started off.
They can't get to this, right? There's no vision. They have to try and make either play for the fight or go for Nash, but...
And Peanut can try and walk across here, but Yagao's doing a really good job of keeping
I think
the ball
Peanut
down.
knows they're
Peanut now
soloing Drake.
try and chase forward, but Yagao's in the right position to stop them. The Magnus Sword for Peanut, he's nowhere
What did Peanut just do?
It's just miles away. They got an EpiPen or something, because Peanut not doing anything to them as BLG secure the ocean.
What is Peanut doing?
A Peanut at Worlds moment if I've ever seen one.
The engage goes wide. GENG now don't have an easy way to start the fight. Doran.
Oh, Doran's griefing now as well. What is going on with GENG? This is disgusting. I mean, props to BLG, but what is GENG doing? Why is it every single time they get to World's knockout stages, they're just griefing?
From BLG. And it's again BLG able to very calmly play out this scenario. They set up
holy shit.
They know that GENG has to walk in.
Classic GENG.
Play,
they need to shake it off a bit. What is happening? Doran and Peanut are... I also think GENG's... Like, what does this Tahm Kench do in the draft? Like, honestly...
That's Soul and that's Baron.
If they had Blitzcrank, don't they have more threat on mid-waves if they have Blitzcrank here? Like, Yagao can't just step up like this. What does Tahm Kench do in this game? Look at him. He just stands there menacingly. Look at him.
And then look at this engage from Shun. Oh my god, it's fantastic.
He eats his ear on the Jarvan engage, maybe? He's literally just standing there. The champ doesn't do anything without Senna.
Doran falls short, but the Wombo combo is strong. Pays and Peanut cannot get involved, and it's just a one-sided stomp from the side of BLG.
And I really agree with you, Veddy. I think the lack of engage for GENG is costing them so much, especially since so often
I think GENG will bounce back. I think they fucked themselves in draft, and they're super dizzy this game. Why is Delight playing Tahm Kench?
Your entire job is to disengage, yes.
This guy is one of the best engage supports in the LCK. And he's got a really good Blitzcrank as well, which he played in the finals, which is good into their draft. Why is he playing Tahm Kench?
Again, seem to be GENG's kryptonite.
I would have preferred fucking Melio over this dog
You're
shit.
at the point of the game where you just gotta hope that someone on BLG overextends, right? That they make a dive that is ill-advised. And I really like the point that you made because about Delight specifically, because Delight on engaged champions has not only transformed GENG, but also was what made Breon so good when he was on that team. What gave them the ability to just get upset wins every now and then. The Red Bull Baron power play for BLG. It's not backbreaking yet, but still, it's pushing them further and further ahead. And if they can get this inner as well, and maybe a few kills.
Little bro thinks he's scary.
Really hard for GENG to find an angle back. Almost 6k gold lead here for BLG.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they overcooked this draft. I don't know who made these decisions, but sure.
Look at where Chovy's positioning.
Not over yet, but I think this game's done. I mean, they need so much time here, GENG.
And as a guard,
they have 1.5 item jacks, like at 25 minutes.
They're very reliant on this empowered cannon minion. Meanwhile, we need to look at mid, because what damage has Bin able to do against this tower, he's getting a lot more work done.
I mean, Bin is Doran's dad
this
this
game.
game.
To hold him off, and BLG at least will unlock a tier 2. But off the back of this Baron, it seems difficult for BLG to really break into the base of GENG.
BLG don't really have the range either. Kalista relatively short range. Orianna, I mean, you can put the ball down, but walking into melee range to try and get autos on the
yeah, Gugu.
Shockwave doesn't do enough.
Yeah, Gugu. What was that?
Peanut held on to his flash in the engage around Dragon, so he does have that as a tool in his toolkit, but it does look like BLG are just hoping Bin can apply enough pressure in this mid lane to allow them to push through that bot lane. The way
They should get this bot tier 2 on the next wave, right?
So not quite synced, as GENG have done a really
GENG's
good
best
job
bet here is Elder.
holding BLG at bay during this Baron. The
They're
hostile
Renato
takeover
ulting for
comes
it.
out. Hayes able to dodge to the side of it. Berserk puts a light in Chovy.
GENG didn't flinch on the defense.
Can come out. That's one tool invested by BLG.
They hold.
Still have the face call, the Cataclysm, the Shockwave down for about half its CD. That tower still stands strong.
God, these Aphelios guns are absolute horror.
Now expires.
Purple, red.
And all in all,
Ui.
a couple of towers fall during it for BLG.
Well, GENG held the line. Overall, the amount of damage done by BLG wasn't the worst, and it gives them an opportunity to fight at this Elder. The question is, will they be able to finish more items?
GENG needs to be careful. They are really sweating to defend this bot tier 2. And
Almost
respect, they're
off
holding
the
it.
round, 6 more
They held their
seconds.
whole Nash on this
So
bot tier
Peanut's gonna
2.
back away. I respect BLG's resilience. They know that the dragon isn't spawning for another minute and a half.
There is also
BLG need to get this on the next wave, reset, come out bot side. On needs to refresh wards. Okay, just tank it, fuck it, get out quick.
Persistence is rewarded here for BLG. Also courtesy
Because enemy team is obviously close to their base, right? You don't want to let them reset. You sit on 2k gold on everyone, and then the fight sit actually an even kind of state gold-wise.
Yeah, 100%. And BLG now will be able to get fresh backs in.
Oh my god, GA and Hurricane. Oi, oi, oi. This is going to be a steamroll Elder fight by BLG.
And the subsequent game here, right? Like, you need either a crazy steal from Peanut. I do think Rel is one of the best champions because of the Q and E extra monster damage. Or maybe Paze can hit his Lord Doms, but I feel like he's still so far off. Does actually finish it as I finish my sentence, but they have zero control. And BLG have 50 seconds to set up the objective here.
Well, it was an Elder
GENG need a miracle. And to be honest, Aphelios has 3 items.
So,
What guns does he have?
They're gonna learn from those mistakes.
It's more,
The amount of control they have
I don't
right
know,
now
I don't
in
know,
terms of
GENG
highlighting
don't
all
have
the
the
vision that
CC to
BLG
force BLG into a mistake. They have an Azir ult,
GENG is slowly being
shuffle,
suffocated. They have that one
and what?
control ward in the dragon
If
pit.
against Blitzcrank you can make them make mistakes, you know? Against Rakan Alistar you can get someone off guard, but Tahm Kench can't really do anything. He's just gonna have to sit there and hope they 5-man engage on one person. Holy fuck. Shun doesn't fuck around, does he?
Remounts, you just go for it.
Eat him, eat him, eat him, eat him. Oh my god. Oh, ult's not bad by Pace, but they got flash from both jungle support, which is their whole engage. And disengage. And they have Kalista for the Elder. Peanut can't enter this in any universe. Shockwave doesn't hit. They used Locket already. Oh, that Renato ult. That Renato ult was crazy good.
Tries to dash away, but Bin puts him in his place as BLG clean up in the river.
Yeah, Gugu's already tipping bot to end.
Towards the bot side of the map.
Yeah, On just rolled them.
Wave is ready. No turret standing there. Doran desperately trying to draw some attention, but it was not enough, and BLG take
Oh, Bin wants him.
victory here in
Oh, Bin.
and it looks like GENG and the side might have been half a year ago, but it's not looking that different in game number 1.
Nah, I think they got lane gapped. They need to drop this Jax Bryo, man. Just ban Jax. Ban Jax, leave Renekton open and play Gnar into it. You can keep the Xayah ban if you want, so just do Nico, Xayah, Jax on blue side.
Let go of the reins. GENG respawning, but the Elder still stands on BLG, and they can look for the fight. The Magnustorm finds 2, but Pace pulled back, and he's just deleted by the laser.
Holy fuck, GENG got destroyed. They're getting Nexus Tower dove. Woo! That's a statement game by BLG in game 1. And that was on red side.
An incredible game across the board from him in the jungle.
Red side banger.
From start to finish, he was finding all of BLG's advantages in the team fights. He was just impeccable. Huge credit to BLG coming into this series once again as the underdogs, and once again they're beginning to silence the doubters.
What a performance by BLG in game 1.
Doran,
GENG can strike back. We're gonna hand it over
don't
to
be
Alice
hard
to
on
break
Doran.
down
Give him another chance.
that shellacking from
Give him
the
another
LLC.
chance.
Well, I'm a little bit disoriented, guys. Could you please help me out? I mean, are we in Busan right now, or are we in London?
Oh no!
London, innit, mate? It's just been
We're in fucking London, innit?
What a 6 series.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real
Arcade
quick
get
while you do
series
this
started
analyst
off
test.
on.
BRB on
The
second.
fact we got to see them play hyper aggressive is so incredible to see.
Yeah, I love the fact that we finally, as soon as they locked in Callisto, we're like, I don't know about this. This has been something that destroys in scrims for obvious reasons, but then when you come to stage, teams play slower. Well, guess what? They didn't play slower, and they forced GENG to fight them around mid-game objectives, and that was really the big turning point of the game.
Very similar to MSI.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is GENG were favored. Bin called the 3-0 to the camera before the series even started once again. I believe this is it. There we go.
There we
Boom.
go.
And massive, massive delivery, but not quite where we expected it from. Hello?
Yeah.
The bottom lane, the Renata pick. He deserves some credit, okay? We slandered him with the rankings a little bit.
You said you like him crazy, so.
I do like him crazy. It is really big props to Shun. Shun was really big star of the show. Jungle credit as always, baby. He was able to get the flash for the first dive. He also went down there to cover Peanut's first move, where Peanut goes in and clears out the ward. He knows they have to stack dragons. It is a Kalista comp. The reason Kalista always gets flamed by people on stage games is because people don't properly snowball off that bottom side. Yeah. And the Renata really gave him the extra team fight presence as well later with the ulti.
Yeah, and I think you can see a lot of it was, hey, look, Peanut was trying to get involved to shut down Shun, make sure they couldn't get involved in that bot side. But when you've got the Renata and the Kalista, it gives you so much control over that bot lane. They're able to set up for great dives off of Gao having control over the mid lane as well. And then he was able to rotate up towards that top side as well. And use the fact that, I mean, honestly, Bin was absolutely dumpstering Doran in a lot of these early skirmishes to set then up for even more success there. And Shun, he came off the back of that in the early stages, 3 kills, and was set up perfectly then for the team fights with an early gore drinker.
And also the 100% co-participation. So wherever he went, and this is with what I thought was a really good job from GENG and Peanut, kind of pathing in their own way and tracking him, right? So like, it was a battle of the junglers early, and it was both of them kind of responding to each other. So to see Shun
Busan library.
Yeah,
it is going to be a Busan library at this fucking rate, isn't it?
Really cool.
Yeah, Peanut, big props in for the ganks that you're talking about. He was the reason why they got the first kill onto Bin. Actually, ganks for Doran, and you're like, wow, Doran.
I'm not putting the jersey on. I'm not here to be biased. I'm not biased. I don't have a horse in the race.
Bin was like, sure, you build that false confidence. I got you in the team fights, though. So let's take a look at some of those team fights. We're going to start with the Herald, I believe, if I remember correctly, where really I think BLG broke open
I'm not biased
this game.
today.
And I think a huge amount of this comes from this insane ultimate from On. The Renata ult right across the backline of GENG.
I think this Renata 1-2 is also a problem for GENG.
And the entire time,
They need to think about this Renata 1-2.
Gale has all the space that he needs. It made it incredibly difficult for GENG to
slow-mo
operate in
Peanut
these fights.
griefing.
That was rough from Peanut.
I think the other big thing is they mentioned it on cast several times as well, but when you're looking at these Kalista comps and why sometimes teams fail to execute them isn't only because you don't snowball the bot lane correctly, but it's also using this Kalista in mid-game fights to be like, we are stronger at this point in time. You have to fight
Guys,
us at Herald.
if I told you this, would you believe me? Ready?
They were already looking
Bin
at
is
3
20
Drakes
years
at
old.
16 minutes and 47 seconds. Like, BLG played
20.
around what this comp had to do really well.
My only addition to that is that looking at it from GENG side, I don't think you have to fight them at the Herald.
You don't.
And they walked into
That's kind of crazy, no?
into the Renata ultimate is like,
I think
maybe I gave too many wins over here. Might have to change this over to 3-1, maybe. No,
okay. I mean,
Bro.
It's like that's not something that GENG
He's 20
usually
years
does.
old.
And I'm starting to find out this year that they often don't do what they usually do, specifically versus BLG.
I think it's hard when you can see the game slipping away from
Petro missing B on the broadcast that much, he pretends he's there by putting his camera on the desk. I didn't do that on purpose. I didn't do that on purpose.
But if that game is already completely torn asunder, you're not getting a chance to scale into that later portion of the game. And that's what the Dragon Pressure does. That's what having these towers down in the early stages does. And you could see how consistently BLG were controlling mid lane, get vision bot. Now Gao was putting a ton of pressure.
Bro, what
up against
is
the Jax.
these posts on the
How many
Reddit?
times do you see Orianna just like split push against the Jax being like, I'm totally fine, this is grand. I think that's where the problems are coming for GENG, and they need to find an answer up against BLG.
It's also interesting because I think when you kind of characterize GENG and kind of being a coach's dream and being a team that can take on these games very structured, and often you think when it gets a little chaotic is where you may start to doubt. But this
What do you mean
wasn't
Yagao
that
is
chaotic.
only 26? What is that
BLG
supposed to
having
mean?
their eye on the
Only
objectives.
26?
This was BLG having the right time for the skirmishes. You can't really say that they were drawn into a chaos of any kind, right? Or am I reading it incorrectly?
No, they're creating their own win.
What, you thought he was fucking 60 years old?
I do think, though, one of the criticisms of how to GENG is that they're not willing to take a lower percentage play. Oh, they took red side, but they're not willing to choose a lower percentage play. And I think one of the things is that they're very good as a coach's side, because it's like, well, we're going to take the high percentage play. We're not going to overforce things. But I think when you're playing against a team like BLG that are willing to risk more, take those shortcuts, you have to be willing to fight back against that, or you just start to lose more.
We have to go to break, which it was GENG that picked red. I just want to reiterate that because we were going over it.
That's super interesting to me, especially with the way the meta has evolved around support counter picks.
It is. It came in late. I wanted to talk about it, but we got to go to a break, and we'll see immediately how that parlays into the pick and ban for game 2 after this.
I'm not 30. They chose red side. Wait, that's cooked that they chose red side. So they think this Renata is a big problem then. Okay, so what is this? We told our intern to make a hype video.
But unless you really follow the LCK,
What is this?
you don't think they're very good.
What is this? Holy fuck.
Looks like G2 are thinking about just staying here. There's a counter strike. The flash finds everyone from Doran, and now Chovy's looking to answer. Doran, you absolute beast!
어디로 가야 하오?
Broken Blade, I think it might be the Pentakill. Our fourth of the tournament. That would be absurd. Jovi is pretty low trying to get into this one, and Peanut wants to beat it to him.
Don't do it, Peanut!
No flashes available. He's Peanut! He did that
Peanut,
to
you
Raw
rat.
so many times throughout the years.
Oh my god, guys, I just fucking realized. I'm fucking goated, bro.
Yeah, by Peanut, but the Featherstorm does have to come through, but he's not going to get caught by the pop blossom. No knockoff from Delight. What was that?
Banger hype video. Good job, intern. Good job, intern. Someone says SOFM is in the Discord. It wasn't photoshopped. Wait, he is in the Discord. What the fuck? You see that? He actually is. Why is he in the Discord? That's crazy that SOFM's in the Discord. Why is he? There you go, SOFM. There's a kiss. Welcome to the Discord. Wait, he follows the stream as well. Wait, he follows me. Oh no, it's recommended channels. Never mind. What is this? You're a fraud, Caedrel. I'm a what? What is this? World teams and Pokemons. JDG is Mewtwo. LNG is Dragonite. Snorlax is BLG. Why is Weibo Gaming Raticate? T1 is Pikachu. NRG is Magikarp. GENG is Charizard, but the cringe Zoomer version. And KT is Bayleaf. Bro, I swear Pokemon was epic, but then Pokemon realized, fuck, we can't just keep making Pokemon, man. And then some dude was like, what if we make them go like Super Saiyan or something? And then he's like, bro, what do we call it? Wait. Why don't we call it like Mega Charizard X? That sounds kind of cool. My Xbox username was Lone Wolf 69. Why don't we call it Mega Charizard? And that they were like, that's a good idea. And then that's how that shit was born. And then a couple of years later they were like, okay, Mega's getting kind of boring. What do we call it? Why don't we call it Giga? Why don't we call it Giga? Oh fuck! You're a genius. Bro, Pokemon peaked at Cyndaquil. Pokemon peaked at Cyndaquil. Druid based. Bro, Cyndaquil was sick. Blaziken was also not bad. It did peak a little bit later there as well. Blaziken was kind of sick. Anything after that was trash. Infernape? Okay, yeah, Infernape era was also fine. But we were... Turtwig Infernape was like... We were slowly coming off the cliff. After that, dog shit. Infernape was like the last of the peak. What was that? What's that fucking... Lucario. Lucario, after Lucario, things started getting a bit sketchy. I was like, bro, what is going on? What? Like, what are the names of the most recent Pokemon starters? Like, what are they called? I haven't even checked. That's a lie. Is it those three? Spirigatito, Fuecoco, and Quaxilly. Like, bro, what the fuck are we on about?
And welcome back to Worlds 2023 quarterfinals, where we've just seen BLG demolish.
What happened?
In game one, play their competition to perfection, and now GENG have decided for the first time in 40 games here at Worlds to select Red Side. The last time Red Side was picked was KT versus DK. KT chose Red, round 2 of Swiss, and I believe...
It's based in Spain. I mean, it does sound Spanish.
100% win record in the last 41 games.
When choosing Red.
Fuecoco, Fire,
GENG here, right? Mao?
Gatito, Cat. I can see it.
I think that we'll know what type of series we get after this game, because I think if it's the, you know, the 1-1, I think this series is going to be incredible. Otherwise, I don't know if I trust GENG to reverse sweep. I know that domestically I
think Renata Jax were big problemos.
They look good on day, and in that first game we didn't really see that. Now,
DPCPD, what the fuck does that mean? We're gonna do a Nuzlocke. We're gonna do a Nuzlocke run of Pokemon.
On late game, and we're gonna try and navigate away for the early game.
We're gonna own it. I'm gonna stream for like 20 hours straight of Pokemon. Alright, Jax, Nico, and what's the last one? Zaya. So I said they should do after game 1. They should do Jax, Nico, Zaya every time versus BLG. Otherwise, if they don't do that, they're fried in the head.
Chovy wasn't really able to have an impact. Yagao got completely unchallenged, which is I think the Yagao comfort zone, you know, like not focused, is able to play his own game.
They should ban Poppy. Oh, I didn't expect Poppy.
The issue in the previous
please, 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 don't do Maokai, 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 do Zaya. Yeah, Zaya.
Like an Ocean and a Baron, and the enemy team is up 8k gold, then team fighting doesn't really...
So they're Kalista respawn banning to Poppy.
GENG are also very hamstrung by the fact that Doran lost the top lane matchup, so now they have to rely on banning Jax on both sides of the Rift. Jarvan the first lock here for BLG.
What's happened to the scrims? The prios have shifted. So, BLG's idea of the meta is if Poppy's down, Kalista is tier 1. And if both are down and Zaya's up, then Jarvan is tier 1 to trade Zaya Aphelios. I guess.
I think overall had an
That's how their
incredible
scrims have gone.
game. Now GENG, they could look
Because
to
Rumble
something
is up
like
too,
Sejuani
and they
parity
banned
if they want
Sylas.
to. I wonder
Their
if-
strat is really interesting, because now they can do Xayah Rumble if they want.
Before I got to sound all clever,
And
I
they've...
was going to say Aphelios could be a priority, but
That's really interesting.
Thank you, Medic. Thank you so much. Not that
They
great of a prediction.
early banned
considering
Sylas
they
for Rumble
prioritized
Blind.
in the
They
last
early
game.
banned Poppy for Kalista
But I do
Blind.
wonder what whether or not
And
they
if
wanna
both
try
are
and take
down,
away
they
something
play
like
Jarvan into
Renata,
Xayah
or whether or not
Aphelios,
they wanna answer
and
with
they take the other,
wanna leave it up.
and then they take Rumble.
With
What
the
happens
intent
if
of
Gen G
counter
were to
picking it
take
later
Rumble
on?
here, is my
Alright, so we are
question.
gonna see
If Gen G
Peanut
took
back on
Rumble there,
Malachi.
what's their answer?
So
That's
far
the
in
next
this
step
tournament, he's played
of
well.
BLG's draft. What spin got into Rumble? That's not
Well,
Jax.
actually, no, this will be his first game of Maokai. I apologize. My
It makes
mistake.
sense.
But, Maokai
Now they should
Peanut,
take Xayah, right?
somehow
Unless they
I
have
can
to pick
often
mid.
associate with him as a player.
Yeah,
Orianna,
domestically,
yeah, okay.
he played basically
Interesting. So they draft into
BLG
rather than draft for themselves. They draft into enemy comps.
Is it not like this is what
Damn,
everyone is
BLG
hoping
drafting
to
is
get?
cool.
Rumble plus Orianna.
They draft to fuck you, not to get a good comp. And their comp will be good still, because actually they got 3 huge power picks.
And not only
But they
that,
draft
one of
to
the
like
biggest
fuck your draft
weaknesses
as hard as
that Aphelios
possible.
struggles with, even in games where the player piloting is very, very good, and I think that pace falls in that category.
Aatrox. Oi.
If you get outranged, like what
Alright,
are you gonna
Chovy's
do?
dropping.
Rumble drops an
Do you
equalizer,
target
there's
Chovy
no
here and
Orianna
drop
ball,
the
you're
Azir
not gonna
ban?
be able to
Azir
actually
Jace?
get into the team fight.
Do you drop the
Then
Azir
playing into
Jace ban?
Jarvan specifically
Jinx
also
ban.
is tough 'cause the Cataclysm,
They're scared of
the fact
Jinx
that you can
Thresh?
get stuck very easily, and then even if you
Why don't they ban
end
Xayah?
up picking a Kench,
Maybe they think
you have the
Xayah
Aphelios,
sucks.
you
Let's
get
see
eaten
how
up.
much they rate Xayah now. If
You're
Xayah
still
doesn't get
not
banned
doing
here,
anything in the fight.
then Xayah is
Negating
really low
entire
priority
damage
seems.
source through the fight.
Do you
Xayah
ban
was
Azir Jace?
available. We've
Do you
seen
ban
Haze
Jace
on
Yone?
him 3 times
Do you ban
so
Tristana
far.
Jace?
True,
At
so
MSI,
Do you ban
so
Tristana
I'm so
Yone?
confused that they decided to go for the Aphelios
Or
first, but as you said, and well
do you
predicted
ban
there, Betty, 'cause I think
Alistar?
a lot of people would have thought the Xayah was
Yone?
going to come out instead. Jinx banned away now by Gen G. Yone removed by BLG. Trying to
I
get
just
rid of
ordered
some of
McDonald's
those
and Genji
AD
sponsors
threats in
McDonald's,
the
so if
mid
they
lane.
are doing good, they're
Obviously,
eating and I'm also
predominantly
eating.
AP in terms
What?
of his damage
Thanks for the
profile.
$10, man.
Ash banned away,
Ash
so
ban.
Still Xayah for BLG if they want it.
Okay, I mean there's Jace, Tristana,
They could do Xayah Alistar, they could do
and Azir.
Xayah.
Wait, why are they banning Ash?
They're trying to limit AD mid
Akali.
for Chovy right now. The Akali actually going to be taken
Why are they
away.
banning Ash?
Things like Jace and Tristana are both
I don't get it.
available for Gen G though.
There's the Azir. I don't think anyone's
Akali
shocked.
ban, obviously something we saw from Chovy against T1.
I mean, Akali's good into Orianna Rumble, so good ban.
Faker in the laning phase. He
What are they
has
playing
such dread
bot?
on the
Are they
side,
playing
and once
Senatam?
again, Chovy's gonna bring out
Why do they
the
ban Ash?
Azir.
Yeah, and I really gotta say, I think the ban phase is really good because
There's-
Chovy loves to play his Yone. That's something that is very well known. But the
Caitlyn
Akali is
Lux?
something that
No
you
way
already
are they
showed
playing
with,
Caitlyn
even
Lux.
though the laning phase is really rough, you're able to outskill the Orianna in side lane, and she
Okay,
basically
Xayah.
doesn't get to play the game. I would personally love the Caitlyn Lux lane if you want to go.
Now, does
towards
Renata
that
get
aggression, but
picked?
maybe
No,
they're
right?
afraid of a R5 pick by
What
the
are they
line
saying to On?
throw them
Is
off.
he gonna go Alistar?
I also just think Xayah's really strong. Like, I understand
They are gonna
you
go to
can- you
Renata
can
with
dominate
Xayah.
the lane if you get a good
Holy
Caitlyn Lux,
fuck.
but maybe
Now
something
please
weird
go
comes out from
Blitzcrank or
Gen G.
something, man.
Xayah, Renata, you already have
Please
great
don't do Tam
engage
Kench.
with
Yeah,
opposing
Melio, thank fuck.
cataclysm
We
into
learned
a
from
shockwave
game 1.
combo. Xayah
We're playing a champ.
self-heals, Renata can peel her as
Stop
well.
your Tam Kench dog shit.
In all honesty, if I played entirely nameplates off, even with nameplates on,
Wow,
damn it,
okay.
BLG have a composition that should be able just to take
I mean,
over.
BLG's comp is psychotic.
In theory, yes.
Again, Gen G, Aphelios, Azir, Melio, Maokai. Scaling! BLG, Jarvan, Rumble.
Shun's Jarvan is something that Gen G needs to
Mid-game fighting. Just 2 different styles. Don't forget, you can use your Tier 1 or Twitch Prime to subscribe to the channel, and you can avoid ads for the entirety of the World Championship. Takes a couple buttons, and you'll never have to get out of your chair and change or change anything. You don't have to sub if you don't want to, though, because you'll never get ads during the game.
It's something that, well, we haven't seen a huge amount on the patch. Like, the Shy kind of introduced this new build on the Aatrox
Interesting.
that's been kind of finding a lot of success, especially in the later game team fights. And I'm curious as to how Doran is going to match up against Bin this time round, because they tried to pinch Bin, it didn't really work. Now he's been given a champion that we know that he's comfortable on. So how are you going to manage
Who's going to win this game from draft? Again, I think BLG draft's better. It's similar to game 1.
Trying to get Doran ahead at the potential cost of your bot side of the map. The pressure really is on Gen G to come up with a solution to deal with BLG's aggression as we're getting into game 2.
I mean, it's good for T1 if Gen G lose, because to be honest, Gen G is T1's kryptonite. They just are. I mean, T1 also lost to BLG, but I would rate T1 versus BLG better than T1 versus Gen G. So if T1 manages to get through JDG, then it's much better than it's not Gen G T1 finals there.
When he has something he can roam around the map on. when he can have an impact here. It feels a little hamstrung by the draft. We'll see what GENG can do though, because they lost game 1, being elected to be on the red side, and this is what they have conjured for us. Remember that you can log in.
Alright, this is a really important one for GENG because they tried. This is their second attempt at Renata, and they just chose red side. So they're playing double side.
Yeah, so what I want to answer
Weibo Gaming Doubter. I'm talking about hypotheticals. Doubt does not exist in hypotheticals.
Like being on red side gave you what you wanted, and it's gonna be like,
I'm not speaking in facts.
not really.
I'm speaking in
I don't think that this
hypotheticals.
is
In
really
a
making
world
use
where
of a
it
lot
would
of the
happen.
powers of red side, right? Being able to get good lane matchups, so that at the very least you're going to be able to consistently bully. Because Bin getting Huni is
Because you have to speak for the multiverse, because there is a multiverse out there.
100% certain. He's giving his thumbs up. You know, Bin going for the ignite here. Do think that is definitely the right call. Gives you so much more kill threat. But like, so that matchup is very Rumble favorite.
Alright, let's see.
Then Shun, after
I was gonna say Dumble's Doran.
good game, is on
Doran's
draft
Aatrox.
again. Yagao died once, and then outside of that was just a very consistent Orianna. And you get Aphelios again with Melio, which is okay, but it's not like you're going to be able to bully the Xayah and Renata.
Same mid matchup.
So
Let's see if
I don't know
Chovy
if
gets
the red
blasted
side
again.
gambit really
Well, he
worked
didn't
out
get
thus far.
blasted, you know, but
BLG have so many power picks.
he did lose lane.
I love the question that you asked, Mao, because I think it's a really constructive way to look at it. And I think back to game 1, and what were the issues with GENG's composition? Well, in terms of early game, I didn't really think that there were many
This is
issues.
Bin's
Peanut
first
got
ever
toe-to-toe,
Rumble game?
was finding a couple of advantages,
Wait, seriously?
but they did fall short in the top lane 1 versus 1. Okay, that's fine. And they were struggling due to the pressure that happened on the bot side of that. Going into the mid game, their engage was
Damn.
a problem. They only had
Oh, I can see, yeah.
Caedrel to actually start fights for them. And
No, yeah,
the
definitely,
problem
as I
with
can confirm.
Aphelios Azir is it's hard for them to really find opportunities by themselves. So coming into this game, I was thinking in the same line of like, well, do they now have different things? And the reality is that,
Whoa,
okay, they have
bad
an
trade by
Aatrox
Yagao. He
flank,
just
which you
wasted
could
his whole
argue is a
combo.
little bit more threatening than that of a Jax. But the Maokai ultimate is something that, while offering zone control, I'm not entirely sure if it's necessarily that stronger of an engage. So I'm still concerned with GENG's ability to actually find fights as we approach the mid game. As you'll see BLG once again have priority top, they have priority bot, while mid remains relatively even.
Nah, they
One
have
thing
prior
the
mid
GENG
too.
composition does do well is disengage if they need to. Maokai ultimate, the Midio, and obviously the Azir.
Yeah,
so
triple lane push.
If BLG do overstep for a fight, we could see that. But the
Is
handshake
BLG's
amazing.
bot lane gonna die to
Warm
silly
hugs
ganks again?
From Delight, that shield coming out, keeping Paze topped up around 300
Looks
health.
like they're gonna die to
Early
silly
here
ganks
as they
again.
look for the chase. Elk and On both have their flashes. Elk already invested a ghost flash forward, twisted advance, knocked back onto On. And GENG played to this tune in game 1. The bailout coming out.
Oh, are they gonna 2v3? Oh my god. Oh, Elk. Oh, he sniped him. Well played by Elk.
2 kills to BLG in the bottom lane.
This bottom lane
Holy
is
fuck, Elky love. Bro, get rid of Renata, ban it, ban it, ban Renata. Don't let him play it ever again.
Peanut, and then he brought him back into range of Elk to get that execution.
Don't let him play it
Nothing
ever
else,
again.
They were going to get a 1-for-1. They turned it into 2-for-1. Now BLG look for the dive.
Knock up on Doran.
Oh,
He tries to
Doran.
flash away, but the chase is there, and the ignite is ticking. Bing tanking the tower.
Oi, 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 oi. Shun can live too. Oh my god, GENG, it's not serious.
Doesn't have the damage available. He's still level 3, and in the short span of 4 minutes, Bin's ahead. We have
Oh
Pace.
my god.
Yeah, he
Oh,
got a
Bin
kill.
cancelled his
He's
base.
facing Elk, who got out of the gangway healthier, picked up 2 kills.
Is T1 gonna be their last hope?
Everything is on fire
No,
for
it'll be
GENG.
KT.
Only
They will
4.5
be
minutes in,
GG.
they're 2k gold down. And even with Peanut investing the resources, the bot lane gang backfires. And on top side, he's unable to save
What is it? I don't get it. GENG always chokes at Worlds.
It was all about
Think about this, just for
We're gonna watch back.
theoretical
Keep your eyes on
context.
On for the most part.
T1
He's gonna
destroyed
throw an early
BLG.
flash. The moment that they see that, Peanut
They
commits the
destroyed
flash as
them.
well. But look what they do. The ignite
GENG
and the damage
destroyed
goes onto
T1.
Peanut. Then the bailout goes on to On, keeping him alive
Maybe,
long
like
enough
a-
to assist Elk in getting that kill.
GENG,
The flash committed
what
from
happened
Elk.
after
Delight does the
Swiss
smart
stage?
thing in
They
trying
just
to
fucking
flash
suck
away.
always
But a
in
nice
knockouts.
snipe from the Q. It means that Elk walks away with a double. And the light goes out for On.
And that is what this BLG bot lane can do to you. I think at MSI we questioned whether Elk would have a few happy moments known for them A little bit over-eager at times to find a good play. Since then, he
Yo,
has been so consistent.
this $10 Andy just keeps going, bro. He's talking about his McDonald's.
Record that BLG maintained through the regular season. Shun here
GENG didn't destroy T1 and Swiss. I'm talking about the finals.
No flash, Peanut.
Flash, though. They look for
Oh
Peanut,
my
and
god,
Handshak's
Peanut's
gonna
dead.
pull him back at Peanut. Even in the cozy campfire, will find nothing but death and despair. Pays now chased away, has the flash to get across the wall. They try and turn onto Shun.
Whoa, I thought Jun was going to EQ there. Oh, Chovy, no.
Won't even fall the bailout.
Oh, Chovy.
Him, but BLG are just outplaying GENG.
Bro, if GENG lose this series, I am doubting them for the rest of their lives. It's happening. This was the 1 year where I thought, damn it, they're all playing pretty good.
Needs to finish his back, then teleport towards
This
the
might be the year.
just to try and be a part of that play. And now Elk is free in 0, and the Drake goes over to BLG.
I always believe.
Doing right now, we saw it in the previous game. They tried to fight the second Herald, and they ended up falling.
Vedi was right. He was. He said 2 months ago they're gonna choke. Vedi was right.
This is something that they have often struggled with, but expectations were so high. I thought this GENG is different. But the pressure, it feels like that it's beginning to mount for GENG.
And this would
AD
be
items,
the third
oh
time in a
my
row
god.
that this team under-delivered.
Holy fuck, look at AD carry items.
From the LCK for free.
Actually, no, don't look.
Finals last year, or semi-finals rather.
Don't look.
It's understandable. The
Oh
original
my
run
god.
was
What is happening
insane.
down
They
there?
lost to the eventual world champion, and even though I think they struggled with a lot of the same issues, that one, that's one thing. Then
Bro, Peanut is,
BLG
he's having a
smashing them
roughie.
3-0 after being the mega underdogs at MSI. That one was and felt backbreaking, but if they would go down in the same way the third time in a row, it would be a disaster.
Bro,
for
why
this
does
GENG
GENG all look like they're sitting in the dark and BLG are all in the light?
Over the last 2 years, even though they didn't win Spring in 2022, it was them fighting against T1, and right now we're seeing nothing. BLG are just
Today I got
outplaying
sent to
them, and
jail
I'm
and my
throwing the
friend
early
asked me
game
what
here.
for. I replied to GENG and he knew it was for fraud.
The playoffs over in the LPL. He continued to impress. There's the equalizer down as Doran walks out with the world ender, but those wings
Bin's Rumble is.
carry him back to the safety of his.
I don't know if he's. I think he's first timing Rumble. I'm not gonna lie.
GENG as well. Like, you're in Korea, man. You're in Busan, in front of your home crowd, and you are struggling. The weight of
He like
expectation
overheats
grows ever
randomly.
stronger as the light force low. Ignite ticking on him, but he'll be able to walk away. Shun has been spotted on this ward, though. Peanut's trying to answer, still only level 5. Shun knows it. Those little cats, the saplings, spotting him out, but all he really wants to do is make sure Elkanon can continue to push in. A Kraken Slayer was finished at 6.5
Chovy's
minutes
roaming
in this game for the Xayah.
To base.
And there's another plate falling to BLG. FaZe is fine, but probably doesn't feel it in the game right now.
I mean, the damage is already done, right? Because you have
They're getting
a
Herald.
composition that
They have
might
3-lane
argue
push.
in scaling and ease of
What can
execution
GENG
favors
actually do?
BLG.
They just have to wait to stall
Very
the game.
straightforward to play. Obviously, you can jostle a little bit. Rather, there are a lot of elements on GENG, the Azir and the Aphelios, and I think the Melio helps a little bit. But like, if the enemy
Just stall
is
it out,
sitting on
boys.
Kraken Slayer while FaZe is sitting on Berserker Greaves and have done Cole, that's not going to be enough. The amount of blade load going over is immense, and GENG look even more lost in this game than they were in the last one.
My concern for GENG is if FaZe doesn't have Flash, how does he survive a fight? You know,
That's
no
the
Tom
neat
Kench
thing.
to either
He
of them.
doesn't.
In game 1, the whole idea behind
Don't
the Tom
worry,
Kench
GENG
and the,
always
jump
play slow
trade was
games.
that you could take FaZe away to safety, but this time around, it's going to be
You
a
know,
different story.
if that gets you to sleep at
Of
night,
course,
I
GENG
won't
already
judge you.
find themselves at a massive deficit,
Yeah.
3k gold
If
down,
that's what
and
helps
huge
you
credit to
watch
BLG.
this, just keep
They've had so
just
many
keep that in your
question
head.
marks surrounding them. They fell short to LNG in the LPL playoffs. Their tournament run has not been even remotely clean, right? They struggled against the European teams. Fnatic, they had a difficult early game. They had to find a big team fight to come back into that game. And then against G2, they looked very convincing for the large part outside of losing game 2.
Okay, Doran's angry.
Doran now going for a bit of a trade. Nice trading against
Peanut's
Bin.
on his way with the Nature's Grasp
And
as well. You can
Bin
see
should
Shun
die
ready
here.
to react. Bin rooted up. Shun is on his way. The equalizer down, and Doran's
Can Jun
burning.
answer
Bin
back?
trying to turn it around.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby, it's lost. It's so doomed, man.
Bin
Like,
just refuses to fall. The man in the top lane, touted as one of, if not the best top laner in the world,
finds a double kill with the help of his jungler. 6-1 in kills. 4.5k is the gold lead, and we're only 10 minutes in.
And yeah, there it is, the featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
The TP of shame, that one.
It's not close.
You arrive back and farm under your tower when you attempt to kill.
Right? Especially against something like an Aatrox, which with enough time can sustain through the initial burst of most
I love it how the
champions.
whole like quarterfinals is turning into like G2 got stomped by this. Oh, NRG got fisted. They stomped G2. Oh, GENG is getting destroyed. They stomped G2. Yo, shut up.
Able to counter the play. And GENG, they're not getting anything.
The crazy thing is, Bin's the least of your worries. Like Elk had a 2k gold lead in the AD carry matchup.
When BLG gets destroyed by Weibo, we can all say they stomped G2, right?
You know, staying stable, farming well in the mid lane. He knows that his impact is going to come in the team fights, and GENG is collapsing.
We are 11 minutes in.
Where's the banger series, Caedrel?
Gold lead,
Bro, stop asking where the series is. Ask where GENG is.
6-1. Bot lane tower's about to fall as 5 plates have already
They think they're
been
light and
brought
crisp
off
with this
their
Aphelios
mid lane.
Melio or
We've already
what?
got a plate gone down. Top lane, we've already got a plate gone down. This is as one-sided as, with a little bit of exaggeration, any game we have seen at Worlds. As the TP comes up towards the top lane, Chovy's going to knock Bin back, and finally, GENG are finding something proactive. Bin is going to try and get his way away here. Will fall down.
Just nutted on the wave
to make sure it's cleared out. GENG find a small glimpse.
Holy, easy gold.
How small it is.
That was a good ult.
It's just not enough, right? And for me, the really telling thing is that when you look at
It's
this
not
game,
enough.
who are the players on GENG that you feel like aren't carrying rates? It's the veterans, right? It's Peanut, who has the longest career out of any of these players. Doran is still really struggling against Bin. And Chovy, I think, in his case, is playing on a 0. It's hard to really get anything going. Has been trying his best, but it just doesn't feel like it's enough.
Man, El's going to get 8 plates at least.
Man, it's crazy that GENG are running the same kind of draft.
As well, if they want to invest it, they could, of course, use it mid.
They just changed 2 champs.
The plates fall off.
GENG always plays same champs.
Make sure you can't push too far forward, but On is here.
Their champ pools are just generally like 3 or 4 per
trying
roll.
to defend the tower. Doran on his way up as well. Gao joins the fray. Another plate falls as Elk gets his 7th of the game. The Rift Herald now down.
But a Zero Aphelios, baby.
Recently enough. With his Rift Herald charge coming in, he'll be splitting that gold with his jungler. On got a piece as well. 1.5k lead now, just
I mean,
on the
I'm gonna be honest, they're getting gapped in game, yeah, but I think they're
What
getting
else is there to
absolutely
say?
outdrafted.
It's just a slaughter right now for BLG. They're gonna have to. They're gonna have to throw.
Like the coach gap is
GENG to win this
crazy.
game.
What's going on right now?
Like, you can talk about the scaling as much as you
Or
want,
whoever is
but
calling the picks.
I feel like GENG's comp this game has the same problems that it has last game. because its
Jarvan,
foundation is
Rumble,
revolving
Xayah,
around
Renata,
this Azir
Orianna.
Aphelios, and
I feel like if
in
you look at the
theory,
tier list for
the
LPL teams, these are all number
gives you
1
a
or
big
number 2.
advantage. But in practice, how do you get to actually leverage that range?
Hey, Vedi, it's a really good comp if you're ahead and on objectives first.
I mean, sure, but even
Right?
then, like, I'm just sitting there thinking to myself, Rumble Ultimate is really good at separating your front line from the back line. It's also got incredible
should
range
GENG
itself.
change?
Jarvan Ultimate, EQ Ult.
I don't know why they didn't ban Xayah
You can also
4-5.
put an Orianna ball on top. There's a reason at Worlds.
Also,
this
Jarvan
trio
needs to be higher
has
prio,
been so
and they gave Renata
terrifying,
over again.
And GENG have just let them have
On
it.
4-5.
The
They gave them
craziest thing
Xayah,
about
Renata,
it
4-5.
is it's not even that side of the map that built this early game
These
lead.
2 champs
It's the
are just
bot
so
lane
strong.
2 versus 2, the Xayah that's been the most
I wasn't sure
terrifying.
they would pick
Now
Renata with
Chovy is
Xayah,
a
but they
dead
did, and it
player.
just looks
Cataclysm
like
early,
the
shouldn't
champ
go up the
Renata
wall,
just
but
is OP.
Isn't going to get the flag and drag flash away from Chovy as Elk and On were working their way up towards this top side. Rift held up in 30
Like, I don't
seconds as
care
well.
if Elk
Nice
gets
timing
Jinx, I
there
guess. I don't
from,
know.
Chovy.
Anyway.
Because your E can be interrupted by the Jarvan ultimate. The goal there from Shun was to get the flash. The fact that they ultimately got it, still a big win for BLG.
Yeah, I think Chovy there, if he gets tagged by the Harpoon, was afraid that the slow plus Ignite and Rumble will be enough to finish him off.
And it probably would have been.
It would. Oh yeah, he has a Night Harvester and Sorkpan boots. Bin is to be respected on the Rumble here. And yeah, for GENG, like you're looking at
Oh, Kled ulted again.
That is a lane economy snapshot that for me, on a personal level, not the best, but you gotta respect what BLG have been able to do, winning every single lane.
In that MasterCard lane economy snapshot,
Chovy can.
gold lead in the top lane, great.
Yeah, Chovy's.
Jungle, 200
I mean, what can Chovy do?
Yes.
He's playing as here.
1.4K.
Chovy's not a very like big 1v9 early mid game player.
Obviously, there is MasterCard. It's been a pretty priceless
Oh, one just
game
blocked it.
so far for BLG, hasn't it? As they start up the Rift Code as well.
You upset me.
Pun? It's good, man. It's a struggle for GENG, and the problem is they dug their own grave here, and that's why.
Is Stormrazor first item to build on Aphelios? Is that a thing?
I'll be honest. When you pick a Aphelios Maokai first on
I
red
swear
side,
it was like Gale Force
Jump
Kraken or something,
Orianna
wasn't
and
it?
Xayah somehow.
That's what Light was doing.
You expect
Gale
the game
Force
to go
Kraken
like
The most
VT.
egregious is the fact that Xayah made it through the second
I don't know what
bad phase, and they
Stormrazor
said
does.
that we
Over
don't
Jinx
need-
Ashe.
And it's also, Pace loves Xayah. And is really good on the champion. It's not like it's a situation where, you know, you have some players sometimes who don't really like the Xayah, who don't want to
I think GENG are overthinking it. I think they took Aphelios because they were scared of BLG Elk getting
As
Aphelios.
mentioned, GENG, we haven't seen a lot of them. They only played 4 games, right? And after that, they didn't play for, like, a week and a half.
And they're scared of Bin getting
Right
Jax.
now, I feel like their mega
Dorman.
range is...
What?
What the fuck was that?
Been possessed in these last 2 games. The Magnet Storm engaged in the river, and then Dorman just flashed.
What did he just do?
He's just timing someone's flash, but he just flashes in. Maybe he thought he could catch Elk. They did have a ward in there, but now that's the 3rd Drake of the game over to BLG, and it is looking
I am
dire
never,
for
ever,
GENG.
ever trusting GENG or Doran ever again. That's it, I'm done.
Timing,
I give up.
summoner
I give up.
spells, and he just didn't press enter. And
I give up. I'm done.
I don't know, man.
I'm done.
That's
And it's just
that
3 of
is a
them.
huge
3 of them,
blunder.
I give up.
Herald now being dropped mid lane. That's going to unlock this tower.
Domestic
I'm
Kings,
a glass
International
half
Janitors.
full
Wrap it
kinda
up.
guy.
Oh, yeah?
Wouldn't have really matter. It's fine. You know, that's not what.
you're gonna
That's
do it
not
in
the
any
problem
game,
in this
this is the
game.
game you
Yeah,
do it.
this game is a throwaway anyway. It's fine, Doran. Don't let it get to you, man.
You know GENG's history better than I do, and I'll give you the benefit of the doubt of even using
Stop
like,
it. Stop
before the name
spamming
change, like
your
all
little
that.
shit where you go
When
la la la
have
over la la
GENG
la
reverse
la la la
swept?
over la la la.
Have they?
I don't think, because I know there's a very low amount of reverse sweeps at Worlds. I think it's like only in knockouts it's like
Shut up.
3 or 4.
But also just like domestically, GENG, do they even reverse sweep a lot domestically?
They don't usually need to because they just win domestically. This team is so good, and that's why it's so surprising to see them play like this.
I wouldn't say surprising. I would say frustrating. I don't think it's surprising because we've seen it happen before at MSI. But you know, that's me. I have a bit of a personal stake as in they go.
Here we go.
Where is Chovy going? What is he doing? This is disgusting.
Probably regretting that lack of flash now as Yagao catches him with the shockwave. The EQ combo from Shun sends him to an early grave. And the Church of Chovy is in session. You can hear it silent here. God they're praying to doesn't seem to be listening right now.
BLG are going to use this numbers advantage to put pressure onto the mid tier 2. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to take this one, but pressure on the top side as well. This will give them full vision control. The good news for GENG is there really isn't anything on the map for BLG to take.
God has abandoned them.
That's what we've got to
So have their keyboards and mouse, apparently.
We've cast enough EU teams versus LPL and LCK teams. We know where to go in this moment.
That's the bright side, buddy. There's not that much that they can really do off the back of that, but let's look. So Jun gets spotted thanks to the sapling, and so GENG seems
Chovy's like WEQing on top of a Jarvan.
Onto 2.
He's like, yeah, go, go.
Renata ultimate, God, so much zone control. You wouldn't think of the river as a choke
I
point,
just
but
tuned
to
in. How did
Renata, it
BLG
definitely
get
seems
5
like
first
it.
picks? Yeah, no, that's
BLG,
exactly what I said. I don't get it.
2 quick kills.
I don't know what's going on in these drafts.
That was without their 3-0 AD carry. Yeah. Elk was not there.
Elk is suntanning on the beach in Busan right now,
living
and
his best
just
life,
waiting
man.
for the phone call where they were like, hey, you ready to end the game? And he'd be like, all right.
Can you please make it over? He's like, but I'm having a nice time.
Yeah,
You know, it's the last days of fall. Busan
200
beautiful.
CS, he's Chovy and Chovy right now.
And we joke and we prod, but we do so because this game feels pretty much donezo. GENG obviously can still fight back. They do have tools at their disposal. If they can get to 2-3 items, if BLG make mistakes, they can jump in.
Oi, 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 GENG. Oh, they're engaging. Oh, here we go.
Bamming up in 10 seconds. If you find a fight here, maybe you can turn it into more. The hostile takeover being popped. Chovy dodges away from the shockwave as Peanuts in the back of the pit. Doran trying to get onto Elk, but Elk yet untouched. And Doran, the warm hugs are not enough to keep him alive as Elk flashes forward.
Holy fuck, Elk is their father. Elk is GENG's daddy right now.
BLG, see that one
Elk
coming
is
from a
fucking
mile
blasting
away.
them.
GENG in the
Holy
desperation,
shit.
trying to get anything, force a fight, but with the summoner still available,
GENG look
it's just not
absolutely
enough, and
trash.
BLG
They look like
about
they're...
to take Baron
They all look like they all just woke up.
resounding 2-0 lead in this series. Surely from here on out, within a minute, the Infernal Soul spawning.
But
Ball comes through. The boys say, Elk, we need you. And without a moment's hesitation, he shows up for the squad. Look at this. They initially go on to on. The ultimate is good. The zoning shockwave from Yagao. While it does miss, it keeps Pace and Chovy out of the fight.
La la la
Doran
over la la
tries
la
to
bro,
engage
shut up.
isolated. Elk
I'm not
starts
playing the
off there,
fruit
but he
game.
says,
I
"I'm
need
not
to
done
watch one
quite
more
yet."
league game where
Flashes
BLG is
in,
gonna
knows
fucking
that GENG is on the retreat, and with his
clap
ultimate,
GENG.
finishes off the bot lane.
This
of
was supposed to be a
GENG.
banger.
Fantastic
Yeah, it
performance
was.
from him. 6-0-0
It was. I think you can see
on the
why it's
Zaya.
not.
He has a
GENG
700
is
bounty to his name.
they. Eh?
But I don't think anyone from GENG will be claiming that anytime soon.
10,500
Well,
gold. Now the lead for BLG. 21
maybe
minutes
KT
into
can
the
be
game.
competitive versus
The
JDG,
Infernal
guys.
Soul spawning in
Maybe,
20 seconds.
maybe.
Maybe GENG can find one last bastion of defense around it, but
I swear to God,
they
if
are just so
JDG
far
3-0s
behind. 2.5
KT
items on
and
Elf,
T1 or
2.5
LNG
items on
3-0 each
Yagao.
other, I'm gonna be
Only one
depressed.
apiece for Chovy and
I am
Pace.
gonna
They
be
do have bits
depressed.
of
After
their
the
necks.
GENG Damwon series last year at Worlds Quarterfinals and the DRX EDG one, I will be sad.
Regular season BLG. Yeah. It's been a bit of an up and down, well, few weeks, few months since their playoffs. But this team, when they get a lead, they look like one of, if not the best team in the world. They are just so ruthless with how aggressive they are off the back of these early game advantages. And Chovy will sidestep
Yeah,
the
Goo
shockwave,
Goo.
but
I
huge
saw
block
these
for BLG.
shock.
I did not
Oh
tell them
my
to say, "Oh,
God, Chovy.
Neither of the mid lane is able to hit their ultimates in that trade. Yagao has a 2-level lead as well. And
It's
now
an
is chasing
absolute
Chovy.
destruction.
Chovy has to flash away. Peanut trying to
Like,
straight back
they
in, but
can't even
remembers
kill him,
the
can they?
soul on this Orianna. The sun disc comes down as
This
Peanut
is just
continues to be
murder,
forced
man.
away. The rest of BLG are looking
This is hard to
for
watch,
the
man.
Nexus. Yagao
After
keeps
watching
everyone
GENG all year
interested
long,
as
this
he
is
equalizes
disgusting.
up top phase.
I apologize to people who don't watch the LCK and thought GENG would be good because I said they would be. I'm sorry. I hold my hand up and I apologize.
BLG start to disengage.
I am embarrassed.
Yagao actually flashed Chovy.
The breath of life.
You saw a bit of it in Swiss stage, but what is happening?
Shun are looking for more. They've taken Dorm and Bin will fall. Yagao TP's in, no shockwave on him for about 20 seconds, but the EQ flash onto Chovy. He dashes in, but Elk has the escape tool. Feathers fly and GENG die in their own base. The Baron buff remains for 20
Oh, Medic missed a good line there. The feathers fly, but GENG won't be after one more game because they're already home in the library. Oh, it's brutal. Oh, it could have been a good line.
A little bit harder, and it looks like they will finally disengage.
BLG.
Nah, I don't want to be
done the
mean.
damage that they need to.
That's mean.
The
That's
gold
mean.
lead,
You would never say that on a
nearly
broadcast.
13K
You would never say
now,
that.
not that it really
I'm
matters
not
at this
being
point.
mean.
And this is just a slaughter. What is there really to break down? Yagao
Sure, is he
generating
buff?
pressure on the top side of the map. Jun engages onto Doran. He gets executed. Paze is forced to flash away on the right.
Last time you said that, you made Piosik cry.
While Bin does
I
drop,
didn't make Piosik
on goes
cry.
for a bit of a
I'm
cheeky
just.
flash play. The knock-up on a Chovy means that he loses his life as well. BLG just systematically dismantling GENG.
So when I say NA fly home, it's funny. When I say EU fly home, it's funny. When I say LCK don't fly home, it's not funny.
Would have a chance. TP away.
Shut up.
Doran will escape. No CC there. On unable to get the handshake in time.
Yay! He makes it out.
Gotta take the wins. These small advantages.
Put on the GENG
That's a
jersey.
very Westerner approach.
Do you want me to put on the GENG jersey?
I mean, yeah, as you earlier said, but like what do you say?
What for?
BLG is
for
just every single lane.
I thought I was a curse.
In the draft, I think that GENG, as mentioned, picked red side. What did they have to show for it? Basically nothing, except the Milio, which was faced with a 2-0 Zaya like 4 minutes into the game.
Right.
BLG are about to set
You have a
up
GENG jersey in the T1 facility?
extremely
Bro, I have a
strong
Shy and
position
a
in
GENG
this
jersey in the
best of
T1 facility.
I wonder if GENG will switch over to the blue side once again.
You gotta
They do have
imagine.
side selection for the final game. Maybe bring a different
And the
rabbit out
Damwon
of the
jersey.
hat than this. The draft, not the easiest for them to execute. Now, the mid lane inhibitor tower, the target for BLG, no Baron for them though, makes the siege a little bit harder.
Where's
Super
Kellen?
minions pushing in bot
Bro,
wave,
Kellen ain't helping
Second will
GENG.
join its comrade as Dawn
I don't think
goes
they can be
across
helped
to
this
push
game.
that back out.
It's a 14,000 gold lead with Infernal Soul at 25 minutes, and you're saying
What they've
it's
got for
winnable?
now, just want to deny the jungle, deny this
I think
red,
if it's a
deny
3v5, it's still
everything
lost.
from GENG.
So it looks like the BLG are just going to wait for the Baron. They're so strong at this point that they can probably 2 or 3 man it. So you can just have Bin sit in the jungle and try and zone away GENG. Maybe have On work with him as well, while the other 3 members of BLG just secure the objective. You can see that Jun not even choosing to base, still has his control ward available. Full vision denial on the top side of the map. GENG
It's just
they don't
a-
see anything. It is
it's just
completely
a
dark on this top
a
side.
Nexus
Chovi's
explosion
too
waiting room.
scared to even last hit.
Don't look at
because
any carry items. I'm not
like,
looking.
There's no way Shun's still
I
in
look.
the jungle, right? Right? Nope, he's still there, and he will be spotted now. He wants to try and protect this vision.
Jav
The
and
bot wave
Renata.
pushing in as
Jav
well,
and
thanks to the
Renata.
super
2 big
minions.
problems.
No TP available for Doran, means that Chovi's going to be forced to go and answer it. Blue buff being picked up by Yagao, who's now level 16 as well. Just GENG need a miracle steal, and even then they need another one.
I mean, look at the item discrepancies, right? Chovy doesn't
Oh,
even
yeah.
have a mythic. Pays is sitting on like 2.5, whereas Elk is approaching 4. Shun, obviously, monstrously strong, has the Shojin finish as well. GENG, it's a 13k gold deficit here. You're fighting against Infernal Soul. Even with
Peanuts,
a
go on,
steal,
drop a steal.
I don't think it's enough.
Make
The
us
thing is,
excited.
even if it's a steal, you get the fight that you look for, but Peanut decides against flashing in and trying to smite the Baron. Super Minions pushing in the bottom lane. Reset starting to happen from Yagao.
I don't know.
He
It's
can
over then,
TP
isn't it?
into
They're not
the
even gonna
supers.
try.
Baron buffed them up quickly. Instead, TPs to the mid lane to join his team because he knows Chovy has to answer the minions battering down the base. Shun goes forward with the flag and drag, and that's another inhibitor tower.
God has
orbit
abandoned
by
GENG.
and happily taken by BLG.
And the worst
Time
part
running
is,
out for GENG, at least in this
GENG
game,
have the
maybe.
worst mental, I think, at
In
being able to
Worlds,
pull them out of a
can't find a
situation
way
like this.
to fight back
I don't think they're
against
going to
BLG
bring a game
in
back.
Game
I think
BLG
they're
were
just going to get
underdogs
stomped in the
at
next game
MSI.
too.
They're underdogs hit again at Worlds, but despite that, they stand strong, and they're looking to go to match point against GENG.
It has been destruction, demolition. The most one-sided series we have seen in a while here at Worlds. Peanut has to flash away. The Cataclysm in will end Chovy's day, and now Doran and the rest of GENG can only stand and watch on the fountain, but even there, they are not
Wow,
safe
this is
from
brutal.
the unending assault of BLG.
I mean, Pace is just sitting there watching his whole team get fisted.
And BLG 2-0. Game number 1, it felt was, at least in the early game, a little bit even. A couple of bad decisions from GENG were very nicely punished. In this one, though,
Pace
every
POV ain't great.
single lane stomped.
They really did. As we head to break and match point for BLG, let's check out some behind-the-scenes footage of our daily teasers, thanks to the Oppo Cam.
Bro, I think they all need to go outside and just take a breather. They need to go outside, take a breather. Why what? Bro, this chat is... Why didn't GENG dodge when they saw the draft? Oh yeah, good question. Yeah. Will GENG die frauds or will they rise from the ashes? I think they will die frauds. Let's see what the analyst desk has to say. What does the analyst desk have to say about that? Doran lost to Bin, who has 0 Rumble games before this in his entire pro career. Yep. Someone check PayPal. The different skill is domestic and international is very sus. It is very sus. Ah, yes, the Elk target bans while leaving Zaya open. Classic. Is GENG playing on bad Wi-Fi? Choky donut. Maybe we should ban Ashe. Bro. I mean, maybe the Ashe ban I accept. What was the other ban they did? They banned Ashe. They banned Jinx, didn't they? Why the fuck are they banning Jinx? I will put the GENG jersey on. No, I'm not gonna put the GENG jersey on. Bro, shut up. I'm not wearing the GENG jersey. It's not gonna change anything. Shut up.
The game, the stage, the broadcast, and the worldwide spectacle we know and love, aka the Cisco Network.
Well, at least the Korean Koshimers know what it's like. Put it on. Why? Why do you want me to put it on? Reverse curse content. Reverse curse content. Put it on for science. Ah. Bro, this jersey is small. Red Bull gives you wings. Actually, it's not that small.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money? Is that
Yeah, I'll put it on.
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yo,
Yeah,
sub
I
me
think I
in,
have
to
a
be
much
honest, though.
better
Actually,
plan.
just
We
put me
switched
in.
to my plan from Verizon.
I can own those frogs.
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus,
I'm coming to the stadium. I'm coming to the stadium. Yo, Riot, pause the game. I'm on the way. Pause it. I'm coming. Reverse Sweep King is on the way. But now people are gonna come into the stream and think, oh, Caedrel's supporting GENG and they're losing. I'm not. The second they start losing the early game, this is coming off. Okay? I'm just doing it for your dumbass superstition. So when they get fisted in the third game, you can say, ah, Caedrel's not a curse. And I can say, thank you. Thank you for having... Thank you. Thank you. Don't worry, guys. My McDonald's just got here and I'm going to begin eating it when the next game begins, so they will win. Okay, nice, man. Bro, you're just slapping down the $10 like it's nothing. Da, 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 da. You ever drink from a cup without your hands? I finished the whole thing. I'm crazy. I'm crazy. Do you see that? I tweeted like, this is gonna be one of the best series ever. And then one guy writes, where is it? One guy writes, this is about to be so good. And then this guy writes 50 seconds ago. Ooh. $2K LP fraud? Yeah, Chovy is a 2K LP fraud. Alright. What kind of Zaza should I get from the medical dispensary? Bro, you get whatever floats your boat. I can't impact that because it's not... I'm not allowed to legally, you know, advise on my platform and country that I reside in. Bro, I can't believe Bin first time Rumble. Holy fuck, Bin. Bin. I'm about to get fired. I'm about to get fired. You already got fired. No, I didn't. Shut up. Alright, GENG, what are we gonna do? We're gonna draft. How are we gonna do it? Like human beings. We're not gonna give them 5 OP champs, and we're gonna pick our own OP champs.
Dorman trying to get onto Elk, but Elk yet untouched. And Dorman, the warm hugs are not enough to keep him alive as Elk flashes forward. Hayes is about.
Why are you wearing the GENG jersey? I'm wearing it because the chat demanded it. I am a passenger in this sequence of curse.
Elk has the escape tool. Feathers fly and GENG die in their own base.
The realization on the face of the fans of GENG.
Bro, he don't miss.
Ben, repeating what he said before the series, and he says, do you think it was going to go any different? You're wrong. I'm stunned a little bit as well, I have to say, with how the series has went, and particularly kind of GENG moving on to the red side and then giving us their worst game of the tournament.
They're scrambling now too, because now they chose blue side, and like, where do we go? It's not safe here, it's not safe here. There's nowhere safe on the ring.
They went blue side now.
And I think the big surprising thing
what is
here,
the plan?
as we, like,
What is they had an entire week to prepare drafts.
The Rumble pick
and
for Bin.
this is
Not
the
because
trash
you're
they
like,
came up with.
This is not a strong pick.
This
These
dog
are
shit,
actually
Tom
3
Kenshin to Renata,
amazing picks
giving
to
over
get
Jarvan
for
every game.
BLG. It's just, Dagda and I looked at each other, we're like, Bin doesn't play Rumble. He's never played Rumble. Like, okay, let's see how good this is going to end up.
And we saw, like, Hysterics tweet out, like, this has never been played before at all by Bin. And the fact as well, I got a quick
crowd
hit
is
from one of
empty.
the Chinese fans that reached out to me to say, look, there was an interview by Bin as well on the Chinese side that was like, I hate Rumble. I don't want to play it. I don't want to play against it. I want nothing to do with this champion. And now he's bringing it out in the
This is sad.
quarterfinals of Worlds.
I
to
wish
catch
there was a big
everyone by
crowd.
surprise.
Last year
Really
crowds
bad
were
news for
crazy.
Bin. Not only was this pick super strong, but he played it well.
Yeah. Sad.
So,
You're stuck now. You're
I
stuck.
might have to play a little more Rumble.
I know the
feel
T1
like,
crowd will be
when
crazy
players
because
haven't
T1
played a
fans are
champion, that doesn't mean they
bonkers.
can't
T1
play.
crowd is
Time
going to be
into
Giga
it.
Chad.
And here, you pointed out, it's so perfect.
But
they see the early
everything else
Aphelios
is going to
and they're
be...
like, he's not moving
Like,
at
if
all.
T1
That is
gets
an
knocked
easy
out,
hot
the
call
crowd
right
is just
there.
going to be like...
Cataclysm plus Orianna plus Rumble. They just blew him out of the water.
It was horrible for GENG. Time is running out for them, and every second counts thanks to the reliable
How many...
Cisco
I have a
network.
question for
BLG's bot lane
LCK
survives with a
fans.
sliver of HP
Who
to
has a
give
bigger
out
fan
a
base,
huge
GENG
lead
or
in
KT?
the early game.
This was so sick to see. Peanut had actually done some really clever pathing to make his way back down to this bot side. But then you see
KT.
on the second Peanut goes on to him, flashes forward, he gets the bailout as well. And from that, Elk is able to step back into a position where he's able to catch Delight with the feathers on the pullback as well to snipe him down. This was such a sick play from BLG, and every second mattered in that moment.
Yeah.
What is this?
No, I was
Sub
gonna
him
say,
in.
Like, I think, Kobe, you said it best at the top of the day where you were like, it's going to be Elk and it's going to be Bin. And here we saw Elk and On just making a straight up outplay in a 2v3. And that definitely set the tone for this game.
It certainly did. And what do you do when your bottom lane makes outplays and then the top side of the map also makes outplays with top and jungle? I believe it would just keep on rolling a bunch of extra BLG clips here. Elk, though, as you saw the stats, did not die. Here's how it started. Started with the dive, and you're going to get a lot more repeats for Bin. I'd say pretty dang good first Rumble game ever.
Yeah, I also think like this comes right after that.
Now it's our
bot lane
turn to
outplay,
pick,
right?
guys.
So then you have this coming up. The big thing for BLG as well is that they have been so consistently ahead in all of their lanes in terms of turret plates and overall pressure, and they've been playing so well around these like mid-game team fighting teams.
And Yagao has not been a liability whatsoever for this team in the mid lane. There has been no big Chovy difference that's coming to save GENG. So it's so demoralizing when you get bottom side outplays and top side outplays. What do? Gigabin is back.
It's the Yagao factor, you know? You don't really think about him, but he always does a great job. But here in the top lane.
It's toothpaste time?
It's toothpaste time. You can't put it back, baby.
It's
Kobe,
toothpaste time.
you are the only analyst that had the right prediction, and thus you are the smartest person on this desk.
I mean, I did have BLG winning, but I think I actually should change it. It should be 6-0, 3-0 MSI,
Control yourself over here.
3-0
Based Kobe.
Worlds.
We didn't get any of that, but we'll see it in a second. In any case, you changed your prediction. You already were correct, but now you're maybe even more correct or very wrong.
I mean, you got to trust Ben. He called it 3-0 both times. BLG win.
Are they gonna get overzealous? GENG have selected the blue side, so they're going back. This could be the
It's
LCK
gonna be.
first
There's
seed
no way it's
getting
gonna be
knocked
4
out by
LPL
BLG
teams in the semis.
Again, Emily, what do you think?
Oh, Chobi's waving to the fence.
Actually, they need to take away the
There
German
is
from
no way it's gonna be 4
I think
LPL
Shun
teams.
has had,
Oh
like,
my
and this
god.
is no slight to Peanut, who we talked about. Like, that early pathing was actually really smart around bot. It didn't work out.
I mean,
because of
LPL
how
playoffs were a
he
banger,
had
and they
really
always
good
have been
early
bangers,
game
and no one
in
really
game
watched
one.
them.
I do
Apart
think
from
that
the
Shun
real
has
league
also
watches.
performed
But I can tell you,
exceptionally
viewership,
on this
if it's
court.
LPL,
It gives BLG
it's gonna
everything
be
they want for him to play
in the
around
West.
his lanes, especially because the compositions they've been playing rely on them to snowball early and then win all of these mid-game team fights. So yeah, I would try, honestly, to take him off of that.
I agree. I think you got to find something to shut down Shun, but also what
KT
the hell
clears.
are you going to do with top lane?
Yeah.
Every single game in this series, Bin has manhandled Doran.
The
There's
Chinese
absolutely
viewership, yeah,
nothing that
Chinese
Doran's able to
viewership's
fight
gonna be
back against.
crazy.
Even when he gets the pressure coming through from Peanut, it is still going Bin's way, and he hasn't even got picks like the Jax that we were as worried about. Even if you try to go back to something like an Orin, he's got things like Gwen. It feels like this matchup is just so one-sided.
I mean, time to start turning off some monitors up there or something, maybe? To get a little edge.
Maybe if that's the only way to go for GENG, I think it's pretty desperate times. We're going to get into the draft. I'm going to kick it over to the casters. Mao, do you still believe?
Okay, they're blue side. Alright,
I
GENG.
believe.
They ban Renata. Please
there's
first
gotta be
pick
some
Jarvan.
adjustments, both in
Please
draft
don't
and
give
in
them
play.
Jarvan or.
But if DRX could do it
But I
last
still think
year,
it's lost.
GENG can do it now. Was that convincing? Was that good?
That was incredibly convincing.
Really?
As convincing as
Okay,
when
up
we,
until-
support EU teams versus LPL
I was
teams
like
when
up
they're
until
0-2
the
down.
point where I started to second guess myself. It was good.
Exactly. Yeah, it
Thank
was
you.
really good. Rumble
Okay,
ban
Rumble
hit
ban.
from BLG.
So,
Jax,
do they
Xayah,
first
and
pick
Renata
Jarvan?
were moved by GENG, so now they've added Renata to the list of
Jarvan,
things.
first pick, right?
It has to be.
I think so. You would think so.
Okay, 4 people have said Jarvan first pick.
Shun for a third time in a row. I think that he's just too effective on the pick. All right.
Maokai instead.
They don't agree. Bear in mind that Orianna also up. At first I was like, oh, Chovy's
Can they
giving
play
away
Kalista
Orianna.
now?
Like, he doesn't need
Kalista
it. Now I'm starting
Jarvan?
to question if he
Because they
actually
can't
plays
play
the
Poppy?
champ. Because like
I'm
the
actually
fact that they
curious
haven't
for how they see Pryos.
prioritized
If
it
Poppy's
at all
open
at
but
this
they have
Worlds
jungle,
is very surprising. Because unsurprised, like
there's
you should just
Jarvan.
get Jarvan Orianna, right?
I don't know why they didn't take Jarvan.
I wouldn't mind it. I really
Do they take
wanna,
Kalista? Orianna? They take
see what GENG end up with here, because I do agree. I think that it
Rumble is banned.
especially
Silas is
after the
banned.
games that Shun has had in this series thus far, plus
Rumble
how
Orianna.
good that 1-2
Okay,
of
now what does
Orianna
GENG do?
and
Are they
Jarvan
gonna
has
pick
been.
Azir Aphelios again?
I don't think you can just give that away, and I don't think that the
Or are we going
Orianna
Zeri?
specifically is
Alright,
the
do it.
issue. I mean, they have to do
Akali is
something.
really
They
good
don't
here for
just keep
Chovy.
trying.
Aatrox,
They
Akali
want
is.
the Aphelios here. Okay, there we go.
Okay, Chovy's
At
done.
least
Okay.
GENG is doing something different.
Chovy's done. Bin's gonna pick
It's
Fiora
a
now
Hail
or
Mary.
something. He's gonna pick
Obviously,
Fiora.
Chovy's
I can feel
Yone
it.
is a thing of legend,
Yone
but
Aatrox. Is it a Fiora game?
feel
Or
like we
Renekton
haven't
game?
really seen him put out the performances that he's been able to domestically. Well, and it's now or never. They are down 0-2. He's playing a champion that can hard 1v9, but will he
I
actually
knew
be
it.
allowed to?
I think also the games just haven't.
Ah,
been
you're
that
such a
right,
fucking
like,
cock
they-
tease.
Chovy's been getting Yagao's flash a couple of times. We've seen
teased me
Yagao
with a
getting
Fiora.
couple of plays, but it hasn't been about mid at all. It's been top and bot that have dictated.
All right, are they gonna ban Peyza Zeri?
And
Because I feel like this.
Yone, Aatrox, and Maokai in the first phase for GENG.
Good.
So now we move on
Now
to
ban
the
Aphelios,
carry
GENG, please.
bans. Zeri taken away by BLG. There's the Aphelios. Xayah already.
Now BLG.
Do we see a Jinx?
I mean, Genji's gonna ban
ban
Jinx here.
Do we see us
Again.
falling all the way down to things like the Caitlyn or even the Draven? if
Kai'Sa
you want
ban
to
maybe
be
against
a little bit
Pace.
spicy. Maybe
Kai'Sa,
actually even a
Jinx,
Ziggs
and then blind.
Pace. You have a very AD heavy
Yeah.
topside. I know it's not something he
It's a good
too
combo.
commonly played, but the Ziggs could work.
You could go Kalista, because Kalista is still up, but
I think Kai'Sa is something that Genji needs to
I
be
think
a little
BLG
worried
can play
about.
Sivir.
BLG do have a bit of a shotgun composition where they just kind of want to go
They're
in.
gonna play Draven or
And,
they're gonna
with
play
the
Kalista or
Draven ban,
Sivir.
Definitely does suggest that they're looking perhaps for something a little bit
Oh, it's Sivir.
weaker during the laning phase.
Or
The
it's
Kalista
Jinx.
now taken
Sivir
away
Jinx.
from Genji as
Maybe
well,
Jinx
so
is the safest,
direction
no?
will
If they go
look to
Caitlyn
for-
into Sivir. Oh, they go Caitlyn.
Oh!
Caitlyn Lux.
Alright,
Oi,
fair
oi,
enough. Well,
oi.
it doesn't necessarily have to be the Lux, of course. It could be a variety of
Now
things.
Gen
but
G
yeah,
should
the
play
Caitlyn,
Jinx or
the
Ashe
fact
or
that it
Varus
exists
into
now
Cade.
puts pressure on your support pick because of the flexibility that Caitlyn has.
I wonder if the
They could do Astral
I
Karma.
feel like it's all or nothing, but you're already in a very dire situation.
They have so many options. They could do
And as good
Kai'Sa.
as I
They could
think,
do a Blitz lane.
the Light, a lot of his
No, they can't do
engaged champs
Kai'Sa.
out
No,
of Rakan
don't do
isn't
Kai'Sa.
maybe you can go for the
Kai'Sa.
Modalus, but doesn't really inspire a lot of confidence
Fuck
compared
me.
to
Blitz maybe save it a bit.
any
I don't know.
literally, if you don't
Alistar?
get the OL in, like your laning phase is gonna be an absolute hell.
Really struggles in the lane.
Braum is insane here. Oh my
Braum
god.
as well. Oh, they thought it was going to be the Lux, but
Braum
Braum
is so
into
good
is
here.
An absolute delight for On, not for delight. In fact,
But
it will be
Caitlyn-
despair for delight
okay.
against On, who will very much be on in
Alright,
this
don't
game,
forget
not
you can
turned
use your
off
tier 1 or
by
Twitch
taking
Prime
Braum
to
into
subscribe to
the
the channel if you want to
Nautilus
avoid ads for the
in
rest
this
of
final
the
draw.
World
Game
Championship.
3, and we have our
You won't get
drafts.
ads
Gentlemen, what do we think?
right now, but you will get ads in between games. You know the drill. I always say it now.
Chovy hard 1v9 or it's BLG.
What I think of the
3-0,
draft?
BLG get the
I think
Renekton
BLG is
for
going to
mid,
win,
which he's
personally.
incredible on. I
Not
think
because
he's
of the
best
draft, but
champion
because of
outside
momentum.
the
This
Jett.
is the least
Then you
one-sided
have,
draft, I
again,
would
the
say.
combo of the Orianna and the Jarvan.
The draft's a
Shun
bit
has
better
had
now.
An incredible series thus far. I think the only upside is that, you know, I think the Braum is better into Nautilus, but the 2v2 is a little bit less oppressive than Lux, so that's something. But if that's what you're looking at, things are not good, and I think Genji needs to actually win some early skirmishes if they want to have a shot in this one.
I don't love
Alright,
Yone
the reason
to
I want
Renekton.
Gen
Knowing, like,
G
that obviously they're not actually playing against each other in the
to
matchup.
win
I mean, like,
is
when
so
it
the
comes to some
series
team
is
fights later on,
competitive.
I
I
think Renekton is
have
just so
no bias.
obnoxious for
I
Yone
just
to
want
play.
the series to be competitive, man. Please, Gen G, show up a bit.
I will say that, like,
Do something.
Gen G have changed it up.
Do
Their
something,
team
Gen
finding,
G.
I feel like that independently,
This is
like,
disgusting.
their players
After
now
your
have a lot
year,
more
this
agency
is how
to
you
do
play?
things. They're not reliant
This is
on
how
a
you
good
play after
engage
1
from
year
Keegan.
of fucking...
They also just
No,
have more engage
no,
options because
that's
Delight is
depressing
on a
as
melee
fuck. Don't do
support,
that.
So I'm optimistic that Genji can just do more because they have more tools to do more.
Stop saying take off the jersey. You
But
told
the
me to
pressure's
put it on.
They're down 2 games now.
You all spammed put
and
on the
their
jersey.
year
I
can
said
end
no.
right here, right now.
What a year it would be to end it in such a fashion. You guys can collect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming to grab the exclusive Form W emote. But what a year it would be, you know? Champions of Spring go to MSI, touted as one of the favorites. End up losing to BLG 3-0 in what was a shock defeat at the time. Champions of Summer go to Worlds as one of the 2 favorites. End up losing to BLG in a shock to 3. Once again, I think, although some people did have BLG as possible winners of this tournament, I don't think, of this series, sorry, I don't think many people had them as probable winners of this series.
I think you'd be far-reached, far-stretched, one of those phrases, to find someone that would predict a BLG 3-0.
Yep.
Coming into this series, especially when you just kind of look at the games at Worlds, Gen G was undefeated coming into this series. They looked like one of the favorites coming into the tournament, and then they just demonstrated that at every stage of the tournament, whereas BLG had some very up-and-down performances. Even in some of their wins, they looked very chaotic and messy. And
Doran versus
against
Spin,
T1, they got
clueless.
absolutely smashed in both games. It shouldn't come
What
as
is
a
Spin doing?
surprise that BLG were doubted, but their performance in this series has been incredible. And huge credit to Bin. His flexibility in the top lane, he was targeted. He brought out the Rumble in last game. And
He's crazy.
You know, to me it looked like that he was every other Rumble main we've ever seen. He had a very clean performance. And Jun now getting his hands on the Jarvan once more. Let's see what he can do with it. Full clear on the top side once again. Don't be surprised though to see him immediately path towards bot.
Yeah, it's done it in game number 1 as well, right? Just clear your entire top side, then path straight towards the bottom half of the
Ui,
map.
tower shot. He emoted him for it.
Chovy
Mistake
taking
by
a turret shot.
Chovy.
There you go. Winning the mental war, emoting. And I'm pretty sure in the last game as well.
Oi, Chovy's griefed it a bit.
Every player on the green said that they got their own emote, right? I'm pretty sure Yagao was flashing Chovy's own emote head in the last game, which that's got a sting, right? You're
Which,
up
considering
2-0.
mid has had like very little impact in this series,
not been about
ballsy
mid.
play. I respect it.
A lane that has had a lot of impact is bot lane. Elkanon getting the push early on here. We talked a little bit about how it's basically impossible for the Nautilus to play effectively into the Braum
Oh,
if you
is
ever
that
go
Shun
in.
looking bot lane for a dive at level 3?
What a surprise! He might even just be looking to catch out Peanut, who will spot him.
Bro, Shun just finds jungle, attacks jungle.
Him back. The sapling doing a bit of work here as well. Jun forced away.
So
He's a
creating
psycho.
An interesting dynamic here because Delight is now divided between what he should do: move to assist the jungle or stay in lane to assist Pays. And now
EQ's
Shun
in.
is just
Fuck it.
reapplying that pressure.
Give me
Knowing
your
that
red.
Yagao has that health advantage in mid. On has now made his way across, and it's just Shun playing around the pressure that he has. Chovy's likely going to be forced to TP. No smite coming out from Peanut means that he's going to lose his red buff.
They can't
And
fight
Pays
there.
and Delight couldn't move
Enemy
as
team has
quickly.
Braum.
Delight can because he can lose a little bit of that XP as the wave crashes in, but Pays really wants to be there for the gold, for the experience. And there was a
Oi, 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 I think
massive wave
BLG is going to have
underneath
3
his
pushing
tower.
lanes again.
It's good using as well of the weakness of the Yone, right? Like the first 6 levels are just not going to be fun. Chovy's trying to counter trade as much as he can, but Yagao is doing a really good job of continuously harassing him with autos, keeping the wave shoved in. So even without the fact that you're looking at like Jarvan and Braum, whose early game is obviously extremely dominant, there isn't really an opportunity for
Man,
GENG to find any.
it is
like
really
that
sad
there.
to see the fall off that
BLG
this team has at Worlds. This
generating
is
some early
depressing.
leads yet again.
Like, they are fucking dog water.
They're not too monumental as of yet. Can
That's
sometimes
small.
feel like the flow of a single game kind of follows the
It's
flow
like
of the
partially
series,
funny,
so
but
far
also like
GENG
it's
are in an
also
okay
so
position.
sad.
A
Like,
CS
what?
lead for Chovy, in fact, in the mid lane.
Guys, are you there?
Yeah, props to Chovy.
Anyway,
Doing
it's not
well.
over yet.
He's going to buy a bunch of daggers. Always makes me laugh seeing those pickups.
It's General Grievous, man. He's got his lightsabers. He's ready for a fight.
More
They're all
sword.
blue, so he's been killing the good side.
He needs, how many is it? 6?
I don't know.
He's getting close.
I think General Grievous's collection just expands.
Yeah,
Like,
Depends
it
what
looked
you
like
count as canon as well.
expectations were met.
Yeah.
JDG
I
Genji,
don't wanna get
both
into that.
3-0.
I'm not too well read up on that.
Nor am I.
BLG Genji,
Why would you
3-0.
Because I was hoping the conversation would end after I made the joke. And then you decided to continue.
Yeah, of course
and
I will.
understand as an LCK caster, that's your prerogative. But
my
maybe we talk
natural
about the
instinct.
quarterfinal that's happening in front of our eyes.
No, we can stick on that topic. Continue, Mao, it's fine.
Medic?
I mean,
love
like,
Star Trek.
very, very little action is happening in this early game. Jun wasn't able to find any early ganks, and Genji's happy.
Actually, the slower early
because
game, one of the
they
slower
don't
early
find
games.
themselves at a massive goal
There's no
deficit
lane
only
that's
5
boom
minutes
yet,
in.
but top looks like it is getting
So
there.
what are your thoughts on Star Trek?
No, because actually I have a serious point to make. I want to talk about Peanut because even though this series he's been abysmal, one of his biggest strengths. I mean, he has been.
I mean, that's fair. It's just
his biggest
ruthless. I respect it.
His biggest strengths domestically has been dealing with early pressure really well, and it's been something he's always been very vocal about. And it is the mental
sees jungle, he
resiliency of
runs.
GENG within individual games domestically
Jun
that make
is
it all
just-
the more jarring.
he's
to
a
see
scary
how the series
boy.
have gone thus far, right? Because I think
Well,
game
Peanut's
number 1, you
a
know,
bit afraid of the pace
it's
of the
a
game,
tough
I think.
loss, but you made a couple of big mistakes. You should be able to kind of just adapt from that. As Shun is moving towards the bot lane, but not going to risk
The
anything.
thing is, they're playing
Instead,
Kate
looking
Brown,
to
but
start the
bot
Drake
is
with
even.
double prio, should be able to.
And BLG
So
have
I
been playing
think
really well around their bot lane prio in
Very
terms
much
of
so.
early
This
objective
prio
stacking.
gets them a Drake,
So
but bot's not really
22
being
minutes
punished that
all,
much.
I believe, in game 2.
They have actually gotten every single dragon.
I wonder if
Gen
Genji is going to allude to something like we couldn't play solo queue or scrims for the last 3 days. I wonder if that's a factor.
It holds true there as well.
I mean, bot
I'm
lane
sure
prio gives
BLG
you
was
that.
affected
Like,
too,
if
but
you want to play through bot lane to dragon,
I wonder.
having
I
bot
wonder
lane that always
if
gets
there
the push
anyone's
comes
going to
in
mention that
huge
in their
amount as we
interviews
see the
afterwards.
dragon secured for BLG. Shun getting that one. You can see Peanut on the
Yeah,
top
every team was
side of the
affected.
map.
Yeah.
Did develop a little bit of a lead, but Dorman's been able to bring that back. Well, I say that, it's still a 14 CS lead for the BLG top laner. And the struggles that we saw at MSI continue.
I mean, overall,
Yeah, I think everyone was
the
affected.
game has been very tame compared to what we've been seeing so far in this series.
Sorry for yawning.
Chovy,
This is just...
again, doing very well in terms of farm. Bot lane as well. Pays doing a very good job. Flash.
Delight here for the flat. No! Oh, the anti-synergy, it's all over the place! Oh, GENG were just not on the same page. They weren't even reading from the
What
same
the
hymnal.
fuck is going on?
That was
This is just
And these are the
disgusting.
type of moments that, particularly in
This
game
is
3, when you're down
disgusting.
0 and 2, can make the big difference. The Lion and Peanut, not even remotely on the same page
Just
there.
get me out. Get me out.
Yagao even hit them with the emote, the yawning Teemo, you know. And that's the most disrespectful, because Yagao didn't even do anything.
Oh my god.
He got to flash because they missed
did,
it all.
yeah, it was just GENG.
Oh my
You know,
god.
like, at first it was a bit of a meme, you know, that they get to quarters or semis, then they, you know, they choke, they falter. And then last year happened where they lost to DRX, and you know, you can rationalize, well, you know,
It's
DRX is
DRX,
having the
yeah.
tournament of their life. But now, like, it's going to be very difficult for GENG to shake this perception around
I will
them,
remove the
because
jersey
it
in
doesn't
one
matter
more
how
mistake.
They perform domestically when you're the LCK first seed. The expectations that fall on your shoulders are astronomical, and they are not meeting or living up to those expectations.
And the weight of those expectations when you are in front of your home crowd as
They
well.
got a Herald.
When you
Is this
are
the first
expected
objective
to
they
be
actually contested the whole game?
LPL,
The whole
when you are
series?
favourites coming in.
Feels like it.
Only extenuate those circumstances as the Nature's Grass comes out. Smite secured by Peanut. As
Oh, mistake by Bin, I think.
And Chovy with a great base seal locks up 2. Yagao trying to join the fray. Bin low, but he's able to dash away. Doran going forward. First blood to GENG. And signs of life for GENG and signs of life here in Busan.
They got a
Wasn't
kill!
a flash because of the earlier play. We'll see if Peanut can extend, but he dies!
Shockwave, Peanut goes timber, ace in the hole onto light. The Glacial Fish are going wide, but flash
And the game is
Ignite
lost.
into the Piltover Peacemaker.
Jarvan should have died.
BLG in the
Maokai should not have died.
Placement from Elk was crazy there.
Crazy.
There was no effort to Light to go. Bit more
Okay,
chip
well, it
damage
was
coming
winnable
down
for a
onto
second, and
Paze,
now it's
but
lost.
BLG are the ones to overstep, but it's still
I'm
BLG.
done.
The walk away with a
I'm
kill
done.
advantage thanks to the bot lane 2v2.
I'm done.
GENG, as you said, Medic, showing some
done.
signs of life, finding a good
Get
skirmish
it off
around
me.
the Herald. And they secured the objective, so definitely still ways
My
for them
faith
to
is
find
gone.
leads in this early game.
My faith is gone.
And you go.
I don't have faith.
Punishing the overextension from Peanut. Really
I
good
have
for
no
there, right?
faith.
Has his ultimate still available, and even without the flash, a lot was invested. And the reason
Like, how
why
does
this
Jarvan
works
not
out for
die
him
here?
is because both Doran and Chovy basically throw everything at the Renekton.
How is Jarvan
and
not dying?
There. We've seen a lot of engages on Aatrox not really work out. This is another example.
Ah, 'cause Chovy had to
they're
save
able to take down the
Doran.
Renekton. The fact that Shun survives, actually a really big win for BLG. But here, Peanut, like, you don't have the health.
I don't think he was expecting that damage. I mean, he had the passive, right, so he thought W into Q maybe. But look at that trap placement there from Elk. Like,
Oh
where
my
does
God,
the
the
light
light
go?
is dizzy.
He's like, I'm trapped, I'm stuck. Gets ulted on, and then the ignite wasn't even...
On
I mean,
flash ignite.
They used a lot more than
Holy.
they
yeah,
needed to together.
but hey, they made it work.
Ooh.
2v2 kill found. Delight now.
Depth charge onto Elk. He still has flash. He still
A
has
kill.
skill, but where's he gonna dash to?
Okay, GENG, get some pace up in this
Well,
bitch.
GENG 2 and 2 now. They have the Rift Herald.
Get some pace up in this bitch, GENG. Come on.
And invest more gold into their AD carry. It looks like it.
Look at the faces of the GENG fans. Cautious optimism for now. They will equalize the kills.
They're getting collapsed
Pace
on.
getting a crucial
Bin
one
has TP
to help
advantage.
close the
No
goal
ward
gap
though.
between him and Elk.
Pace is gonna get
Those
some gold.
plates.
Alright,
He's gonna get
Pace.
some gold off the back of that.
Alright,
So
Pace. Let's
a
see it.
much-needed
Alright,
play there
GENG.
for GENG.
Let's see it.
Delight finds his opportunity.
You got a long fucking road ahead of you.
Stolen down, pull back with the shockwave, but he can dash away. The
Oh,
face seal
good.
blocked though with the Cataclysm. And Chovy
I don't
will
know.
fall every time GENG get on the
It's like
board.
I react as if they got like a huge
Chovy
lead. They got a
bunch
kill.
of help, wasn't able to take down Yagao. Yagao gets one gank, says thank you very much, is able to pick up the counter kill. Credit again to Shun,
Yeah,
right?
helps
Blocking.
when your teammates hit their skills.
Yeah, that turns out then gank's a lot better. We do see, as mentioned, the fact that Paze at least is playing in this game helps a
They're
little
gonna
bit.
cover bots for Drake spawn.
See if GENG can get another play going here, as the Drake has been started up. Drake stacking for BLG has been really big this series.
Yagao has no ultimate. Peanut has his. The Nature's Grasp possibilities. There's the Glacial Fisher. Nature's Grasp used, but they all line up.
The light.
Onto the back line as the TP's now in
TPs?
from either side.
Doran?
Chovy trying to come in from the top side of the fight, but Doran's already dead.
Whoa!
Finds his prey, but only 100
Just
HP
TP'd into a
left now
Caitlyn.
on the GENG carry.
And 4 people.
Is a team team that usually is so on the same page, but there they weren't. Chovy wasn't able to join the rest of the team, and Doran's teleport gets immaculately punished by BLG. We're able to pick up the kills and surely pick up the dragon as well.
Yeah, I mean, that response from Bin, we saw him do this so much in the G2 series, the rate at which he's able to react to a TPs.
Wow, man, GENG has not gotten a single dragon yet this series.
He joins the rest of his team,
not
and
one.
Yagao having that priority in mid, getting that kill onto Chovy, delayed his involvement, and GENG again going for a fight that they think they can win, but the numbers aren't in their favor. You can see the TP, Yagao is already here. Chovy's catching this mid wave, and GENG's saying, well, if we TP in, Bin's forced to stay underneath this tower, but he just abandons the wave top lane. He doesn't care, he wants to be here for the fight.
It's also Delight going in when no one else on the team is ready, right? So he's going in, there's no actual follow-up on the damage.
GENG over Suika.
BLG, again, denied the dragon. Still nothing when it comes to those for GENG in this series.
BLG playing really well around cooldowns.
I don't know, man.
No ultimate for Paze, no ultimate.
I don't know, they are just chokers.
They had been used to catch up.
I mean, I think the one person who's not playing terribly is Paze, mainly because he can't do shit, and he doesn't do shit because he can't do shit. Like, he's just, all 3 games, he's just been 0-0-0, and the game is doomed. Which is kind of sad, because he's the 17-year-old least experienced player, while his veterans are getting blasted.
I mean, the whole team's just crumbled throughout this series. Door has exemplified that. No team games 1-2, no TPs.
AD carry equals egg.
Delight trying to step forward. They can hold. They had the killer instinct and the depth charge, but Delight.
Oh, one more auto, he was dead.
The guy's on his way as well.
Damage.
These Caitlyn picks at this tournament have been incredibly oppressive. We did see NRG try to answer it yesterday with the Ezreal Karma to, honestly, in the laning phase, great effect, but the level of harassment that this champion can provide is so difficult to deal with.
Oh, it's crazy. GENG's knocked out.
2K is the goal
after
lead
this.
now for for BLG. And with 2 dragons
Wow.
up, Chronicler, you already talked about it. GENG haven't even been able to taste a dragon this series. As BLG have just controlled that objective with this early game dominance that their bot lane 2v2 consistently finds.
Chat, I just want to say I'm sorry. I'm sorry for promising a good series.
Right now, we see GENG.
I really thought this was going to be a great series.
Something that I want to highlight as well.
This was like...
I feel like GENG haven't truly won a single skirmish.
This is the equivalent of T1 JDG skill-wise. GENG BLG. What is happening?
And it's something that they usually were very consistent.
On paper, it was be.
Not going to be the case here as BLG
It should have been.
I think part of it is exemplified here. If BLG had been doing that,
surely GENG can win one game, right?
Yeah, trying to take
oh my God, Kled!
We don't think we can win the fight of the Rift Herald, so we'll let you have
3.
that. We'll go down towards the bottom side. Yagao is pushing in. We'll gain control of your bot side jungle.
Oh my God, double ult. What is this, Earth?
You have to go the long way round to get down here. And if Chovy then overstepped into his own jungle, he'd be caught out. So they lose the red buff, they lose their bot side jungle, and yes, GENG got the Rift Herald, but BLG didn't give them any more than they needed to in that situation.
And BLG just controlling the map very well right now, taking their time, using their pressure. Yagao has the TP bot lane. Doran in a position to go for a fight, but been respecting it, knowing that his side is the weak side. Pina going to interrupt some bases here, just to be a little bit more annoying. But overall, BLG continue to look good here in this early game, and we talk about the pressure, it only continues to mount, but I am more optimistic that GENG have a few more options in this mid game.
Yeah, it feels a lot more like game number 1 as opposed to game number 2. Game number 2, obviously, not a lot to be done. I also want to highlight the one upside.
GENG just needs to. So what'll happen here is
where BLG got the dragon is that it
GENG are gonna fight third Drake.
The top half of the map, right? So,
but the problem they have is they're running into Brown.
Now does have an item lead.
Can they get on Caitlyn, Orianna, or both these comps?
Translate to a whole lot.
Whoever's kiting back is kind of sucks.
Whether this series is going to continue, because GENG, they have the power.
Because BLG kind of wants to kite back, but they have Jarvan, and GENG kind of wants to kite back, but they have Aatrox and Nautilus. So I mean, they can play kind of front to back, but you know, Kai'Sa. I feel like whoever gets engaged on wins, loses.
We'll see. Maybe things have rectified themselves.
If they can like Yone ult on fucking Orianna, have Aatrox on the side, Maokai ult coming in, I think it's winnable. If they're using all of that defensively, I think it's lost.
On their home turf, BLG have vision control around that Drake. GENG now starting their recalls. I wonder if GENG will decide to fight it. Obviously, Cloud Soul is powerful, but not as much as an Infernal or a Hextech or even an
base for
Ocean
Drake now, buddy.
or a Mountain. Basically,
Yagao's
it's more powerful
Gugu's
than a
taking over top.
Chemtech Soul, and not much more powerful
I
than
think
the
you're
others.
severely underestimating Cloud.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Just want, sorry, I just want to highlight Pays interrupting Chun's back there. He wanted to get a cheeky base off before the Dragon started.
I think
but
you're severely
not gonna
underrating
result in a
Cloud.
huge
Am I?
amount. The
Yes.
Herald actually
Okay.
being dropped to help give that extra pressure in the mid lane for GENG. They actually have access to the river here. Notice Chovy pushing in that bot wave. So Yagao's still sitting top. But yeah, TP's actually going to come out from Bin to answer. Will be a bit separated from his team.
Okay, GENG, not bad setup.
Right,
They're
here we
against
go.
Caitlyn, and the fact that they have Dragon setup is good. But I think BLG are giving, aren't they?
I think BLG are actually just going to give
you're
this one
so...
up.
I hate
They
you.
just decide top lane tower is more important. Bin makes sure
No
they don't
IE,
lose the
no
turret
Shadow
off it as
Flame,
well,
just
so
give.
It's a Drake for a tower trade across the map. Also vision control gained once again by BLG.
Take top tier 1.
Up towards the top river. Not too much of it. Wasn't quite able to see exactly how much they got because obviously we see the Orion.
They're keeping on Peanut.
The collapse onto Peanut was a possibility, but in the end doesn't bear fruition.
So the reason I don't mind this TP from Yagao is because he has no drop top. He could push the next wave and base, but then what? His team doesn't want to base, so his TP's mid anyway, just to force. But I don't know if they're getting this tower.
Chovy has TP
Oh my
as well.
god, Doran.
No wards behind for
Doran
him
is
to get to.
choking, man.
With the snap trap
He
lineup.
QEs in,
It's very hard for
and then
GENG
sees a
to hold
trap
TPC.
behind him, and then
Although
Brown
very
ulting,
good from
and he just
GENG there.
E-flashes
Tower
out
was
instantly.
pretty much lost. Could have just kept pushing in the bot lane, but they tried to invest some resources into defending. Delight is looking for Yagao, but Shun steps in the way.
Kaisel,
Redemption coming
Kaisel,
out
where's
as well.
Kaisel?
Killer Instinct, a possibility here for Pays. He
There
dives
it
in,
is.
they find Yagao, the
Nice.
shockwave. It's not going to be
That's
enough.
really what GENG need. They need dives. They need dives and picks like
A
that.
really good punish as Delight and Chovy is sitting on the top side river.
They need to get a
And they
mid-tier
notice
1 now.
that
They have to
Yagao
get
and
mid-tier 1, but they
Shun
don't
are
have
just gonna-
Maokai ult for mid-tier 1.
Was
They can't get it.
lackadaisically walking through the river. Great awareness though from Yagao.
Oh,
You'll
they need
notice that
towers.
he
GENG
takes
need
a step
towers.
back.
They're down
He's
3
actually hesitant
towers.
and Soul might be in the brush. Unfortunately, the hook connects onto Shun, which is all Delight needs to then connect the ultimate. Pays with the quick follow-up means that GENG get themselves another kill.
Yeah, see there as well, even though the Kai'Sa has dropped someone in priority, with Xayah being a lot better in a mirror matchup, and then also new answers in the form of the Senna and Kanj have come through. These type of moments, particularly once you hit the second level of Killer Instinct, are so good, and everyone on GENG actually has set up for Pays. In these type of scenarios, we can target 1 or 2 individual members. I wouldn't be surprised though if BLG gonna remain tight-knit for most of the remainder of this game, as to not give GENG an opening to try and pick up individual targets.
That is where Delight shines though, when he has a little bit more agency under his belt. We talked about it when we saw the Enchanters, the priority for GENG earlier. BLG though, once again gaining control. The Shun, Elk on combination.
Nah, there's no way they can do Nash.
Yagao doesn't have TP, so probably not. But I was looking at those trap placements.
So BLG's game is slowing down, yeah, because Vedi said they have no TPs.
But okay, keep your eyes
But
on
GENG
Yagao.
can
He's pushed up
force,
bot wave,
but
now
it's
starting
hard.
to move. Chovy does have the TP.
They don't really
so
have an
maybe
angle to
BLG
force
could
anywhere.
Just try and get the TP
Unless BLG
out
walk in.
of Chovy. Then when you set up for the next dragon, both TPs for Yagao and Bin will be available. Alright, looks like that they're not going to risk it. They're just going to spend that vision reset.
Oh, a pick.
Does have the flash, the trap on
No, they
Delight
should
will
hook
slow
him.
up, but
They have
Delight's
Yone
got
TP.
No hook needed in that situation. Pays was there to
I guess
close the
Maokai
gap,
is
but
far.
I think
They're
his Killer
scared.
Instinct still a few seconds before
They
it's back
could have
off
pulled the
cooldown.
trigger on a Yone
Also
TP
just
there,
in
but I think they were a
general,
bit
gonna be
scared.
hesitant, right, to engage on the Braum as Chovy. Gonna use his health bar to make sure he gets his turret. Wouldn't be the first time that
They didn't
the
have
team would
perfect
try to
vision.
hard engage, and I think it was a lack of vision as well. So GENG not taking any risks, and it's a good call
Oi,
because
Doran.
they are very much with their backs against the wall here. Even though this game is a little bit closer,
Chovy,
they have
stride
been able to
breaker, Yone.
find a big lead, break open the game, and take control.
GENG have done a great job of slowing down the game, though,
Very
getting
true.
it into a position where there are 2 items on their carries. Chovy has 2, Pays has 2, Doran building up towards his second as well. They are matched, obviously, by BLG on the other side, but compared to Game 2 at least, much stronger performance from GENG. BLG do still have the power of Elk and Yagao in these team fights.
Elk
Shun has
spacing.
been so
All right.
wily in finding his engages as well.
GENG are in a good
Every
position.
time I watch Chovy, he's always got a new Yone build, and now it's Stride. I remember the Evan Shroud.
Yeah, it was an Evan. It was
Jack
also
Show for a while as well.
It was also the guy who played Sunfire.
Yeah, Sunfire.
Blade
Yeah,
first.
yeah.
No, the man loves his.
So now he's going Stride
builds.
Breaker. I mean, all right.
I think GENG
Gives
can
him
win
a
this
little
game.
bit more durability, helps him stick to a target.
I mean, it's not a wild take, is it? The game's
That's what
pretty
he's
even.
concerned about champion like Caitlyn
But
with her range and with the E. Maybe wants to make sure that he can close
the
that
Renekton
gap,
is
and once he does,
the Renekton is
Elk can't
actually a
escape.
little bit behind.
Regardless, we'll see what Chovy can do. He's
I don't
doing a
know.
great job
They
on
have
the
like
side.
Kate and
230
Orianna, these two
CS
insanely
to his
good
name
range
and,
carries,
getting
but then
close to
Braum,
that 50
Jarvan,
points.
Renekton, these champs can fall off
The longer
so
this
quickly.
game goes, the more options
Like
GENG are
Jarvan
gonna
has no dive, Braum has no job other than keeping Caitlyn alive, but he can get dove past,
desperately
and
trying to get
Renekton
to
falls
his,
off mid to late.
It's young,
These
not
three
gonna be the
champs
case.
can become
Peanut
so
unable
useless so
to take
fast.
that shot. And BLG have a first move and control of the river as we go towards the dragon.
BLG is probably
GENG
going to force
don't
trade.
have to contest this.
They don't.
But every time we've said that so
Wow,
far, this
my
series,
god, they
think
want that
committing
mid-wave
two
so
TPs
badly,
to
don't they?
mid-lane now. There we are, Chovy and
What
Doran join
the
fray.
fuck is
Stopwatch
happening?
completed on Chovy. I think a fight is brewing. Bin locked up for the moment. He'll be able to dash
I'm
away.
surprised
Chovy
they just did that on the
pulled back
wave.
by the soul unbound. GENG don't really have
They
the
want
vision
to get
control
into
as
river
of yet.
first,
They're
I
gonna
think.
try
They're
and gun
double
with it now,
TPing
but
to stop Caitlyn
Wards
traps,
behind
basically, is
them
what
as
they're doing
well.
on that mid-wave.
The Dragon started with
They need
the
to
second
Maokai ult
for
now if
GENG,
they want this
down to
dragon.
5,000. Bin with the Dominus, slowed,
They're
stopped
Maokai
by
ulting so
Doran,
late.
who acts as a bodyguard now.
Okay, it's coming out, but now Jarvan's already in the pit. Bin's out, Chovy, don't make mistake. He made a mistake. They got the dragon though. It's all pace. Hook, nice flash by Elk. Peanut, nice follow. No Braum shield, but Pace might have just griefed it. It's on Doran. It's on Doran. It's on Doran. I told you, he's got it in him. He has. He just is too emotional. Just get some confidence, Doran.
4 dead on either side. The dragon goes in favor of GENG. Doran looking for one more. Shun, can you escape?
He saved everything in this series for this moment. Can't find Shun.
All right, get mid tier 1.
Finally, GENG
All flashes down for BLG. Chovy fucked that fight.
And Keefing here.
Caitlyn passive was up or what? Did Caitlyn have headshot? Look at Chovy.
That's what he wants to do.
Look at Caitlyn. Boom, insta one shot.
By Yagao's ultimate, and as a result, it feels like GENG is losing the
And
fight.
look at the flash here from Elk. Great response from Peanut.
Oh, Pace really did dive in there, didn't he? Holy fucking shit.
To immediately lock down Pace and try and protect Elk. So you've got 2 fights going on. Doran killing.
This is the kind of stuff that should be happening.
Peanut and Delight do what they
Oh,
can to
Doran,
kill
nice.
Elk, but they just don't have the damage. He's just barely surviving, and it ends up being a battle between Doran and Elk to equalize the fight 4-for-4.
If Elk doesn't hit that flash, like that's a fight win for GENG. His reflexes, and sure, look
Chovy,
how much
200
damage he was
damage.
able to put out as a result.
Oh my word.
But also that's a big moment for Doran. Doran is a momentum player, and he hadn't really had a great moment in the series thus far.
Yeah,
That
Doran's the
fight
kind of person that when those things happen and he makes a big play, like he really feels his way into the series. So he'll start playing a bit more comfortable now, I think. But Chovy is also the same, I think, in internationals. Chovy is not in this
Very
game.
quickly, and now that he's got the Starax, it's going to give him a lot more survivability.
He bought stopwatch
Let's
versus
quickly
Caitlyn.
look at all these summoner spells. Everybody's flash is down. Ultimate to back up. Chovy does, of course, have the flash. But as BLG threaten the Baron, a lot of these summoners being down means
What's
that
he
these
gonna?
fights are going to be that much more lethal. Here we go. BLG begin it.
Started up, got spotted. But I don't know.
Aatrox
if
needs a
GENG
TP.
can
Oh, he doesn't have
bulk up.
TP.
Zoning.
Yeah, no wonder they're doing Nash. They don't have Aatrox
So
TP.
far away.
Oh, they got Maokai ult.
Dawn is a mile away, but BLG disengage it. The Baron's still aggro down to 7,000.
So now you see BLG, they force Nash, they make GENG come through this choke, then they push in midwave, and then they'll go back to Nash as pace catches. This is like the seesaw of pressure that makes you... It tries to force you into a mistake.
BLG denied by them. GENG, darkness surrounds them. And the dark end to the
Who's gonna
season
step
if
up
they
and
lose
fuck it
out
up?
here.
Because you want to get vision, but you're running out of wards. But if the light bases without any wards, they're going to start it. So you have to like try and get vision without making a mistake or getting caught. And making sure they're not on Baron.
Chovy looks for a little bit more. He can always dash back with that soul unbound. Pace and Elk meeting up in the mid lane. The ace
They know they're not on it now.
Part of the power of Caitlyn.
So now Delight can take a
chip out
reset.
the enemy AD carry at will with that ultimate.
He's double checking Delight. He's not sure. He's on vision now as well, so he can't base. But he's going to have to.
So his W's will hurt a little
And then the
bit
dance
more,
will begin
but it
again.
mainly means that you can bust down any tank in a
Bust a
second
what?
as long as you're able to get off your full plasma stacks. Doran also going for Renduins here, specifically to try and keep the pressure on Elk. And I think now the game turns into, can either Doran or Chovy somehow find a flank, versus is BLG's zone control enough to just have a straight front to back?
I mean,
because with the Braum in particular, if you don't get past him somehow, it becomes really hard to play out.
Yeah, there's so many variables, like things that can swing the game. Chovy getting a good ultimate onto Elk. Yagao landing a clutch ultimate to potentially force a summoner or displace someone. Doran is this huge threat that BLG's backline now has to be concerned about, but
What are you guys writing? Can we cleanse
Elk
this
is
chat? Can
someone
everyone
that
write
if you
6?
can't touch him, he's just going to win you the fight. He's nearly finished his 4th item.
Bro, stop being weird in chat.
Well, I swear I saw him building the Last Whisper, and now it seems that he switched over to the stopwatch. I guess he wants a little bit more defensive. Maybe I missaw, but I swear that he had more damage a second ago, and he's decided, you know what, I actually want a little bit more utility, a little bit more defense. So he does have that stopwatch available. Flash about to come up, all those summoners about to come up, so it looks like we're going to have another crazy fight with Dragon spawning 30 seconds.
Abyssal
Makes
Mask.
sense as well. This game feels like the next team fight is going to decide it all. Whoever picks up
I don't like
the
that
Baron,
Abyssal
whoever
Mask
takes
too
a
much, but
deciding win
sure.
in the fight, gets a lot this time around. Pays.
Level 16 Yone. All right, Chovy.
Teleports are coming
Level
in.
16. Can we get involved in this game, Chovy?
Just Doran making sure that they can get mid.
Get stuck in.
About to spawn in 10 seconds as well. Would only be the 3rd for either of these teams.
Do something.
Take a second.
Anything.
A breath. Might be the last one you have for a moment. Korean fans on the edge of their seats. They paid for the whole thing.
He missed
They
his Q on
only
Dragon.
need the edge of it. Is Chovy starting up the Dragon here? He can pull it out. Now seen by BLG. They're looking to collapse in. Doran pushing out mid. They don't know where Delight and Pays are on stepping forward. Elk takes a chunk. The Dragon resets.
Oh, this trap line is a fucking nightmare
BLG
for
set up
Genji.
the snap trap line, and Genji have
Poke
to work
misses
their way down
too.
through
They're
the
gonna have to go
bottom
through
side
bot,
to make sure
yeah.
they can get in here in time. Delight has the flash though. They just need vision cleared out by Shun.
Pina needs to ult in a
Dragon
sec.
down to 4,000 as Genji look to push forward, push BLG off. Infernal change. There's the Nature's Grasp as well. The
Oh,
Dragon's secured.
stolen.
It's Shun that gets it. Do we see a fight afterwards? Chovy dashing in, dashing back, and deciding he doesn't want any more of this action for now. BLG.
Man,
can make a
Chovy
beeline
is
to the
useless.
Baron, but
I think
Genji
one
didn't
Orianna
miss
QW and an
anything
auto
apart
attack
from
from
an
Caitlyn.
ultimate
He's
to
dead.
Play around that Dragon. BLG.
He
though,
is dead.
Are looking for the big purple worm.
There's a big cooldown. At the very least, I think
He
BLG
cannot
wanna
go
try
in.
and
He
force
needs to
Chovy's
wait.
TP, force a response here. And in the best case scenario, they pick up the Baron.
The Baron has been begun. There's the TP from Chovy. Delight. Looking for vision.
Peanut,
Hit, puts
peanut,
control
peanut,
forward,
peanut,
Doran
peanut,
going
peanut,
forward
peanut.
with the world
Oh,
record.
Doran!
And on the back of the wings of the world, Ender, Genji.
Oh, Chovy! And Doran! Look at Doran go! He's frying!
Of the Aatrox and the Yone.
Doran! Doran! Yes, Doran!
It is the flank that they've been looking for. It feels
Come
like
on, Doran!
the entire series.
He's a psycho! He goes in 1v5!
On BLG,
He taunts all of them. 5-man taunt. So Chovy can play the game.
and at the very least, Genji gonna walk away with a Baron here.
He's back in it,
Well-played
Doran.
Fight from Genji. Elk didn't even get to use his flash. The collapse was fantastic. And Genji are not down and out just yet. The early game looked quite dire.
Otto Amne says
But
he just
Doran's
ended the
Aatrox
world.
Dragon.
Look at
And
Doran,
looking
man.
again here on the front
He just
line,
goes in.
soaking up so much of the damage.
1v5. Q flash. Everyone's like Aatrox. So now Chovy can do this. Look, he's in there. Look here. Doran. He tanks all of it.
Chovy is able to absorb so many cooldowns. Pace can move in with impunity. They're not even able to take down Doran.
And even Shun holding everyone in the Cataclysm.
It actually
a little bit
backfired.
It really did, because the Fate Sealed comes across.
All right, come on, Genji.
And what a
Wake the
moment
fuck
it
up.
was for Genji, perhaps.
I don't care if you lose the series, but at least fucking lose with it. Lose with
in this game now.
with grace.
1,000 gold lead for them. 4 items on Kai'Sa, 3 items on Chovy. Although his scoreline reads
Dignity.
0-2-5, he has been
Dignitas.
instrumental in these fights, as has Doran, as has Pays. And everyone from Genji that has been struggling has begun to step up.
Much needed wind in the sails.
Why
of
did they play
Genji.
better when you took off the jersey? I didn't have the jersey on for the first 2 games.
But now you can
Shut
see
up.
their confidence.
I put it on for the first 5 minutes because the
Very
chat
clearly
said,
at the
maybe it
top.
works.
The
Shut
siege
up.
will now begin. Tier 2 going to drop in the bot lane. They've kept Chovy in mid. About to crest level 18 for the Yone. And the trap's trying to slow them down from Elk in the mid lane. But these cannon minions doing Slow but steady.
It's not over
work
yet, but they're in a really good
as
spot now.
BLG do their best to defend.
And now, particularly with Pace having finished his death cap as well, his poke actually going to be relevant here. BLG needs to try and dodge those W's.
Was it GENG that almost reverse swept T1 and MSI? Am I thinking back correctly, or am I high?
Taking down these turrets does take a long time. They're really reliant.
Yeah, it was. They were down 2-0, right? They
David
almost
that
reverse swept.
Getting a crit off.
Yeah, that's the problem with Yone right now.
It might have just been a normal headshot. That'll be a lot to sacrifice for a muffin.
I mean, that's a really big win, right? For BLG, they're able to stifle the Rebel Baron power play. Still, big win for GENG when it comes to gold, but not breaking open the base means that BLG should be able to contest for some future objectives.
And the fact that BLG got the smite on the Drake means they are the ones that step closer to Soul as well. That will be our next objective in a minute, 20 seconds.
Who scales better?
Power play 3K for GENG, still powerful, of course.
It's really situational, but to be honest, I would say GENG. I think GENG scales quite a bit better. But yeah, again, like Caitlyn Orianna is so dependent, you know? Like, think about DRX versus T1 World Finals. You have Caitlyn, they walk on a trap by accident, your support's dead instantly. Gone. So, you know, kind of dependent, but yeah. This game, Caitlyn's behind, so like their team's behind, so she won't get set up.
That they have to get around.
So I think GENG outskills. They have Aatrox into Renekton, Maokai's more useful than Jarvan, because Jarvan has no dive. Nautilus is OP late game, is press R.
Juggernaut in the side lane. Look at that, 4 items fully completed. Yigao still chipping away at his HP bar, but I don't know if that type of damage is going to be enough.
But yeah, late game Caitlyn is dangerous. Doesn't matter how useless her team is. One auto can change the whole fight.
With level 3 ultimate.
Alright, GENG's sending a Drake. BLG's not gonna fight.
You're gonna be gone in a second, so for BLG, they're just gonna have to keep getting shoved in. But as you already pointed out, the benefit is that they don't actually have to care about the upcoming dragon, so we'll come down to the fight for this Baron.
But they could fight it, Chronic Clan.
Well, and I've often said, like, why would you? But then it's BLG, and then they do, and then they win. So I'm willing to be proven wrong there. But
Why is the stadium so dark? I don't know. Something's wrong with the lighting, I guess. I don't know. I think it's fine. The thing is, if you're playing on stage, and you want their faces to be bright, they have a light in their eyes. You think they can focus with light in their eyes?
Maybe BLG are just saying that they can't fight around Baron, and they'll just kind of have to do a base defense type of play. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see if they can actually gain some control back over the map. You can see they've littered a few wards towards the top side. They do have that top wave pushing, but Doran's already gone to catch that and is pushing that one out. Mid is pushing out in favor of GENG as well. What are we going to see completed?
You can see Delight doing what we talked about on doing in game 1 as well, that tempo cycling. Put vision around the dragon down towards the bottom side. Now, while BLG are clearing that, he steps forward into
Who's your favorite LCK team?
Come out, okay,
my favorite LCK team is that one.
By the Razor Beaks, our ward just behind the red buff as well. And then BLG have to invest their time coming up here and clearing it out, and that means On now has one control ward. They have no other wards, they have no other Oracle's alterations, only the one sitting on Bin, and GENG can take their time, step back forward with 3 wards and 4 control wards and regain all of this vision.
GENG doing a good job in terms of their control, nice patient play, but
kicked out.
In positions like this, when GENG have the lead, they are a terrifying team to play against.
What's your second favorite LPL team?
Level 18 now secured for Pays. And the Baron, 30 seconds. Quick reset gonna come through from Doran.
Maybe LNG.
He's going to get rid of that control
or EDG.
And, look to
actually, no, top esports, top esports,
get
top
a bit
esports.
More defensive
top esports without Squidward.
Randomization. And BLG, they have no access. So this is what I was saying. It's a really difficult one where I don't know if they can actually fight the Baron because they literally don't have a way to get close to it.
Benefit for them is...
Alright, Baron spawning. They got GA on Caitlyn. 6-item Caitlyn. Chovy has GA now and shield both, so maybe he lives a little bit longer, but again, GA versus Caitlyn, not that useful. Oi, that Kai'Sa W.
A bit too far forward, locked up with just the hook, no ultimates burnt from GENG. On takes a chunk as well.
Proc the passive.
Half HP, Bin stepping forward, Dorman level 18 already, able to keep...
Nah, that Baron is cooked, by the way, ain't no way.
Teaming up to make sure that BLG...
Oh, Chovy time?
Chovy goes forward, on going in, Jun looking for the Cataclysm as well, pops his stopwatch as Doran goes down, the Baron secured.
But they got the Nash for it.
BLG can look for more, how much further
I think if he didn't stand there, Shun would have got in the pit.
The answer, GENG sacrificed their top laner, but secure the Baron.
They might get a
win
mid-tier
for
2 off that.
GENG, but BLG are going to try and look for a window here. We're pretty late into the game. It's 45 seconds on Doran before he is back up.
Chovy was pushing
The
top.
very least, BLG
GENG needs to be careful not to lose the game here, because BLG could just hard force.
Even trying to push for an
They could
inhibitor.
just like
Payne is gonna
EQ flash
TP
on
in.
Jarvan on this Kai'Sa right
I mean,
now.
look at top lane. Chovy's just chosen to split push. He's going to be able to secure that tower. What do BLG do now? I think that this is their best opportunity to actually fight. They have a numbers advantage. An inhibitor will be secured.
Genji's going to try and slow them down, but they need to be very careful not to get engaged on if they're doing
I
that.
think it's kind of the best case
They're just going
scenario
to slow
for
them down to
BLG.
bail out the Yone.
I think that's really smart from Chovy, actually. He could have come back and tried to defend.
Because they could all run
Keep
top here,
alive
BLG.
Anyway, because you're one player short. Delight looking for something.
Nice, they marked him.
Genji just forced them away. The inhibitor for inhibitor trade is good for BLG in this
Boom.
moment, but for the next 2 minutes, they have to deal
Farming
with
damage
those
dealt.
super minions and Genji pushing in with the Baron buff.
Yeah, we're getting to a point where the goal difference doesn't really matter anymore. Carries on both sides are pretty much full builds. Of course, Bin is going to be pretty far behind Doran, but as long as this Caitlyn and Orianna stay alive, their damage could be enough alone to be able to win out on the team fights. So, Genji needs to be
Oh, the Guardian
really careful
Angels.
here.
I think
Well, their position
Chovy is
overall is good. The fact that
itemizing
they
so
traded
defensively.
inhibitors, the fact that they lost Doran.
Maybe one big defensive item like
very well come
Randuin's
down
could
to a
help.
final
I don't know,
Dragon
but he
fight.
has Shield Bow,
Genji move
GA,
back out onto the
QSS.
map and start to reclaim that vision control, trying to leverage the 1 minute and a bit. Of
Maybe his
Baron
job
that
is
left.
just to get ult off and disrupt,
attention
so
to
Aatrox and
defensive
Kai'Sa can
optimization.
carry.
So we have 2 GAs for GENG, both on Chovy and Paze, allowing them to play very aggressive. Shun is looking for an angle here. QSS for Chovy as well. On the other side, Elk and Shun both sitting on a GA as well. Doesn't look like the flank worked out though.
Don't choke it,
Tails
Genji.
available for On as well. Some CC does land on one of
Sieging
his
is hard.
carries. The push in from Chovy in a
Yeah, I
side
saw
lane.
that
Obviously,
Delight
Yone
hooking the
very
wall.
strong in this position, but also he has the Baron and Doran does not, so Doran
Is
joins
BLG
with
giving
the
up
team
Drake and
allows
fighting
you to
Elder?
apply Baron buff to 2 waves without losing any of the potency.
And BLG, they're not giving any quarter, not letting GENG just get these turrets for free. Looks like the only thing GENG is going to be getting.
I think they're giving
anyway,
BLG.
that Chovy got towards top is a free Cloud Soul. They are zooming. That's going to be 4
Damn
Drakes.
fast, man.
But I don't know much.
Oh, that
I
that
don't know how
Renekton
much the
items look
speed is gonna
disgusting though.
help
Look at them.
with
They
how
look
much this
disgusting,
game
don't they?
has
That
slowed
chainsaw.
down.
I think it might help you with the flanks
It's
and with
always
the
good.
Maokai. Maokai
Yeah.
pops a Nature's Grasp, the World Ender comes out, gives you access to that backline a little bit quicker. We'll
You just
see
know
if
he's not
it
scaling.
is.
You know he's just
Peanut
fucked in
starts
5
it
minutes,
up.
isn't he?
A 7,000 gold lead for GENG. They are in the driver's seat of this game, but as you said, BLG haven't been given much quarterback. And it might just be a soul into a Baron, into an Elder. It's always a possibility when you're struggling to siege this much.
Oh my god,
That,
we've got a problem, chat.
Seed of concern is slowly growing for GENG. Everything looks good, but a single fight could determine the whole game.
That's a Nature's Grasp. That's it onto the back.
It's a big ultimate committed, but
because you lock them up here, you then have the priority path into the mid lane. The question is, how far do you want to step up? The answer
You know
is
the
not
problem.
too far, as Chovy looks for a little bit more. He's able to dash away.
like that. I guess they're trying to play the game of attrition. Those towers are very low, but they can't quite secure them. I think against this composition, you kind of...
Yeah, the
well,
ads might run in
in my
5
head, I was
minutes,
thinking
and
maybe
I
you want to play
can't
through
stop
3
them.
lanes, try
So
and divide
hopefully
BLG up
they end in
4,
5.
and then when you have a single
It's
member
a horror.
up top, then you collapse from both bot and top into mid, use your numbers to then siege the tower.
It's a
but
horror.
when they have super minions top, that's kind of
I
already doing
can't
the
stop
same
them.
job,
I
and it's
used
still not
all the
enough.
things that I have
The
to stop
towers
it.
are getting very, very low, but I think you're right, Medic. I think we're looking at another Baron, which just gives BLG another opportunity, and that, again, that small seed, for all intent and purposes, GENG, this should be their game, but that goal difference,
I
you
can't
look
run
at
it
the
now.
items, it really doesn't matter.
I don't know if running
you
it now
know?
is a good idea. I
He's
feel
switching
like
over to the
maybe
Soul
they're going to
Prince
end
as well.
in
Knows that his
3
job is
minutes,
more
30
potent
seconds.
than
Nash is up in 120.
attack speed in these next fights. Will, of course, do a lot of work. That extra penetration helping him out.
I'll force them after Nash.
You've been in this position before,
Maybe.
Chronicle. You watched GENG in long games a few times. In the
Generally,
LCK.
Oh
they
my
do
god.
well,
Do
but
it now.
they also
Oh my god, I don't want to press it
been
because I'm scared that
BLG
GENG
all
just
year.
win.
So, I don't know. Generally, GENG, I think moments like in that mid lane,
Listen,
they would be a
if
little
you
bit
do what
quicker
you
on
gotta do-
control with what we've seen from them when they're in a position
Oh
like
my
this. I think you can sense the pressure that these players are under as the first seed of the LCK, right? They are down 0-2. Even if they win here, which BLG are making them work very hard for.
I don't know. I can't from them. I'm scared. I think they're going to end soon. I think there's a fight coming.
Still gonna be
the extra mental pressure of forcing them to go through this. Yeah, it's a very valid point.
And huge credit to BLG. They made G2 sweat in game 2, even though G2 were able to pick up that win. Here they are making
Oh my god, I thought Yone was about to engage.
Even though GENG have had the lead for the last 15
I'm sorry,
minutes
chat. I'm so sorry.
Part of it, obviously, is compositions.
I pray BLG doesn't fight Nash.
Their struggle at getting towards those inhibitor towers, but you have to give credit to the LPL 2 seed. So consistently
I knew
able
it.
to find
I knew it.
wins is on. Steps forward, Infernal Chains
Don't
will drag
fight,
him
please,
back in.
BLG, for the
Acting
boys.
as
For the boys in
Chovy
chat.
for the flank
Don't fight them.
position.
Yo, BLG, for the boys in chat, don't do it.
The Mortal Steel gets the
I
knock-up.
knew it.
Doran
I
going
fucking knew
forward
it. I
has
hate
been
this
with
chat.
the Dominus is locked
I
up.
fucking knew it.
Stopwatch, is it enough to buy him enough time to get out? It is for now, but Pace dives forward and Bin dies.
I fucking knew it!
Have found the fight they were looking for. They turn their eyes back to the Baron.
GENG finally finds something. A pick
It's actually
onto
fine.
Bin
It's actually fine.
is absolutely
Not bad.
massive. BLG are making the call. We'll abandon the Baron. It does not matter. We're going to try and defend for as long as we can. GENG, they needed to break this game open somehow, and finding that pick on the Bin was exactly the play they were looking for.
This game's over.
And now then G gonna come in with
Kai'Sa has bought a full void stick. Chovy has GA and Mercurial and shield bow complete now. Triple defensive. Orianna has kind of butchered her itemization. She's so far away from Rabadons because she went Morello.
Likes to feel the dirt.
I feel like this Orianna late game is just gone. No Rabadons.
You know, do that on a beach, you know.
I enjoy
She
it.
has like, what, 450 AP
Chovy
or
at
something
full build
now?
as well.
I don't know.
We'll see if he decides to sell his shoes as the Mercurial Scimitar.
She ain't that strong.
Doran's still a little bit short.
This Caitlyn has almost 600 AD though.
On the other side, Elk sold his boots as well. Both the AD carries going bare feet.
Yeah, we're full late game.
Did I miss anything? No, you didn't miss
You're actually
anything.
starting to see
Welcome
that,
back.
as you were mentioning, GENG trying to play for all 3 lanes, identifying that it is really hard to push through this BLG if you're only playing 2 legs. So
I want to see how much AP this Orianna has, because I think she has none.
Being something that even with Baron, they don't seem to be able to really chew through.
Well, I think with the
Who are we
Baron,
cheering
what you
for?
can do, though, is Chovy
We're
can
cheering
sit
for a
top
good
and then use
series.
the Baron-powered minions
That's
to
all we're
actually start
cheering
threatening
for.
the Nexus towers, right? Assuming he can take that inhibitor down, which then
I
should
just
draw
want to
just a
see
single
5
member
games,
from
man. I don't want to
BLG
see
away.
GENG just get
And there you go.
fisted.
They've unlocked the bottom tower. As long as they can play away from the Caitlyn, then
They have
GENG
such
can
strong defense in mid with these
slowly chip
Caitlyn
away.
traps, but Elk needs to do
now
so much work to hold them
being
back.
divided.
He needs to juggle
Yone
bot
in the
and
top
mid waves
lane.
and top, like he can't.
Chovy the target for now, but
They're going to slowly be chipped away at.
those inhibitors in the bottom lane.
Oi, Pace, mistake!
Locked up, flashes away, the Cataclysm
Elk shouldn't punish that quick, but they can't get the trap down in time, can they? He has ult up still. Yo, Riot! What? Riot!
The engage continues from BLG. GENG disengaged perfectly to keep their AD carry alive.
And that's a really big moment. That is Flash and GA gone here for Pace. He sells it immediately. We'll see what he picks up. Looks like he's going back to boots. Chovy.
Bin just ulted to defend this inhib, but that inhib ain't being defended.
And GENG
30 seconds on the Elder.
with 2 inhibs and the life of
we're
their
gonna
AD
see
Big
carry.
mistake by Pace.
Look back at the replay. Look at this.
Holy fuck,
That's
Elk.
the headshot from Caitlyn. That
Wow,
was
Jun,
insane
EQ, flash,
damage
ult,
from
instant,
Elk.
go.
And then the last part of On's ultimate actually clips him.
Oh,
Gets the
Chovy, he wins
knock-off.
those so hard.
It's
No ult on
enough.
Renekton, no flash, he's dead, Bin.
Falling low.
Oi, the save! Did the shield save him? I don't think it did. The light, what are you doing? Doran! Get the Caitlyn! Caitlyn's dead. It's over. It's over.
Shun already caught out
It's
as they
over.
look for
It's
more.
done.
He's trying to get away, but
It's
there's
done.
1, there's 2, there's more. The GENG. Pace diving forward, the killer instinct living up to its name as Shun tries to get away.
Fade away,
with
W
escape
Pace.
To live another day, but the
All right,
Nexus
we
the
got a
target
series.
in the eyes of GENG as they are looking to fight back in this series. A reverse sweep is what it will take.
We're back. We're
and
Barak.
GENG have taken
We are
the
Barak.
first step.
A crazy game. It boiled down
We are Barak.
to some late game team fights. Doran coming up clutch around the Dragon. The flank that they found around the Baron. BLG made them work for it, but GENG stay alive in this series.
And GENG,
Alright, confidence now, Doran. Everyone confidence. The draft worked. They denied Renata Jarvan, it worked. Now, BLG is gonna pick blue side, and now it gets very difficult. What do you ban on red side if you're GENG? I think you need the Xayah ban. You need the Jax ban. I think you drop the Nico ban
in MSI for GENG to
for Jarvan.
Any sort of answer versus BLG, but they finally did it. And one has to think that being in Korea in front of a full house of fans that do not want to see their first LCK seed fail, that probably helped a little bit. But quantify it for us, Emily. What was different about this GENG finally?
I mean, I think the early game was a lot better for them. I also think Doran really stepped up, right? In a lot of these games, we've talked about how well their bot
Wait, did I get the golden kappa?
Elk and On still performed really well. They got the push on Caitlyn. They set her up. But the big difference maker to me was that Doran was contributing in fights, and he wasn't set super far behind early like he was in both games, and that ended up coming up huge in that Drake fight. And then the other thing is that they were actually able to get two Drakes and stop this BLG Drake stacking, because until this game they hadn't gotten any.
Yeah, but I like that you talk about Doran, and of course it was our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz at the top of the day, Doran versus Bin, and it took a while, but this Aatrox performance and in general that Drake fight were very, very instrumental for GENG.
Yeah, I mean, once you end up with the Aatrox having that Gore drink at the Starks coming through, he's absolutely massive, and you'll see it here, right? Bin goes in, doesn't have the same survivability.
The Shy interview is out.
Side of the fight is actually looking great for BLG. Barely surviving. He's managing to
Wait,
get the shots off that he
this is where he talks about me. What did he say about me? A message to Caedrel. Huh?
마지막으로 항상 더샤이 선수를 응원하고 지켜보고 열렬히 사랑하고 있는
Look at his smile. Look at his smile. He's so cute. A message to me. What does he say?
부탁드립니다.
아, 캐드럴. 저번에 한번 만났거든요.
예?
뭔가 그런 원동력이 조금 부족했다고 생각해요, 제가. 그러니까 이 경기를
Lacking the extra motivation. 예?
내가 우승을 욕심내도 될까라는 생각이 들었거든요. 지금. 왜냐면은 저희 팀이 저는 운 좋게 올랐다고 생각하는 부분도 있어요. 물론 지금부터 잘해야 될 부분이지만 캐드럴 해설인가?
맞아. 뭐 지금은 방송인이라고 할게요.
캐드럴이랑 얘기를 해보고 좀 뭔가 저를 지지하고 응원하는 말을 듣고 좀 뭔가 제가 더 열심히 할 수 있고 좀 더 그런 원동력을 가지게 되는 좀 원인을 제공한 것 같아요, 캐드럴이. 그래서 그런 부분에 대해 너무 고맙게 생각해요.
He just said he's in love with me.
So much, Caedrel.
Thank you.
Oh!
수고하셨습니다. 감사합니다.
Yo, if you win Worlds, can I run on stage too? Can I run on stage and lift the trophy too? Can I do that? Can I do that?
How are they even going to be able to join? But because
Please!
take out that Orianna.
Wait, that's crazy.
What just happened?
It's okay. So did BLG.
He lacked that little bit of motivation. He lacked that little bit of motivation, and then I gave it to him. Me. I told you I'm a good mascot. I told you. I told you I'm a good mascot.
And Chovy just paused for just half a second, so he could then clean sweep after the Yago ult had gone through.
What is this golden kappa hype train? I've never seen this before on Twitch in my life. What is that? What happens if we get to level 10? Do we all get a golden kappa?
We were watching this game, and in the beginning there was this kind of oopsie, right? When they went for the mid gank and it just didn't work out, and that's when you
You're
start to
too
think,
loud.
oh, no,
Griffin
not
can
this
hear
on
you.
top of everything. So I actually
Bro,
think
I'm
we
about
do
to
have to
kick
commend
Griffin's door
GENG a
down.
lot for the resilience. Of course, we're going to talk about the side selection.
Does
a bit
Griffin
as
say
well,
I'm too
because
loud?
You're most likely not going to end
I'm
up
sorry,
on that
Griffin.
side again, but this is a first step that you have to make.
Yeah, I'm pointing out this is Chovy's 15th win. This does not include Asian Games and Kespa Cup, but this is his all-time record on Yone. And while he wasn't the star
Hype! Wait, did we all get that emote now?
For sure, and it was time also. Now, what
No,
are we looking
we
at in
didn't.
terms of how this series
Scam.
has developed? Because, you know,
Scam
even though
train.
you say with the side selection, probably they'll end up on red side again. In terms of mentality, you felt like this ball
What
that
is a
was
chief?
rolling for BLG, it wasn't going to stop.
-5.
Now
You're gonna be live streaming the arena for finals? No, I'm not. I didn't get a. I didn't get asked to. I think there is a few streamers, quite a few streamers, co-streaming the finals from the arena, but I didn't get invited sadly. I'm in Korea though if they change their minds, but they didn't. They said I can't.
BLG for the rest of the series though. So
that's kind of sad.
BLG's gonna pick up
Let's
right
go,
back
GENG.
where they left off.
I think
But it's fine. We'll co-stream from
GENG being able to, like,
here. We'll co-stream the finals
close
from
out
here.
the game, that would have given them a huge momentum swing. But I could kind of see like Elk, these pop shots that
You
were
didn't get
taken every so
invited?
often, putting them into
No.
pays. I think there was a little bit there where
But it's
I was
fine.
like, hang
We
on,
just gotta.
BLG
You just,
are still
bro,
fighting back.
when things
But
like
for
that
GENG,
happen, I just gotta grind harder. Just gotta grind harder. Maybe next year. Maybe next year I can be in the stadium. That would be PogChamp.
Game at Worlds so far.
But it's okay.
Definitely
It's
the
all my
longest
choice.
game of the quarterfinals so far, but as we take a look at this
I'll
next
just
game where BLG
grind
has
harder,
elected
stream
to go on
harder,
the blue side,
and yeah, maybe then we can go into the arena. That'll be really fun though. Being able to stream from the arena would be really fun.
Been such a key factor to their success until
But yeah.
this point in time.
I'm a bit sad about it, but it's okay.
10th
Never mind.
overall in
I
LPL
don't mind.
Summer, at about like 50.
I'm just grateful that I can co-stream in the first place. I'm just grateful that we're here in the first place. You know.
This was the first time that
So, yeah.
GENG were actually able to get.
Okay, nothing's happening. Where's our golden kappas at?
So in terms of their
This is a scam. Is anyone
still
from?
looking for them
Is there any
to pick
Twitch staff in the
something
chat?
that has a lot of heavy prio and go back
There,
to
I saw
something
one.
that really sticks hard in
You
the mid
rat.
game, especially if they're going to keep Shun on this J4.
It's funny how the meta has always come back.
When
to
does the golden kappa come in?
priority. You know, MSI, everyone's like, okay, we're gonna be done with
How many levels do we need?
range supports, and then so much focus is put on it here. I also think, you know, stuff like the
I feel bad because people are gifting and gifting and shit, but if nothing's happening, guys, you can stop now. I don't think we're getting a golden kappa. I think it's all a debate.
Yeah, we'll see if it evolves because we talked so much about the light versus on.
Ooh,
and on
yo, the T1 staff said, what food would you like to order?
Kind of a classic light champion yet in
maybe
terms of
we can
making
get
the play himself. Maybe that's something we get to. I don't know. I have so many questions, but you have an answer?
I thought he team fought well.
He did. That's
In
not
this
what I
game.
meant. That's not
In
what
this
I
game.
meant. I meant where's the Rakan or something, you know?
Yeah,
You know
but yeah, they keep banning it.
Exactly.
That's like BLG's first
ban because they
I-
know where the danger is. I really want two more
What
games
is
like this because we have so much fun
SGD?
watching this one.
Will
for-
you go to
for
China
Gen
for
G.
MSI
They've still
2024?
not
Is
out of
MSI in
the
China in
woods. We'll be right
2024? I mean, I don't know yet. Maybe. If I get MSI co-streaming, I don't know if I'm getting MSI co-streaming next year. If I get co-streaming, sure. If they invite me to the finals to co-stream from the finals, sure. But yeah. I didn't come to Korea to co-stream from the arena. I just came to Korea because I wanted to be with all the players and do all the content and like hang out with people from the broadcast and you know. I'm not actually here for the in-house thing. For the streaming in the arena. But like I said, just gotta grind. You're here to meet the Shy? Yeah, I really wanted to meet the Shy. Like, I think some people... Just because I have high viewership numbers doesn't mean that I'm this, like, cool, fucking celebrity esports person. Bro, I'm a huge fan of all the players. I'm a huge fan. I asked all the teams, I was like, yo, guys, can I get signed jerseys? I got GENG, I got Damwon, I got T1 coming. I didn't get KT, sadly. I got the Shy signed jersey. It's all fucking, bro. I'm a fan. The LPL teams ignored me. All of them. Actually, no, JDG said, sure. And then they never responded. I wanna take these jerseys at the end of the tournament and have it as something to remember in 15 years. I can be like, yeah, GENG did choke that quarterfinals. Yeah, Weibo did make top 4 in the world by beating Western teams in 20 years. You know how cool is that? And I've got the jerseys of the sign. That's cool. Yo, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Annie Verskun. Thanks for the 25 gifted, man. You're crazy. Guys, stop donating dog shit. This hype train is gonna go on forever. What's the max level? Yo, Twitch staff, what's the max level? Bro, the Oilers are going nuts. When do we get our golden kappas? Twitch staff. Twitch staff! You probably don't remember M5 Ash Arrow? Was that the one No, I don't remember. I remember AAA, Ash Arrow. Twitch staff, are you there? What is that? You have to gift sub during Hype Train to receive Golden Kappa. Yeah, well, where's everyone's Golden Kappas then? No one's got it. No one has one. I'm here, IDK though, XDD. Okay. Oh, after the Hype Train. Wait. Wait, I want one. I want a gift. I want a Golden Kappa. Gift one sub. Hey, still counts, baby. Suck on it. Gift one sub. Who's gonna get my gifted sub? Wait, I gifted. Where's my gift? Who did I gift a sub to? Bench. Why do I give the sub to Bench? It's just does my pro career want to taunt me anymore for no reason? Wait, do I get it now? Kappa. Where is our XCD Konga? Bro, you shut the fuck up, idiot. Yo, it's still Kappa. Yo, thank you all for the gifts. Thank you all for the gifts. You don't have to gift. I appreciate all the gifts. You guys are mentally, you guys are mentally ill. The train needs to end for you to get the kappas. Yeah, then stop donating shit, man. Let it end. You just keep going next level. You gifted a sub to Karsa. Okay. Oh. Oh, looks perfect. Lane. Bro, T1's like, what do you want to eat? I said, do you guys have any beef? And they were like, yeah, there's a place that delivers this. And he just sends a picture. Do you want that? And I'm like, yeah. Crazy. And then they pay for it. Like, what? They're crazy. I was like, you don't want to pay? He's like, no. We got you. Yo, stop, bro. I want my fucking Kappa emote. And you wore GENG jersey? Caedrel the Parasite? Yo, I'm offering. They also came into my room, like, last week, and they were like, wow, your streaming room is disgusting. And I was like, yeah. And then they started cleaning it. I was like, guys, I can clean it. Bro, I feel terrible when they're doing that. I'm like, guys. I was like, guys, let me clean it. My disgusting... There was fucking plates, cups, fucking food everywhere. And I was like... And the worst part was, they showed me Faker and Gumayushi's streaming rooms, and they had like 2 drinks in their room, and they were like, yeah, it's messy. And I was like, that's messy. Oh, shit. Oh, fucker.
And the question marks become, now that you're back on the red side, what do your priorities become? Do you still highly value the Maokai? Do you feel that you actually have an answer to the Jarvan?
Alright, GENG, don't fuck with us. Give us another game.
At the very least, I hope they do more of it than they did in game number 2. Yep. Right? Game number 2, we saw none of the traditional advantages that you want in a red side draft. And we are already seeing the Renata being banned away. I wouldn't be surprised if they end up...
Zaya, Renata, Jax! Is it the Cathedral bans? No, wait.
Was able, even though it was his career
they ban Renata.
A really good performance.
Wait.
The combo is strong as the
you can't ban Jax now or Jarvan.
Chovy will get banned away, and I'm sure he's going to be looking towards something else that can
what?
have a big impact.
Okay, they're going Jarvan. We're going Maokai.
Instead.
Do you think they prioritize the
oh, they're going to play a Zeri game, aren't they?
They will. Yeah.
They're going to play a Zeri game.
I don't think that Chovy was the difference maker in
There's
that
no way
game,
BLG swaps it up and plays Maokai.
He could do
maybe they do play Maokai because they're scared of Zeri 1-2.
Which in and of itself was already a big difference, and maybe BLG felt that pressure. So now I wonder if The game
They should go
plan here
Maokai
from
Zeri.
GENG is, hey, you know what?
Go play your
Let's actually
Zeri champ.
just make sure we get Chovy
Also, I think
something we can have
Aatrox is a really good
agency
champ this series. Aatrox seems really...
Still available.
They're gonna deny the Rumble.
That's what I'm looking towards
Now
here.
I
There's two
wonder.
options. Either we go Rumble Maokai
Rumble
or we go
Vi.
Rumble Vi.
Now I wonder what BLG's pick into Rumble is, because they've been...
Even a Nico if you wanted it.
Nico, yeah, another possibility.
They have a
I
pick
think
prepared.
This is a good choice for GENG. I think that they
Nico, yeah, Nico's fine, but Nico, what? What is their top laner? What has Bin got into Rumble with Jaxpen? Is it Aatrox? Is it Renekton? Is it like some psycho champ? Yo, these gifters are mentally ill.
And yeah, it's 100% going to be
Nico, yeah, we thought Nico, yeah, and... Yo, Lydis, thanks for the 10 gifted, holy shit. Is it just Cassante? Wow.
Kind of deters that pick. The Cassante
Ui,
wants
Akali.
it in. He's hovering it. I feel like something like an Ahri might be
Oh,
better
Ahri
when
would be
paired up with a Vi into this
really
matchup.
risky.
I'm
That
not saying
lane
that
is
it's an easy
horrible.
one, but I can tell you right now, it's easier than playing Akali into Nico because that's just a really miserable experience.
Syndra is not bad. Syndra is kind of hard. Chovy doesn't play Syndra either. I think it's Akali.
He's doing it.
Akali locked for Chovy.
Holy fuck, Chovy. Okay, okay.
Momentum base. Well, in game 3, it was those comfort picks that really helped them. The Yone going over to Chovy here.
You're about to beat your record of subtrain. Wait, you guys are breaking the subtrain record. Holy fuck, when was that? The subathon?
Caitlyn Banderweight probably going to see a slew of AD carries removed.
Okay, Nautilus Ben.
By BLG, Rakan has been off the menu.
I really wonder what they're picking on 4 here for AD. I think Zeri, Kai'Sa are their only options.
BLG have learned in this series is number 1, take delight off of engaged supports.
And this makes me think
Number
Kai'Sa.
2,
I think
try and take
Kalista
that
Ben,
agency
maybe?
away from Chovy.
Do you care about
While I
Kalista
do
actually?
think that Nico into Akali can be good in the early laning phase. Later
Or do you care about
the
Draven?
moment that Nico uses her E,
I think
there's
BLG
nothing
might
she can
care
do to
about
stop an
Draven.
Akali. So in a side lane,
Aphelios.
this champion is going to become a massive threat.
They
I think
could
that
blind support
synergistically,
on
when I look at what
4.
GENG have for themselves,
Alistar.
I don't
Is it
love
worth to
everything
play
that they
Alistar
put
on
together,
4 and
but
then
Rumble
decide
Vi I
AD
still
on
think
5
can
later?
be an effective combo when it comes to locking
With
down
Kai'Sa,
AD
Kalista,
carry.
Zeri?
And GENG are removing those hyper-scaling AD carries as well. Kaelin's going to be taken away. The Aphelios removed away from Elk as well.
Because the
Question is, will
Alistar
they
is
go
really
to
good
try
into
to
Nico.
Jinx?
And giving them
Or what
Alistar,
else can we
Jarvan, Nico?
potentially see from Elk?
Do you want to do that?
I think they're 100% looking to go for the Kai'Sa, so I'm really happy to see
Kalista,
that.
though.
That is gonna go
being
Kalista.
banned away. That is true. Would be a lane-focused pickup for Pace in the Light, which is
They're not going to do the
where they have
Alistar.
excelled.
The thing is, a
Obviously,
very LPL
Pace's
thing to do here
predecessor
now
ruler
is if you
was
pick
notorious
Kalista
for
blind,
getting
is they play
Kalista banned
Tristana.
even when it wasn't meta,
And
just
they
because
fight
his
fire with fire. They play
dominance
like Tristana
playing on
Alistar,
the
and then you have to play like
champion is
Kalista
absolutely
Taric.
monumental. We're going to see the R5 counter pick like BLG used. GENG's going to try again, this time with a Kalista.
It's only Paze's 6th Kalista game across the
They
course
could
of
also
his
play it
career.
safe and play a
Obviously
Jinx
has
lane.
been a relatively
I
short
knew it,
career.
bro.
Only a
It's
couple
so
of years
LPL to
far.
just slam a
BLG
Tristana here.
Can look for aggression to match aggression in the bottom lane.
Tristana Poppy.
For Elk would be very powerful.
No, they're going to play it safe.
Ash Braum is actually hellish to play into if you're Kalista.
Ash
There's
Braum
two
is
things, Tam.
suicide.
This action to Kalista is
Tom
good, ash
Kench.
to Akali
They're going to play
Rumble,
Jinx Tom?
Not so good.
What?
So
They're pussies.
for now, they're going to lock in the Tom Kench.
This isn't the LPL I know.
You can see the discussion.
Are they going to play Senatom?
From
No
the
way, they
coaching
won't play
staff.
Senatom,
What are
right?
they thinking about?
No
What
shot.
AD carry? They want
They're
a
playing
little bit
Jinx
more
Tam.
time. Will they go for something
Yeah,
like the
they don't play
Zeri or the
Senatom.
Jinx? Elk's
LPL
Jinx.
doesn't fuck with Senatom.
Getting excited for Elk's Jinx.
Ash Tam
And the
also
Ash
fine,
now
yeah.
hovered
Okay.
for BLG.
What support
Looks
do they
like
play
that is
here?
Going to be locked in.
Yeah, BLG
Bard?
trying to get the best
No.
of both worlds, where you get the Ashe into Kalista matchup, which obviously you're going to be very happy about,
Alistar.
while simultaneously having at least
Rel,
some sort of defense. I actually think
Emilio,
like Akali and Vi
Soraka.
feels
Oh my
amazing.
god, Soraka is a
Though
turbo
it should
pick
be a
here, no?
counter pick for Delight, which would make the lane maybe.
I'd like Bard here. I was going to say.
Yeah,
I'd
Bard
really
was my
like Bard
first
here,
thought too,
actually.
but Rel was
The
my
rest
second
kinda
thought.
works
More in
out.
Delight's wheelhouse.
It is very much more in his
I think
wheelhouse.
Soraka
I'm a
could have
bit
been
more
kinda nice.
disappointed in it, but
The
he's still
shield
an incredibly
breaking
good route.
still.
Yeah.
Alright,
Round
you know the
and
drill.
pretty
You can use your
effective
sub
against
to avoid
top
ads. You don't have to if you don't want to. You'll
but
never miss
alright.
anything before the game
GENG,
starts.
I would say the closest thing we saw to a composition like this was when they played.
Alright, we've got
T1.
44
A lot more
minutes of
early game
buffer.
focus. They fell
Surely
short
the
in the
game
early
doesn't
game,
go
but
over
actually came
44
back
minutes,
in the
right?
later game team fights.
We're gonna run ads to make sure.
I don't think it's imperative that they
I'm
actually
sorry.
get mid ahead. I think,
I think
it's
everyone's
important
got
that
a
they
sub by
get
now.
drawn into the
Anyway,
late phase.
everyone gifted
And
each
I
other.
also think that it's important that they
We're gonna
find
run it just in
some
case,
advantages
just to be
involving
safe.
2v2. Ash
Just to be
can
safe.
Super obnoxious to play against.
We We broke the record. Yeah, you guys are
this
mental.
game's
Wait,
gonna
is the
come down
Kappas
to
here
all the
now?
teamfight execution, and this is where I think
No,
a
not
champion
here.
like
You're
Akali
lying.
Vi can really thrive and make life difficult for Yagao and Elk.
It's also with the Nico and Ash I think BLG do have the ability.
Okay, everyone
to,
stops having Kappa now.
Try and even if one
No
of
more
those two
Kappas.
gets taken out, you still have the Jarvan, which early game is a big threat. I do think both teams are going to feel a little bit worried if this goes to late. I think
Yo,
Ash does
Lysom,
have a
thanks
lot
for
of
the 10
power,
gifted.
especially compared to the Kalista. But then the other parts, right, particularly the Akali, I think in a side lane is going to be. There's no answer for anyone on BLG. But I do think Genji's early game
Genji,
not
don't let us
traditionally
down.
where they excel, and you have a mid lane that's going to lose a lot of prio in the first 6 levels, and a bot lane that needs to get at, so even more so than ever, it's going to come down to the jungle, I think. Peanut and Shun, who gets to have the biggest impact here?
Who has better draft?
The crowd woken.
I mean, for the first time, Genji aren't playing too heavy scaling.
In this series.
Bro, your emote spam is rolling my browser.
I will also say.
Do I have the chat open?
We've seen
Hide chat.
a lot of take of the Akali-Nico matchup. If you are Akali and you hit Nico with an ability, if Nico is a minion when you hit her, you don't get your passive. You don't get to run in and out and get the extra auto attack. She's classed as a minion. APA brought that up on his Twitter, and we have all been amazed by it ever since. Alongside that,
I played a lot of Akali, and I think I've played it into Nico as well a bunch of times, and I've never once experienced that interaction. That's pretty funny.
the other side of the interaction is, if Nico hits you with a spell and she's a minion, you don't get your Doran Shield or your second wind regeneration because she's a minion. And so
Yeah, you can Q on Nico and swap quickly.
For the Akali to play.
Couple of notes here. We already see the level 1 being very nicely utilized by BLG as they go in really aggressively.
Yeah, they
here,
level 1 invaded
knowing
bot side.
that Genji doesn't really get to contest. So that means Peanut's going to be set behind very early on. We also have Doran, who didn't go for Ignite. We see that mostly into the Cassante. Bin also not opting into the Aftershock, which is common. Attacking into the Rumble, so he can at least win the short trades. Not going to be the case here. And with Doran going for TP, his impact on the map should be greater. This early vertical jungling, though, I think exactly what BLG want, right? Try and keep
I'm not doing
this
more. I don't want to
Kalista
risk it.
lane
I don't want it to
down
like
from the
again.
get-go.
Seen this Peanut pathing a few times through this.
This is going to be tough for the Kalista lane. Split map against Tom Kench with Rel.
Because there was that ward on the Gromp. Could, of course, look up towards the top lane, try and put Bin behind. If a Rumble can start taking over, can be dominant. For the moment, though, just on his Krugs, clearing out that top side. Chovy with a ward as well to spot Shun, if he does decide to path across towards his blue. And it looks like instead he's just going to play around that bottom lane.
Yeah, this matchup is really fun if your name is Akali. She'll do what she can with Doran Shield and Fleet Footwork.
Oi, big knockup by On, level 1.
2 versus 2.
He's already down to 250
This is
HP.
not looking
Elk
good,
with
is
the
it?
slow as well. Remember, that slows Kallista's attack speed, not only her movement speed in the lane. That's why Ash so
He's not
good
going
into
for
the
blue.
Kalista.
Oh, look at the pivot here.
He's
Peanut
scared of
realizes
showing.
that Bot lane is at the risk of getting dove.
And he's showing.
Besides the better
Well,
of it,
his
yeah,
bot
Shun
lane dead.
adjusting
Bye-bye
his
bot
pathing.
lane.
I think he got spotted on the
Oh, he
ward as
cancelled his
well.
back. Peanut is going to go for the blue.
So Peanut is on a ward. I think Shun, as you say, was spotted on the ward by
Bye-bye,
the
Pace.
Razor Beaks. But
Doesn't
Pace
matter.
is
They're going to be level 3.
You need one more minion.
They need that
You
creep.
something, get that
Okay,
level
but
2.
they're
There
level
we
3.
Go. Delight has it, so does Pace. Shun looking for this. A lot of minions going to be lost to
Oh
the
my
tower.
god, he's going to get his
TP
TP cancelled, no?
from Doran, but he can be stopped by Bin, and he is, in fact, in the top lane. Delight looked for the engage flash away from On.
They're
Shun can
rediving.
go in now. EQ
Oh,
flash
Shun
away
failed
from
the
Pace.
EQ flash.
Doesn't follow, but
Doesn't matter.
Pace is dead. The flip back onto On is
Yeah,
not
it's
enough.
doomed,
On not
it's
taking
doomed,
the
it's
tower.
lost,
Abyssal
it's
Voyage
open,
forward.
we
The
fucking
dodge from
FF
Delight. He
Genji.
still has flash. Elk now tanking the tower. Shun and On haven't hit Delight. And so in the end, it's a play, it's a kill, it's everything BLG wanted.
Still going to be a really big win, and it's On and Elk that secure the initial advantage. Get Pays low, and it's then the pathing from Shun, pivoting away from trying to maybe punish
And
Peanut
Doran
in a
lost
pure
TP
1v1.
situation.
Instead, going towards that bot
Wow,
lane.
Chobi's
And now you
laning
have
really
Elk,
well.
who is sitting at a 15 CS lead and a kill into a Kalista.
Chovy is laning really well.
It's a bit of a disaster in the bot lane.
Oh, it's a bit of a disaster.
The split map from the jungle, the slow stacking wave into the dive, just something we've seen from Shun time and time again, and something that they execute to perfection. Medic, you highlighted it. The TP gets interrupted here from the Rumble. Great positioning from Doran initially to be like, okay, I'm here to assist, and then the TP comes through and BLG is like, all right, that's fine. Bin interrupts it.
Oh, yes,
The comm is
Q3
very
ready as
clear.
well.
And then they go, oh, that wave is still big enough that we can commit to the dive. Still only level 2 for the
What
bot
can
lane
Pace
of
do
GENG,
here, to be honest? There's nowhere to go.
It says a lot as well as to the advantage that was already accrued in terms of health, that the flash flag and drag doesn't even hit, and it's still enough to take
There is
down
nowhere to go. Oh, I have Golden Kappa for 24 hours.
there.
Big.
He's really going to suffer. We'll see if Peanut, once he hits level 6, is able to get anything going towards that bot
They
side,
need to
but
repay
right
bot side now, GENG. They need to do it.
right where they want him.
But they
Not
lose
looking for a
3v3, I
late
think.
gank here.
Ash has heal.
Well, this wave pushing away from Paze and Delight means that Shun can just push forward himself.
Oh my god,
Open
Elk.
up with the Rangers. Focus, the engage onto
Oh,
Elk. It still has
oh clean by Delight and Peanut.
to get out. Delight gets
Very
the kill.
clean. They
What
just
you
saved
wanted
bot.
for GENG.
Well,
Meanwhile, Bin
Doran might be dead.
training with Doran in the top lane, and I know who's winning this one. Cassante doing Cassante things as the double flash has been
Dodge
used.
it, dodge 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 it.
Doran puts on his dancing
Bin,
shoes.
don't miss those.
Can't find them in time. Bin with a solo.
Look at the frustration on the fans' face. Elation as they get a big kill in the bot lane. And then disappointment as Bin wins out in the 1v1 top.
It's because Doran lost
The
TP,
gold
I
still
think.
remains even. GENG will
He didn't base for
secure
that fight, right?
the first dragon.
Wait, Chovy
of
is
game 4.
Chovying. Mamma
They're
mia.
definitely not down and out just yet, but they needed to make something happen. Bot Jud now looking for something.
Down looking for flank as well. No flash on Paze, none on Delight either.
Ah,
or
Paze
even
dead.
Peanut. Paze pops the cleanse, but he's been locked up and he'll be shut out of the battle. Shun
And
takes the
Delight
kill.
dead.
Delight next on the menu. He's ready for a tongue lashing.
Oh my god,
flashes,
Yagao,
but
you're
can't
griefing.
get in range to find the Pot Blossom. Delight escapes.
Yagao is running this game down a bit.
aggression
Look
of
at that
BLG
CS diff in
again,
mid.
As GENG think, hey, after that bot lane
That's
play,
Caedrel Nico right
we
there.
can go for Dragon, right? No, BLG is not going to let you have that one without contesting. And even though they're not able to get the light as well, still a really big win as the Kalista now 0-2. Should be able to pick up most of this wave, but it is the contest here with the priority roam from Yagao, plus his health
I think
advantage
Pace
being
split
really
off to the
big.
right a
Pace
bit too
just
much.
gets completely isolated, doesn't he, as well?
Maybe if he went left,
The fact
nah,
that
he would die
Peanut's kind of
to
zoned
Nico
away
flash.
thanks on using that Tom Kench to just get in
Everyone
between
spam 6,
the
stop
jungle
spamming.
and Delight means
Everyone spam
that,
6.
there's nothing that the AD
Refresh the
carry
chat,
can do.
reset.
And GENG ended up losing a kill in exchange for the Dragon. 1k gold now, the advantage for BLG. Not the end of the world completely for GENG. And I want to just draw your attention to the mid lane. We talked about how this can be a very difficult laning phase, but Chovy's doing a fantastic job finding really good trading windows and building a pretty healthy CS lead. And we talked about late game
Yeah,
team
Chovy
fights.
is the
Decided
carry
moment
this
that
game.
that E is used on Nico,
This Kalista
it's
is
very
really
easy
fast.
for
The
Akali
thing is,
to
GENG,
do
without
whatever she
Kalista
wants
being in a
on
good
1v1.
state, their damage is very, like, bursty.
Cassante,
It's not
he's gonna be a
DPS, and they need
nullifier, but I
DPS
don't
against
think anyone's gonna be
Cassante,
able
Tom
to
Kench,
stop
Jarvan.
this Akali as we get later into the game.
Yeah, you're really looking at On just trying his best to eat up whoever Chovy is going to target, but we've seen Chovy be able to, even in team fights, be able to
Rumble
output
Vi is
AoE
good DPS,
damage.
yeah, but it's
The big
shotgun
thing here
damage
for me
against
as
Tom
well
Kench,
is
right?
that with how the game early has gone, the Kalista plan has not been going very well, and from this point on, it is really hard to come back outside of, like, if you get completely untouched in an early skirmish. So it will come down, I think, to Chovy specifically.
Yeah, you are right. BLG
And
damage is
this
quite
a
low.
player who I
That
think
BLG
has
relies on Ash a
maybe the
lot.
worst reputation
If Ash
when it
dies,
comes
GG.
to international performances
true,
on this
man,
team,
it's true.
which is crazy to me. And I do think after this tournament, it'll be more Doran and Peanut focused, as we do have a possible fight here.
You can see the move from Paze and Delight first.
Whoa,
from the
they're
bottom
moving
lane.
up.
They
Big
pushed in
fight.
that wave. They're on their way up here to join. BLG posturing
No,
around
they're
the
dropping it.
Rift node.
No way is
Being
BLG
shot
dropping
up
that.
towards
Are
the
they?
top bush. It looks like they might give up the
They're gonna
health
try
and
and
then look
catch
for something
Doran, but
afterwards.
they
The
spotted
sky
them.
is blue.
Nice,
Will spot
Doran.
them out. Pings come out. And GENG
Okay, GENG
using
got
the
Herald. That's
priority
huge.
They have in the mid lane to make sure that Peanut can secure the second neutral
Doran
objective
is
for the
their
LCK first
target
seed.
because of the flash
So, I mean,
situation.
this is, in terms of objectives, I would say the best.
No
we've
smite
seen
on
from
Jarvan.
GENG
Yeah, he's
so
also
far this
down.
series.
He's not got
First
20.
Dragon and,
You need 20
first Herald.
stacks to
These
get
are
jungle
things
item
that you
upgrade.
should be getting when
Oh,
you're playing
Doran
with
is
a
really
Kalista.
scared.
You usually want to use her first item to look
Oi.
for fights, and I'm looking for a fight right now.
No flash Ash, no level 6 on Tom Kench. This kill could determine so much. He just leveled up. E!
Peanut can't get in range.
Oh my god, Tom Kench just leveled up.
Oh, a crucial level up there. If On doesn't hit 6 off of that wave,
That was
Elk is
game
100%
deciding.
dead. But instead, they get the
All they got
ultimate,
then
they get the
with
ignite,
all their all in, they got
Delight also
Ash
not
heal.
ticking over to 6 if he'd had
If you
the
bar out
Madness
the
Storm,
ultimate
that
trades
might have been
and the
enough
ignite.
to
It
keep
trades
the Tarn
summoners and
hedge,
ults.
if nothing else, to burn
Nothing
the flash
happens.
from the Tarn. But it wasn't quite enough. Props to Pays and Delight though. They saw a window, they went for
Kalista
it.
needs
0-2
Berserker Greaves in this base right now. If she had
Kalista,
Berserker Greaves in that fight,
but
they would have won.
They're demonstrating how powerful she can still be in the early game.
Especially when you have some CC.
Okay, she got them
struck into
huge.
the mix in the form of Delight. Pistol Voyage forward here by On as they try and clear out Vision. Dragon up in a minute's time, 56 seconds on the
So now what
Drake.
Genji needs to do is they need to repeat bot
Didn't get
and
too
Herald
many sums out of
ASAP.
BLG, only the
Chovy is
heal
smurfing
burn
though.
for
He's
Elk's
smashing
flash
the
coming back off cooldown.
CS numbers in this
See what
matchup as
Ham
well.
could devour back up for this next fight.
Impressive.
But still, cease and desist available for Peanut. Delight now ticking over to 6. All summoners available for Pays. And Chovy doing Chovy things. 108 CS, building up towards that first item. Genji will be looking at this Drake with bated breath. Can they
They're looking
find
to get a
Chovy
Kali ult
pushing
or what?
forward?
And it's kind of a must-win for them here with the Kalista composition. Chovy
able to dodge away, seen by...
Yeah, the only way they get a Kali ult before Drake there is investing Jarvan ult, which they can't really do.
Genji, but with the push in the mid lane, Yagawa and Shun can
Jarvan
now
loses way too much
help On
agency.
and Elk gain vision control.
And it looks like Genji not
Oi.
looking to actually contest this early. Drake Chovy!
Pop Blossom just short. He dashes back onto Yagao, but Bin was there, so Chovy has to flash. Respects it.
Nice respect by
Actually, I think
Chovy.
Yagao would have hit the root if he didn't flash.
This should
there,
get
so
Doran a plate.
Then Bin could have changed his CC.
But Bin can
It would have
base
been
and
enough.
base and
That
TP
should still be the Drake
after Drake.
going over. Doran picks at least up a little bit of gold, but I think BLG is
Oi!
going to take that.
Oi, 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 why are we TPing? Holy fuck!
Second on Fate's call. Delight and Doran looking for something here. The equalizer could come down, but just wasted in the end.
What is the game plan there for Genji? The Dragon's already dead.
Are they trying to zone them away from bots for Herald? I think they are. It's actually making sense. They want a Herald bot.
Elkin on away from the bot lane.
They want a Herald bot. They want a Herald
They
bot.
do have the
Okay.
Herald, all right.
What? Bin TPs. Whoa, 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 whoa. Is that guy dying for
Now
that?
they have to
But he's
dive.
alone. But Shun is on his way. Like, can you kill Bin?
Maybe Chovy has to TP in on the creep.
Only a Divine Sundra, the equalizer down onto Bin.
Bin, how good are you? Let's see.
Charges in the Magnet Storm there as well as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow hits underneath the
You're
tower.
fucking
Bin dashing
insane.
away, surviving Fate's call,
But you're
used as
dead.
well, but Peanut, with excessive force, finds the kill. Does mean the tower doesn't fall. Pays will be able to get 3 plates out of it. Counter TP.
He played
used
it
up
pretty
towards the
well.
top side as Chovy
He played it
rises
really
to
well.
Gao's push. Elk is pushing in mid.
Excessive force indeed. That is a
All right,
lot
Genji.
invested.
They need a
And it
bit more
almost
than
goes
this.
Wrong, but they will be able to pick up the kill and also put a lot of gold into Pays.
They need more
Player
than
they
this.
Put down by the early attention from Shun, plus the 2v2 from Elkin on. And Genji finally able to get themselves to a gold lead here.
So I was skeptical of the TP, but credit to Genji, they were able to make it work very nicely. Overall, yes, they did
Holy
lose
fuck,
the Dragon,
Chovy,
but
man. He's
the amount of gold that they
142
were
at
able to
1240. Like,
invest in
what?
the bot side of the map.
He is
It
crazy.
seemed like a promising idea, the TP from Bin, but I think he immediately realized
How do you even
after the
farm that
TP,
much in
hang
this
on,
matchup?
I've completely
With
isolated myself from
sorcerer
the rest
shoes.
of the team. I think it was Shun that tried
He's
to make
so
his
talented,
way down
that guy.
bot lane to offer that assistance, but it was too late, and Genji committed 4 members to find that kill.
No
So
Doran shield.
3-2 is the kill score.
No
Genji
Mercury
now
treads.
have a 1k gold lead. And this early
Oi.
game overall is very even, but I think that when you kind of look at the context of the series, Genji's confidence
sold Doran shield?
is at an all-time high.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say.
Feel as though
That's
the
mental if he
momentum
didn't. I thought he
from
saw Dark
BLG
Seal
has just slowed
refillable.
down, considering for the first 3 games, they were just like, it felt like that they were unstoppable in terms of their early game fighting.
And a lot of that comes through allowing Chovy freedom on the map, as he will have later on. but
Look,
also
Chovy
allowing
gets
Pays
punished
and
for
Delight
playing well.
freedom
150
in the
gold
bottom lane.
bounty.
This game has been a bit more
Yagao gets
tricky.
buffed for losing
Look,
lane.
Steve's still there.
Crazy, man.
He's
Fuck
doing his
that
best.
shit.
I think he might get taken down.
Ah, you
here,
farmed
but,
good?
probably hangs out around
You're
for a
worth
little bit
more on
longer.
death then.
Hey,
You
still-
played
still
better?
good to go. So what I want to highlight is that
I think
Chovy hasn't actually
kills
been
bounty
involved in
system,
any of
sure.
these plays.
CS bounty system,
And
scam.
he is at a 160 CS at 14 minutes as a Kali. Once he actually starts joining these skirmishes, we'll see how BLG finds a way to deal with it. I do think that the BLG
'Cause Chovy's just
combo
punished for playing
between
good now.
K'Sante,
It's gonna go up to
J4
200 soon.
and Nico is something that we haven't really seen them get an opportunity to use.
True.
And it's something that Genji really needs to respect.
There's something about Akali in this comp that just looks really good to me.
I feel
It's a
like
gut
that,
feeling.
Well,
I mean, it's the nameplate just above it. To be honest.
I mean, the reason Akali's good in this comp is because it doubles down, right? You have Vi Rumble, right? And they have Tahm Kench. Tahm Kench is ulting the Wild, most cases. So Akali is not really against the Tahm Kench.
what you're playing into.
He has free reign.
And like aside from Tahm Kench, we might see it right here.
Just looking for Elk, maybe trying to get the Devour down. Does have the flash, doesn't have the flash in fact to get away and try to crystal out into the Magnet Storm. Chovy extending forward, but the Devour still available for BLG here as Pace tries to get on towards the backline, but Delight now pulled out with the Fate's Call. Abyssal Voyage forward by On Chovy. Walking away, wounded, On with the flash forward. And Shun coming in from the side, Chovy cataclysmed and brought
Jarvan,
to
no
his
flash
knees
ult and there's no
BLG
dragon.
strike.
I mean, that may be the biggest caster curse I've done in recent history.
Oi, Yagao griefing maybe? Oh, they got Nico flash. Okay, so Chovy died, but they got Jarvan, Nico. I hate it when it does this. I hate it when it does this. I hate it. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. It's gonna come back now. I promise. Why does this PC not work well? Hello? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm refreshing. We'll be good.
That was a really heavy investment. If they get Drake, I think BLG call worth. But otherwise, like that is, what, 4 flashes?
True.
In the end,
I
just
think
to
it's
kill
because
Chovy,
the
who
chat
didn't
is-
have his flash
I'll go
available,
Chat-Arena.
does end up going down. But I think it depends on who actually gets the setup for this dragon here. Ocean Drake, particularly with how much island action I expect.
Now we catch up.
You
Sorry.
can't complete the rocket belt. He,
We didn't miss
went back to
anything.
base, didn't have enough money, and now the TP has been used. So I thought that Chovy was actually going to look for a kill here, but decides, you know what, it's not worth it. He looks at the position on the map and realizes this isn't a good fight for me. Good ultimate from Elk. And then Delight is kind of forced to fight here
Herald
to keep
start
his
by
mid
BLG.
laner alive. Paze gets zoned out of the fight,
Where's Paze?
thanks to a nice route from Yagao. And then Genji are immediately forced to retreat. Jun, you're going to see him land a good ultimate here, and he's going to get that shutdown as well. So 400 gold goes over to Shun. And with the Herald being secured, perhaps that's an opportunity for Genji to cross-map and trade for the Dragon.
So Jarvan, Nico, Ashe, Tahm Kench flashed.
Dragon taking
4 flashes down for that kill on Chovy. So on this Dragon, I don't think BLG is fighting it.
Lead here, even if the kill scoreline is a little bit misleading. Lead for Pina and for Chovy. Not as great as they would like this portion of the game.
And this is something that Genji
I'll be
was known for
surprised
the
if they
LCK
do,
as
though.
well, being able to get favorable
What happened to that red
macro
buff?
trades. We'll see if they get the Dragon,
Is
though,
Jarvan close to his jungle
particularly
item? Is that why they
with
dropped it so they could share?
opportunity
Yeah,
for
it is.
BLG to
Look,
just
Jarvan.
overload.
See, now he
Just
finished his
throw
jungle
down a
item.
Herald,
No, Jarvan
try
just finished his jungle
and,
item. Now they'll do it and
push
they can
down.
share red buff.
They can do that. They can also look
Otherwise,
for a
only one of
contest.
them would have got it.
BLG have given up the ghost on this one. You can see Yagao walking
Yeah.
forward.
But I don't know if-
just gonna
yeah, they
clear
cannot
the
fight
way.
in this
Not
trade.
Feeling it.
Just taking the red as well. And I think a lot of it comes down to what you mentioned, Chronicler, which is they invested a lot. Yes, you have Pop Blossom. Yes, you have the Cataclysm, but you don't have Flash on any of your bot side of the map, or your jungle, or your mid. So if you look for more, GENG can collapse on you. Magnet Storm back
Herald
up. There's
mid.
the Toad in the mid lane.
Okay, well, Tower's dead. Pace is standing at his tier 2. The Kalista is useless. I can't tell you how much this Kalista is useless.
Instead, they
But
will retreat and work
the
their way
Akali's
towards
gonna
the
get
top
collapsed
side.
on
No
now.
vision here for GENG. It's control ward deep behind. And
Can they
BLG's
dive
blue.
Chovy?
Can Chovy survive what could be a 5-man dive? Yao coming in as a clone of Elk. And Chovy will realize as the arrow hits,
dead.
he might be just caught out. He tries to flash, but he can't get away in time. Knocked back with the Intofos. And Chovy stayed a little bit too long. Didn't respect the arrow from Elk.
Chovy
Nice
farms
snipe
good,
comes
but
through
he's
from Elk.
making
Now
some
BLG
mistakes here.
With, I was going to say 5 members strong, but Bin choosing to reset means that they can continue this.
Did they get
siege
this
onto
bot
the
tier
top
2, Genji?
And that is also Chovy investing his flash, right? In the previous
They got
play,
the bot
didn't
tier
have
too.
it. So it's going to be a very favorable trade here for BLG. Genji is able to answer. So it's not the end of the world, but still
Are they going to double TP on that
They
pink
might
ward?
be looking to try and catch some stragglers here. Chovy does have TP, but doesn't look like anyone
No.
is going to be available, and it'll just be Genji trying to make the best of a rough situation.
But look at Chovy's CS.
I mean, I
Shut up.
think Shun maybe would have stayed around, locked up for a
Oi, oi,
second.
oi, oi.
And another, but even with the Ignite, Shun able just to gore Drinker his way away. It's to like knocked back over the wall there by Pina. Not sure that was the intention, but it was the conclusion of the play.
Hang on now. I don't love this invade from Genji. Now just taunting. Oh,
Oh, okay. Pina tried to smite as the patience ran out.
Unfortunate.
Got the smite on the way back.
That's unfortunate for Peanut. It was a little scary because of the numbers the BLG had, but the GENG are able to get away. Gold pretty much dead even now.
Chovy should be able to all in this Nico, but
he
he doesn't really have the vision to do it.
Oh, he stuck his way. Yagao is so suspicious though. He doesn't like it.
Chovy looking for it. Yagao still has flash. Chovy able to dash away.
And something I want to highlight is the
Chovy is
fact that
strong
so many
still,
of these
though.
players from BLG have been
He's
set
same
up
as
by
Nico,
Elk. And we've
but
seen
he's
a lot
ahead
of
in
Elk,
XP
like
by a
team
lot.
fight carry in this tournament. Is Tristana, is Jinx, right? But Ashe is, I think, such a different champion from a very stylistic point of view, where so much more of the value comes from the
I don't care
ultimate,
how many seconds behind I
plus
am.
your
I
ability
just don't want the stream to
consistently
break.
hit arrows. And thus far, I feel like Elk has done a really good job of consistently finding these arrows towards the side lane, setting up and leading to the kill score lead for BLG.
As the tempo and the pace of the game slows down a little bit, I have to feel we're just waiting for the next Drake to spawn. Would be third of the game for GENG. They'd wish that was 4. Obviously BLG getting that earlier Drake slowed down.
What is that
game
emote?
a lot for BLG.
Mega pace?
Still only 1 game away from
Alright,
making it to
Ash almost has
quarterfinals,
Triforce.
joining Weibo. First time we've ever had 4 LPL teams in the quarterfinals, and maybe if things go the way the top side of the bracket could be going, maybe the first time we've ever had all LPL semi-finals as well. I think people will look at that bottom side of the bracket and think, well, JDG probably, and then T1 LNG, a very close series. An era of LPL dominance returning after a brief delay last year at Worlds. Peanut stepping forward. Here's the engage comes in
Big
from
mistake
BLG,
by
and
Peanut. That might have cost him the game. They have Kalista ult for Rel, but Chovy needs to make some magic. Oh, Yagao. Chovy knows he has to cook, otherwise it's lost. But he can't cook shit.
And a perfect execution from BLG.
And that's vintage Peanut! Just steps forward, gets caught, and now BLG making their way over to the Baron.
No smite for GENG, but a fight perhaps begins to materialize. No tangle barbs, remember.
Yeah, they can't
BLG
fight
only
this.
Catalyst.
GENG without ults is just useless, these champs.
Do you go in with the Magnus Storm? You do. Deadlight tries to dive in. Doran trying to burn BLG alive as On is taken out, but the re-engage from
It's
BLG.
over.
Perfection executed
It is
once
over.
Again. Doran and Chovy in a 2v4 fighting for the lives of GENG, for the lives of the LCK.
Dragon in 30 as well. GENG can't fight Drake now either because Kalista died.
Fantastic play from BLG. That pick from Peanut is exactly the window that they were looking for. Without a second of hesitation, they start the Baron and they find themselves even more kills.
Ah, Peanut, what is he doing?
Here, but BLG is so ready. It's again the arrow. The setup is there.
What is Peanut doing?
And then the chase down comes through. GENG have to invest so much. The Fates Call, the ultimate, and the summoner, or the cleanse rather, from Pace.
Chovy playing BRX Akali?
Even with Bin coming in, he isn't even necessary. He's just there to secure the Baron.
Well,
It's
looks
also
like the
just a
LCK's final hope is
The Akali ultimate is
KTT1.
now unavailable. Like, Delight goes in, but what do they really have to reliably follow up? There's the engage. Pays does what he can. Torin is standing on the edge. Chovy drops, what, a bit of damage onto the support, onto the Tahm Kench. It's an easy turn for BLG, and they'll get a Dragon to boot.
And now GENG staring down a very long walk back into this game. 2 items complete on Pays, Ginsu's and the Blade of the Ruined King. Yagao here, cease and desist coming out as they try and lock him up. Doesn't have the flash, but has the pop. Blossom,
Yagao's
Chovy
dead.
dashes in, dashes back, dashes out, and dashes
Hold up.
forward for the
Yagao's
kill.
dead.
Peanut takes it.
Can they get out though? Looks like they will be. BLG don't want to overinvest towards the top side of the map. On
Bro,
the cross
T1
map,
legend.
Bin is able to
My
still
hero.
push, but the Red Bull Baron power play is going to lose a lot of
Was
momentum
lame.
from that pick.
The TP.
The pick is good. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, Yagao this series has been a bit of a passenger.
A little bit, but I don't know if it's
I think
enough.
Jun has been
The
carrying.
wave
Oi, 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 whoa, that engage is really good. Wait. Ash is dead.
And they're looking to burst out Elk. Chovy dashing around and Elk will fall. It's Hunt
So is Tahm Kench.
for GENG, and they found what could be the biggest kill of them all. They found a way back into game 4.
I thought that it wouldn't be
They can
enough,
get Bin
but
too. They should chase this.
GENG just shut me right up. A beautiful engage in mid lane. Catches BLG completely off guard. And just like that,
They should chase,
as you
chase,
said, Medic,
GENG have found a lifeline.
Chase, chase, chase. Slow kill.
The kill on Bin here as well, and he's going to be disjointed.
Wait, what the
Uses
fuck?
the mobility.
Cassante?
Oh god, Cassante things.
Bin just doing Bin things here on the
Cassante?
and Tofo's come out.
Okay,
Shields! The sling's on plate is not enough. The
It's a
shield's
god.
not enough to keep Cassante
Alright, well,
alive.
that's a huge throw by BLG.
Get those death timers on a bit of an uneven keel. Still only
That is a
1,000
huge
gold
throw.
in it, but look at
Pick
this.
on top. They had a ward. Is that a sentinel or? Is he TPing on a Callista? No, it's a ward. I thought it was a Callista W. I was like, how did that get there?
Moments like this, he was able to do it on Breon. He's able to do it on GENG. And it is a really important moment because, as you're saying,
They're blundering. They're splitting up too much. The fact that your mid laner gets caught top and you're split pushing bot, you're 3-man mid against Rumble, Vi. Disrespect.
But then they're able to actually take down, and you can see the tense coaching room there for GENG. They know what's at stake here.
I mean, Peanut completely redeemed the misplay that he made earlier, nullified the Baron, and now both objectives, 2.5 minutes until they're back out onto the map. More time for both sides to farm, more time for items to be completed. But again, I draw my eyes towards the mid lane and I look at these items
go
now
again.
being finished for Chovy. Level 15.
GENG should just go again.
16.
Like that, yeah.
Elk has flash heal. He tries to get across the wall and gets into the Razorbeak pit. But
Oh, and Chovy missed it.
Chovy looking for more.
Chovy too deep. He needs a flash out now. Oh, his flash was really good. Oh, Chovy. He flashed left.
And there is no objective up, but GENG.
That was so smart by Peanut too. They ulted onto Ash, but then they Vi-ulted Tahm Kench. So Ash had to flash.
A turret here. And again, Yagao gets caught out on.
Yeah, Gugu is having a really bad series.
The momentum has clearly swung. What felt like a doomed game state for GENG after losing that Baron, after losing another Dragon. It's just everything for GENG. Look at this play. Elk isolated. They cannot protect him. He's forced to flash over the wall. The arrow goes wide.
No, the arrow was in case Chovy chased.
Shun gets close to Elk, which means that
If Akali followed, that arrow would
the
hit.
stopwatch is good, and then he flashes away from Yagao, who's then left isolated by his team. Now
Whoa,
Chovy in
Chovy.
danger.
By himself down in the bottom lane, but he's
Nice
going to
find.
get out the hymnal.
Oh,
Take
he's
a pew.
crazy.
BLG Church is in session, but the Abyssal Voyage trying to turn it back around. Chovy able to
They're
get
out,
away.
maybe?
Trying to get
Oh, they're out.
Dodges from the Intofo's not quite.
They're out, they're out, they're out.
But Bin, the Dragon up
Peanut
in
had
a
to use his
minute,
flash to
enough
save
time
Chovy
for
there.
GENG to reset.
But they got Cassante
Chovy
flash.
almost scored out.
And there's that threat from BLG. A single misstep, and GENG can still get taken down in this game. Peanut forced to flash there, won't have that available.
Drake up in 40. Doesn't decide the game, but Nash up in 30. That
Dorn
does.
didn't have teleport that crucially will be off cooldown just about now, meaning that if BLG, anything they would have gotten there could have set up for this Drake. It is just soul points for either team, so wouldn't be surprised
You promised
with
a
the lack
banger.
of control. BLG is
I
gonna
know.
say thank you to
And
that
hopefully
one.
they win this game
Baron
to make
also
it a
up,
banger.
so we might even see them try and play towards that if GENG misstep.
I mean, so much of the credit needs to be given to Delight. You guys were talking about him earlier. We're going to be keeping our eyes on him as the game continues.
I think it's hard for
He made that
BLG.
mid-lane
I like the idea
game-saving
of
play.
Vi ulting Tahm Kench
Let's
while
see,
they're
Shun
diving on
find
Ash.
Another Shun looking for a fight.
I like. Oh, Delight! That's the engage support, baby!
On trying to keep Elk alive. The pop bottom comes out just in time from Yagao.
This is Chovy's time. Chovy has to carry the whole fight.
BLG might be two. Elk trying to do everything he can.
It's Chovy, baby. He has to carry. It's Chovy, baby. That's him.
GENG do it all. They have fought back from the absolute brink.
They're back. They're back. Okay, GENG, take us to 5. Take us to 5.
It's a clean ace for GENG. The Nexus is in
Take
their
us to
eyes,
5.
And they're
Take
looking
us.
to, oh,
never mind.
Never mind.
Out of the eyes.
They're out of the eyes.
They're against
Glides
the
put
end.
them back on. The Baron is in their eyes. What a team fight and one engage, just as
Oh,
we were talking
listen to the
about
crowd.
it. Delight again. What an incredible engage.
Listen to the crowd.
He finds 3 members, and how does Elk even get to play the game?
He doesn't. And to me, this Rumble, I don't even feel like Doran is necessarily having a pop-up game, but the Rumble has just made it so hard consistently. But as you already pointed out, the big
No, it's the
enabler of all
Rumble
of this,
and the
it's
Rel
Delight.
that get the Tomken ult. And then when the Tomken ult's down, watch Chovy.
What is winning GENG this
He
game?
waits.
And you see
Tomken spits out, now Chovy has to full send.
trying to go for the ultimate. GENG
He has to get on top of Ashe, and he has to kill Ashe now.
With some heroics, made that
So him and Doran
gets multiple multi-man knockups, but it just isn't enough because Paze and Chovy are unmatched.
Yeah, I mean, it's the combination of Rumble forcing all of those things out early means that the Akali then has free reign on the backline, and there's nothing to stop Chovy from just assassinating Elk. And then while all of that is happening, Paze is untouched. So he's just freely dishing out this damage. 5 kills for him now, 2-1-11 for Doran. A 6k goal lead for GENG. They're looking to bring us to a game 5.
This is the GENG right here.
The momentum has very clearly swung in their favor, and they will not slow down. They want to return to the World semi-final. They lost to DRX at the semis last year. They lost to BLG at MSI. And they want to prove that they can make the reverse sweep a reality.
Delight's insane. He is. Delight's a Giga Chad.
The biggest prize of
Why was this guy playing Melio?
The arrow
onto Doran.
Get this man an Alistar. Get him a cheeseburger.
There's the equalizer already. Doran
Doran's
getting chunked
tweeting.
out, and Doran is donezo. Chovy pushing
Come
in
on,
the mid
GENG,
lane.
don't
Delight
fucking
can
butcher
re-engage.
this.
No flash for him to disengage this, though.
Where is my bro
Misses
EQing?
the flag and drag
You have
across the wall.
Callisto?
The stun from Delight. Chovy starting to collapse. There's the base call out. BLG
Guys,
could
don't
chase.
butcher this. You can't throw this. Don't get excited. Don't get choke it.
Still healthy. The inhibitor tower already down. TP now from Bin as he tries to make sure Chovy can't get another tower out of this push.
Really big window there.
Fight together.
For BLG. They're able.
Wait for Drake.
Not window.
Scaling is not against them.
I mean,
They're
both of
able.
them.
Scaling is fine.
Both. They're also
BLG have a
able to
one-threat
take
comp.
a
The
lot
scaling
wind
of
out
that comp is
the
not that
sails of these
insane.
Baron power plays, which it has been something where GENG actually have been super consistent domestically. Like when they get Baron, it's done, right? So picks like this on Doran, even with a stopwatch available,
I actually think GENG outscaled pretty hard.
are really, really big and mean. The BLG,
They outscale
even
pretty
though
hard.
they are
I
down,
just
they
think
are
that
not out.
the later this game goes on, the more reliability falls on
Just
Ashe.
is more about can they regain
And if
that
Ashe
control, 'cause
dies,
I feel
everything's
like that's been
done.
really
Like, they don't have
kind
any
of
damage
the
late game.
advantage that GENG have had ever since that catch that they got here on mid. They
This
just
Nico is
haven't
way
really
too far
ever
behind.
been able to get like Yagao with a big flank into the enemy backline.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these fights have actually been started by GENG.
Yeah.
Finding these opportunities, Delight being the initiator, and in an ideal world, you as BLG want to be the one starting off the fights. But GENG, oh, Yagao. No, that's not the real
thing.
one.
You can always tell if it's not the real one because it's just doing a helicopter motion somewhere randomly. It's like, could you really be doing that? I want to give credit to Delight as well for his itemization here. Abyssal Mask, second item, really strong when you have a Rumble and an Akali, and when you're diving into the backline, that magic resist shred, so powerful in situations like this. We may see the game slow down for the next couple of minutes because it's 2.5 on Soul for GENG and 2.5 on Baron for BLG or GENG, whoever decides to fight around it.
We're also starting at the point where there's a lot
It's
of
just gonna be 2 minutes
defensive
installing.
available, right? So Bin was able to pick up a
Look at this.
Renduin's, already had a Stoneblade second. Then we have GA for both junglers
They
here.
need this
and
pen.
then double
They need
stopwatch
it.
on the side of
They need this
Yagao
pen.
and Elk. And then Doran and Chovy also with Zhonya's in the pocket. Pace just sporting a regular one. And for BLG, the item breakpoints could have been worse. I think only mid lane is where it really feels backbreaking. Outside of that, they have been able to stay on pretty decent item parity.
Well, the tension mounts. The
They just need to coordinate their
full of
dive on the
terrors.
Ashe. One
Ocean
person
again.
needs to get Tamken cheat.
It's
Rel,
so spooky.
Akali, Vi,
I would say the
Rumble.
GENG are the slightly
One
spookier
person
thing
needs to
here,
force
but
it,
that's
and the
fair.
other 3 have to
BLG
kill.
have the
Ocean's really deep, man.
That's
We haven't
it.
explored like 90% of that.
Ocean
Could be
is very-
anything down
it's a
there.
dangerous
They have
place.
all of the tools to do it. They have all of them.
BLG will actually make their way up towards the Baron side of the map. A minute and a half until that spawns. I guess with their mid-prio, they can kind of take as much space as they want.
They also
The
have
wave
defensive
clear-
tools if they
I
fuck
mean,
it
the
up.
wave
They have
clear
double
siege from
Zhonyas
GENG
and a
is the
GA.
strongest. They really need another great fight to end this game.
See the Scuttle Crab taken by BLG. Gives them that little bit more vision. They know if they place any wards, they're not really going to stick. Shun hit is on a ward. Chovy and Peanut were eyeing him up, but decide that tasty morsel can be left for later. Don't really want to go in where they're not quite sure where the rest of BLG
Ash
are
has
waiting.
stopwatch, yeah. I think Elk realizes he needs
There's also
GA or
between,
something
like,
now.
Flag and drag, flash, GA. By the time you actually kill Shun,
But the more you itemize defensively, the less damage you have.
One thing that is a tough cookie to crack for BLG though is like who actually deals with Chovy. I think right now, Ben's still able to match him relatively well with post-void stuff.
Stop no-waying.
Is gonna get
The reason I
harder
say
as
that is
well.
because their only damage is
GA
Ash.
done for Pace. Will have that available in the upcoming fight. And feels like the last stand here for BLG to ward off a Silver Scrapes.
One last time.
Alright, midway
Delighted
contestant
to
to
play
Drake.
the watch for GENG. And if Yagao can find a flank,
GENG could stall and play for Nash, but Chovy's in river, so...
Oh, here we go.
Oh, Delight, baby!
Immediately, Delight tanking up.
Oh, Delight, baby!
With
This Ash can't live.
BLG right now, the Pop Blossom doesn't find it. Pace flashes the wall.
That Ash is just fisted.
Chovy's on a rampage
It's done.
now, and GENG are just grinding up BLG. A double for Chovy.
It's a
They
game
wipe
5.
them away. The TP
There we go!
towards mid.
Silver
GENG
Scrapes.
are done with this game.
He's 17 and he's flashing over a wall with his back against the wall. Pace still find the play. Bindo.
You know, relentless force.
Save him!
And even more
Kill him!
action from GENG. Delight in Pays after being put behind in the early game are putting on a clinic here at 35 minutes. It's game 5, a reverse sweep on the cards for GENG.
Momentum, momentum,
Busan and
momentum,
all
momentum.
Korea are behind them.
Wake up, GENG, wake up. You have it in you.
This series has taken a turn.
You have all of it in you.
After game number 2, it felt like a repeat of MSI. But now, 2-2. Silver Scrapes about to grace us again.
And it
It's
feels
IG
like the
versus
GENG have
KT
found
all
the
over again.
formula. It feels like the BLG are the ones now pressured
Yeah,
to
Ash
go
can't
back
play
to the
that game.
drawing board.
Did you see that fight? Ash,
Series,
she
it has
stopwatched
been
Wild.
so far. We're gonna go
She
to
got
a
8 on
short
Rel
break,
engage.
Don't you dare.
She
go
flashed
anywhere.
away. Everyone has, yeah. She flashed away from Rumble ult, and then there's an Akali on top of her. Like, what do you want her to do? Yagao got fisted that game, by the way. Yagao got destroyed. Even with Chovy choking a bit early in the series, the only time Yagao played good was game 1, I think. In lane. I like Chovy on Yone. I like Chovy on Akali. I don't want Chovy on Azir. Get him on something that he can carry the game. Get him a Sylas. Get him an Akali. I'm gonna go peek quick. 1 sec. Alright, now give us a banger last game. Don't fuck with us. Give us a good one. End us on a banger.
A brief delay last year at Worlds. Peanut stepping forward here as the engage comes in from BLG and Peanut's locked up. Yagao pops Blossoms.
The wave clear.
Oh! Agnestorm flash engage.
The Light carried the game. The Light solo carried the game. Next to Chovy.
Chovy dashing around and Elk will fall. It's hunting season. But Yagao is gone. And BLG
The Light pulled the trigger in scenarios where if he didn't, the game was lost.
Delight survives. BLG die. Gen G do it all.
168 days ago, Gen G suffered one of the most crushing losses they ever had at the hands of BLG in London at MSI. If you asked us 2 hours ago, we thought the exact same thing was going to happen here.
It was about to be a 6-0.
It was.
Now it might be a 5-2, though.
It might be.
Now it might be a 4.
Wow, thanks for deflating my awesome setup there. In front of the Korean crowd, they get it together just in time, and now we're all the way to a Game 5. I'm just happy that we got here.
Yeah, I mean, I expected this to be like way heavily Gen G favored. So the fact that they were able to come out, BLG were able to come out, have 2 really good games, and Gen G have actually adjusted. Like we talked about how, or the casters talked about how this draft is them doing something different, right? And again, relying on Chovy to be the carry that you always have to watch out for. And Delight. I was like, this guy was robbed for LCK first All-Pro, right? Like, we see him on these engaged supports, and he looks way more comfortable, and he's starting these fights for Gen G and just being a pivotal member.
Yeah, this time on Rel, and he had the engage time and time again. And is that just what it comes down to then? Of course, Delight being able to push that envelope and Chovy with the agency?
Yeah, it's not just one of these pieces, it's all of these pieces working in concert. The engages are huge, though, because he's engaging on both parts. He gets the Tahm Kench and the Ashe simultaneously, and look at the health. By the time Elk gets eaten, he's already at 25% HP with a bunch of spears in his back as well. So they both just get ripped out. And it has been electric in this stadium. I know a giant stadium full of people that agree with you. All these Gen G fans have been popping off.
But it's not only just how impactful Delight has been in going for these quick engages, it's how well the rest of the team has come in around him. Chovy consistently finding these flanks to work alongside it, like being patient on the engages until that Pop Blossom is down. Having Peanut there to follow up with the Vi, it's the immediate coordination from Gen G, the trust that they have that Delight will perform in those pivotal moments, and he has not let them down once here in this game.
And the big thing that a lot of these engages did was force On essentially out of the fight, right? Because Elk cannot play the game unless On is there to essentially devour, save him, and then Gen G still, with this composition, has the ability to get on to Elk, and he just couldn't play the game.
Let's get it, Doran.
We also saw the rumble damage coming out of Doran, who, you know, didn't have a great laning phase. I thought he wasn't really able to push Bin out, and Bin was still looking pretty good in the mid to late game fights. But yeah, the Rumble is just a really strong
I'm not putting the jersey on.
You've got the setup of the Rel. It's perfect.
I'm
you saw
not
the very last replay there.
putting anything
them
on.
Combining for like the
Tabe
first
is screaming
tier
at
of
him.
the engage. Then Chovy's in for the second tier, and Pays gets the free hit the entire fight.
And I think a huge portion of that was them being able to set the bot lane behind in the early stages of the game. They went for some incredible dives that really shut down any of the plays that BLG were going to be able to make. And actually, it was BLG who started things off well. And myself and Emily looked at each other as this game had started going, hey, if you fall behind in the early stages here, you have no damage on BLG. And these initial plays look great, but it was how Gen G then responded in the upcoming plays that really started to turn things around.
Yeah, we'll see, I believe, a play on the opposite side where Pina is actually responding and GENG, yeah, right here. Well, this is where, yeah, they actually had TP'd
are you focused up?
and I was not sure about
Are you big
that,
paced?
but then they were able to get this kill onto Bin. It's really important for me to mention, like, both junglers in the series. I know Chronicler was kind of ragging on Pina. I actually thought Pina's had some really strong early games. In this one, he did have to come back from the fact that they started vertical jungling from BLG. They were like, we are going for this dive. We do not want you to get this Kalista ahead. It was actually pretty successful. So then credit to GENG for being able to get back in the mid game.
Yeah, this series definitely isn't a jungle diff.
Around objectives like the Rift Herald. One of the things that I think kind of went under the radar was as Rift Herald was initially started up, Peanut did start the first one at 8 minutes, but he looked bot and realized, hang on a second,
my brain is refreshed. My food has been eaten.
Elk has no level 6, he has no access to the ultimate. We can actually go for this objective having the ultimate advantage, and it's those tiny little plays that are separating everything.
If GENG wins, Weibo is doomed. No, they are not.
There's so much going into these games, and we harken back to Peanut, who we heard from before the series, talking about I've been chasing that international
Weibo will
do
what BLG couldn't.
It's been nothing. Last year, was it the year? Who knows? But now they fight their way back, and it isn't even over yet. And I think, of course, the momentum has gone over to the side of GENG, very much so, but I'm not willing to sell out BLG yet, and you had them pinned as your winner at the beginning of the game.
I'm holding on! I'm holding on still! I did put 3-2 originally before we started changing all
this.
I got a little full of myself there with the BLG hype, you know, the first 2 games.
Now gonna do like 3-2, or what is he gonna do? No, he's not doing it.
They gave GENG red.
This last game, though, there were so many back and forth moments, and that's why it has turned into such an exciting
There's
series.
some people there, yeah?
Shot. Oh,
decent amount of people.
Amazing. There's a couple of things we can talk about going into the next game. It's BLG selecting the blue side. Once again, I think GENG has found a lot of solutions, though, on that red side. And one thing maybe we perhaps do not want to see again is Yagao and Nico.
I mean, Yagao has been incredibly good on Nico.
Give us a stage shot from the back. Give us a backstage shot from where the players are. Oh, yeah. Oh, there we go. Oh, a bit longer, though. They should have gone middle.
But this game was just a complete wipeout, and I think it's more also vocal towards Chovy, how well he has been playing on these melee champions, getting control of the Yone, popping off on the Akali. BLG cannot shut down Chovy, and even when Yagao's on comfort, it's still a problem. I think it's trying to keep this Chovy in check. That's the problem.
I don't know if I'm looking at it with wrong colored glasses, but in fact, before that mid lane super engage with the Rumble ult, things were a bit touch and go. No, it's not.
A best of one.
Hey,
Caedrel, can you read this? Yeah, I can.
Entirety of this game, or am I remembering incorrectly?
A best of one.
You can see on their
a best of one. All right, full game focus chat.
Yeah. GENG all smiles, laughing there.
I feel like I know how both these teams draft pretty well now. I get it.
From the reverse
BLG
sweep,
plays
like you have all the power
really
here.
hard denial.
Yeah, and I believe this is
and
going
GENG,
to be
I think, have found one style that
first
works.
Ever reverse sweep if they pull it off. If they manage to pull it off, that'll be the first time that they've been able to do that. And like Rob, you talked about how you were like, I don't know, if they lose the first game, I think BLG just take it. So to see
play
this
Silver
kind of
Scrapes in the draft. Play it during the draft. Play Silver Scrapes. Let me hear it.
Team is like, I don't know, it's really great.
It's so impressive to be a team that wins a world championship. You know, GENG plays at 85%, at 90% the whole year, but we haven't seen them squeeze before. And that's why they fell in those final hurdles. Now they did not fall, and they are on the brink of completing the reverse sweep, but I just want it to be an all-out brawl, man.
I think it has to be, and we need to see members on both sides continuing either to exceed expectations or bring back the expectations we have. Bin dominated game 1 and game 2. Game 3 and 4 has belonged to Doran. When you look at Chovy in the mid lane,
he's
been uncontested there. Peanut stepping up massively. And when we look at that bot lane, that has been where the battle lines have been drawn. Both sides need to find that success. And I think it's for BLG getting carries back in the top lane, getting comfort for Yagao, getting rid of the Akali and the Oni, and then having some damage bot lane. This Ashe is not going to cut us.
Oh, this has been so exciting, and we are not done yet. One final game in this series. And Medic, I hope you have some energy left.
One more time into the breach, one more time onto Summoner's Rift for both these teams. They have battled.
Just ignore trucks.
Their lives out, battled like their lives depended on it. And after game 2, I think we all thought it was going to be a quick one. BLG absolutely stomped there, but GENG showing the resiliency to fight back.
Oh yeah, he could have said no.
Home
NRG got
crowd
knocked
here
out
in
yesterday.
Busan.
I mean, the sixth man of the crowd has to affect BLG to some capacity. The crowd has been so loud whenever GENG is winning. And you can,
that was a good one, right?
Kobe talked about it, the smiles on the faces of the players, the momentum swing. Let's see what they've got prepared for us as we get closer and closer to the Game 5 draft.
So you didn't think it was a good one?
It would also be the first time for GENG that they're able to really showcase what they do domestically, and specifically when it comes to the mental resilience.
Holy fuck, we're praying.
In series,
we're
the LCK has been tested in games, big deficits. They never let it phase them. See if it's enough
we are praying out
change
here.
This series.
Get
the reverse sweep.
Well, let's get into draft then, shall we? What is the plan? Things we know
Where's
for
the draft
GENG. They need to light on and engage, and they need Chovy to have options in how he approaches the mid-game,
Where's the draft
late game. Whereas BLG,
BLG's blue side.
I think it's really important that they get Elk on something that can have carry potential.
I think they have to do same ban
They've been a little
GENG.
quiet these
Zaya,
last two
Renata,
games.
Jax. Give
So
Jarvan.
let's see how their game
I think 1, 2, 3 might be the
will
same.
Shift.
Silas, Rakan, and Aatrox
Now,
found
do
away
you
by
first
BLG,
pick Jarvan,
Zaya and Renata removed
or
by
do you
GENG.
first pick
It's
Rumble?
going to be a Jax as the final ban from GENG.
Yeah, I was about to say it's got to be Rumble.
They first
right?
picked
You gotta,
Rumble.
Gotta lock it in.
Second competitive
right
game ever.
Been his
Second competitive game ever for Bin.
Capable in the first one.
Do they take the Jarvan away is the question, or do they not?
It's
care
over for
about it?
BLG.
I don't
Yeah, I don't know.
think
Does
they do
Peanut
based on
take
what they
Jarvan?
showed
There's a lot of
thus
things that
far.
could happen here.
Jarvan every game.
I don't think they should, because I think that Jarvan Rumble is a combination that is going to be very unpleasant to play into.
It's going to be Jarvan, Rumble, Orianna.
Yes.
Remember that.
Sorry, I
like,
had something stuck in my throat.
do
Nar.
they just do Via Kali again? I think they're just going to do Via Kali
Nar
again.
Vi.
They're saying, all right, take your Jarvan, take your Ori. We don't care. We're going to play Via Kali into it.
They're gonna pick Jarvan, and they're gonna pick Orianna.
Using the most of their
So I
time
think
to
this is
think
not that
about
bad.
what they wanna do
Because what's
after
gonna
this.
happen, they're gonna pick
Vi's
Jarvan,
locked in,
Orianna,
you'd
Genji's gonna go
imagine
Akali.
Oh, is that a Jarvan
And it's actually
Orianna?
fine.
What a surprise.
All they've done is they've changed
have
top
to imagine
matchup,
the
and I
Akali
think
gets
GENG are happy with
It's
that.
gotta be, right?
Yep.
Now I think what BLG will want to do is change the 4-5.
Performance on it in game 4.
They will for sure.
Winning
So
the
here comes
laning
Caedrel and
phase,
Aphelios.
Very surprising into the Nico matchup. Here the Orianna does
Would
have
love to say that we're really smart with these predictions. Unfortunately, I feel like they are very predictable. Now I imagine Caitlyn and Aphelios, and then on BLG side, it's probably going to be Nautilus Rel.
No, they don't. They shouldn't do supports. They should change it. They should not do Nautilus Rel. Maybe Nautilus, but I think they should ban. They should ban Kalista, right?
What is GENG actually going to pick
If they ban
for
Aphelios?
AD carry? Because
Yeah, Nautilus, yeah.
put the Kaisa into what BLG already has.
Yeah, but
is
I
gonna
think
be
the
extremely hard
AD
to
was the
play out,
problem.
even
I
though
know
it
Rel
does
owned them, but
synergize well
he can
with
do the same on Alistar.
I mean, the question is, like, Genji's just going to do Kalista again, right?
You'd imagine they would.
Really strong.
They should ban Aphelios,
But I
and
don't
they
know
should
if that
change their ban
matters.
here,
Because,
BLG,
like,
and ban
they're gonna sit there and
Kalista.
say, "Do you
Why?
really wanna
Because
do
then they
Archon
play
Package
Zeri.
again?" And they're gonna,
And then,
I don't know.
actually, does
If
Elk
Ellis is
play
gone,
Kaisa?
now
He
the
doesn't,
question
right?
is, do BLG ban away the Rel? 'Cause
Then
maybe
they play
sit there and
Jinx
go,
into
if
Kaisa?
you didn't have Rel, that Kalista would have been even worse.
Yep.
So they ban away the Rel and they say you can have Kalista again.
I don't think they should ban
BLG
Rel.
say,
I
"We
think
don't
they
wanna
should
deal
ban
with the fact that
Kalista.
you could play Kalista,
I
so
will
we're just
die
gonna
on that
ban
hill.
that away."
I will
And then
die
that
on the
opens up
Kalista ban hill.
Kaisa potentially for GENG, with which then BLG has to come up with a different plan.
Because then GENG takes Kaisa or Zeri, and then you just...
From Elk.
Thank
It is going
God.
to be the Kalista, as you pointed out. So the strongest pick on paper
Alright, Kaisa on
now
4.
would be Kaisa. It works well with the rest of the comp.
Now, what does
He's
Elk
gonna
play?
get
I think he
locked in,
plays
counter
Jinx
pick
into it.
again for Delight. His Rel and his Alistar both still available.
I think they might do Trist. I think you're right.
They could do Tristana.
When I look at this, you need an AD carry with Zeri or Trist. It's one of
They
those
could
two.
Senatam.
You need
No.
something with mobility that can peel
Jinx
for
Tam.
itself. In an ideal world, they're thinking like Zeri Rel, maybe Tristana
Nah,
Rel.
the Elk won't play Zeri.
Senatom.
Oh my God.
Okay, so
Oh my God.
this
They
has
need to
become
go.
the
They
new
need to go
counter.
Rel. They need to go Rel now. Have to
I
go
was
Rel.
excited for a second there.
I did not
Oh,
expect
God,
BLG
Kaisa.
bot lane to play
I do
Senatam.
like that.
I did not expect
Rel
that.
works well again.
That was
I
not
think
on
they
my
need it.
bingo
I
card.
think they need a form of engage, and why would you change it when Delight had such a great game in game 4?
Oi, oi,
So
oi.
Senatom can-
Okay, for the final time. You can use your tier 1 or Twitch Prime to subscribe to the channel to avoid ads for the entirety of the stream. You can also be lucky and get gifted a sub. There won't be any ads running now. The ads are done for the rest of the day. But I'm just reminding
that
you
was the same, honestly, for Ash.
that you can avoid it for tomorrow and the next day.
Didn't end up mattering that much.
All right.
To me, the big difference maker is that Rumble, and I think
Which
it's
draft do you
gonna be
prefer?
so important for Gen G that Doran doesn't have to win the lane, but if Bin gets
I
fed,
prefer
think
Gen
this
G's
game
draft, I
becomes
think.
almost unplayable very quickly
Just
for
depends
Gen
how
G.
good Elk is on
Also
Senna.
think
Has he ever played
the
Senna
last
before?
Game, as good as he was enabled by the fact that there was a Fate Skull, allowing him to go for much riskier plays and then go for re-engage as well. That's not
I
going to be
prefer
there.
Gen G.
His engage is
This is
still
risky from
going to be
BLG.
pivotal
This is
if
Elk's
Gen
first
G
time Senna
wants to
ever.
complete the reverse sweep. Level 1 though.
Wait,
for
he's a
BLG,
GOAT on Senna?
Between J4, Senna, and Kanch.
Wait, what? He mains
gonna
Senna?
be
Really?
A very scary thing. Wouldn't be surprised
No
if they
way,
go
that's
for an
Elk
evade
main
again.
Senna.
It's crucial
What?
to remember the last game, even though Gen G won, Shock said it on the desk, it wasn't one-sided. BLG were dominating the early game. BLG got themselves a Baron. Excuse me. It was Delight's pick in the mid lane that turned the
He
game
has 5
around.
Senna games and 40% win
This
rate.
series could go either way.
Okay, so he's not the GOAT on
Obviously,
Senna,
one of
but
these
he's
teams
played
will
it.
be moving on towards the semi-final. Will it be an LPL matchup, or will it be the first seed of the LCK to represent them here in Korea?
It's actually a free finals for
It's the
Weibo.
last game of the series,
I
gentlemen.
can't believe
hope
it.
we have a banger.
Delight paths up towards the top lane early on. Places a ward to spot if Bin was doing anything.
Does the FPS drop when I draw?
He can reset, go down towards the bottom side.
No, it doesn't.
Peanut once again
We're safe.
starting on his top side camps. Yagao using the ball to spot out any late invades that could come out from Gen G. And I think it's going to be all quiet on the western front between these two teams early on.
Senna stacks are here. If anyone asks about Senna stacks, I will
really
fist you.
Push. Maybe they'll go for a late invade. Shun is going to get intel as to what Peanut's pathing is going to be. Peanut this time around did not go for a sweeper, so we'll just have to accept that he is going to get tracked. And BLG, no invade in this crucial game number 5.
Peanut's scared of getting cheesed.
You know, when your tournament life is on the line, the random thought that I had is, imagine you're Shun and you just played 5 games of Jarvan. What a team
True.
player. He's obviously had an incredible series on the champion. I think that he has really been the reason
Too
why
loud.
BLG have found so much success in the early game. I was optimistic that this series was going to be about the junglers. And while I think that BLG's early game presence has really shown up thanks to Shun, I think that
shut
Peanut
up.
has been a little quiet outside of what we've seen
Oh,
in
-2.
perhaps game 1.
Oh, what Delight!
Ignited early here. Use that piercing darkness to heal himself up a little bit. Delight just trying to trade health bars early on.
Bro,
Only
Delight
Elk's
doesn't fuck
6th
around.
ever game on the Senna.
Delight
So
does not fuck
40%
around.
Win rate on it, but it's harassing Pays and Delight early in the lane.
He gets that bot push. You need bot
Definitely a
prio?
big risk you take there.
He
Like,
got you.
Both Senna and Kanch level 1 is so incredibly impressive, but it allows Pays and the Lights actually get control of the wave early, and we won't be seeing Shun path towards the bot side this time around. Maybe looking for an invade onto Peanut here. We did see Yagao actually
Shun
able
wants to
place
invade
a
his
ward
red.
early on.
He won't get to
Has
rappers
a
in time, I
much
think.
higher
Unless he
health
can steal
bar
it
as
with
well if
E.
he does move early.
Whoa, he missed
Joey
it.
has been chunked out.
I'm not actually sure who got the big raptor.
So Peanut got the big one, but Shun got, I think, all the small ones.
Shun is going to be forcing Peanut
So-
up towards the top side. Doran does have Mega Knight and can move across. Ignite on Bin though.
How did
The
that hit?
advantage in terms of summoners.
Fight that.
He will fight that.
Yeah, I mean,
Shun has
the
red
problem,
buff.
yeah, the problem Peanut has is he doesn't have prio anywhere. Doran's being zoned away, and look, Chovy can't do anything. Look at the bullying that Yagao was putting on the mid right now. Chovy is so low. Doran also in a bit of an awkward position. Our observers highlighting how awkward this is for Gen G in
I
the early
don't
game.
think
Shun
they
is
can
looking-
dive Doran if he flashes the Jarvan
Doran
combo.
underneath the tower. EQ flashes over. Doran able
Oh
to
my
flash
god,
with
he
Egg.
fucked
Will
it.
tick him down and he will fall
Jun
back.
failed it, but Bin
to
landed an
BLG.
insane E.
Jarvan, man! 5 games in a row, and this man is still hot.
Bin
Beautiful
carried
first
that.
blood for BLG. In the face of Peanut, Shun finds it for Bin.
And that's the kill going to Bin.
Yep.
As mentioned, the Rumble, I think, has been such a big impact, or has had such a big impact.
That's
in
the
this
Rumble bug.
series.
That's a
And it is
Rumble
the
bug, by the
early
way.
invade from Shun using the
Did he have the
prio
heat
on
for
both
empowered E?
lanes. Doran taking so much poke. Peanut can't walk up. Not confident in a 1v1 against Jarvan early on, especially with red buff. And
does he actually get the knock-up pick?
Nah, he has the heat trade. It's not the bug.
Yeah, he does.
Even then. And then Doran doesn't actually get the hop.
He doesn't get the hop, no. You're right.
I don't know if it would have mattered, though.
Maybe
with
not.
Bin still being able to do the damage. Mininar, incredibly squishy. So it's exactly
That's
the
nice
start
snipe
BLG
with the
are looking
harpoon.
for.
See Elkanon getting the push down towards this bottom side as well. Peanut working his way down here. Did manage to get his red buff eventually. Might just look for a tri-bush gank. No wards here for BLG.
Peanut hasn't based yet.
Available.
They have to be skeptical though. Ping coming down from Jun. He's heading towards the cross.
Level
4 now.
I don't know if this is a kill, you know.
Elk drops a ward.
But Delight can just go in. Get on with the stun.
They
There's
go on
the
Tam
crash down.
Kench.
Going to try and keep Peanut and Bay. Bay gets him with the last embrace in the Abyssal Voyage from On. Means that he will live to fight another day.
So, wow. I was going to say the problem now is Peanut spent a decent amount of time and Shun has just come back out onto the map. Look, he's got a phage in his inventory. Peanut hasn't had an opportunity to spend any of his gold yet.
These are very tough lanes
overall,
for
looks like not too
GENG.
much is gonna come off the
I'm
back of
surprised
that.
Chovy is
Flashback
this even.
for On. And,
They're
BLG
getting
hold on
pushed, but they're not
to,
losing too many
decent
creeps
gold
other
lead
than
for now.
top.
And Bin with a sizable lead up towards this top lane. Very hard now for Doran to play out this lane, especially since Bin went for the plated steel caps first. I will mention, I think Elk and On could be optimizing the center Tom Kench a little bit more. You can farm a little bit on the
he got his
center of
base
this
stopped
lane.
though.
Oh, Shun.
Shun looking down towards this bottom lane.
Oh, they saw him.
Spotted.
They see him?
Hayes and Delight should know that he peeked his head around the corner, but yeah, you can get about 30 CS at the 10-minute mark, 70 at the 20 mark, and then when you've completed your warding item, you can actually sell it, switch that over to the Tom Kench.
Can we reset the chat? Can everyone spam 4?
Means you avoid the situation
You're
where
all
center
mental.
isn't
Shut up.
getting enough gold in the mid game.
Alright, so GENG get this bot wave crashed.
We've been almost
Peanut can clear
as
top to bot for
ignited
Drake start on the
the
GENG
ultimate.
bot
Surely
lane,
they'll be looking to
like
try
reset timer.
Punish Doran. Chovy is level
Maybe they can
6.
set up for something.
Wasn't able to
Chovy
have
6.
that big of an impact in the early game last time around. And with GENG already in a sizable deficit, might have to do some more heavy lifting early on. Also, take a look at the vision. Again, Peanut is getting tracked. I think his early presence in the last game was really big for GENG. This time around, not going to
Bin
have
loves
as
roaming
much of
mid.
an impact as Bin.
Nothing to do here
Towards
though.
mid here.
Just getting a bit of
Just
prio.
to make sure, I think, that Yagao can shove out this wave.
But it is what
So,
priority in the lane takes.
BLG start
Bin
Drake on
pushes in the wave, goes place a
the
ward
Peanut
drop,
top side
bot lane
clear,
gets pushed
and
in,
their
On
enemy
can
bot's
walk up,
resetting.
place a ward as a
Nice.
blue buff.
No
See,
play
but
for
now
GENG
Yagao
then.
actually the one to get that ward over the wall. And BLG
Doran gets a free
using
base
the
from
fact they
Bin's
have
roam.
push mid, push bot.
Always need
Get
to go
the
tier 2 boots first
Drake
on Rumble
of the
without
game. A little
TP.
later than some of the ones we've seen, but still relatively fast at only 7 minutes
FaZe
in.
used his ghost to run the lane quicker.
Overall, a quieter the game. Obviously, the pressure is pretty overwhelming for both these teams. For one, their year will be over. For the other, we'll have an opportunity to go up against Weibo in the semi-finals next week. And Bin, we talked about it in the draft, a player that over the last few games has been a little quiet, but you know that he can. I shouldn't say can. He is.
Who
the monster
outscales?
of the top lane.
I think
Against the
BLG
best
does,
top
you know.
laners in the world. He's been able to
-1.
find solo kills.
I think BLG does.
He's a presence that will always be known on the Rift, and on this Rumble with the lead that he already has.
Senna scaling is
looking
kind of
to do
infinite,
that
but it's
in
still
this
conditional.
Game, and
But
Chovy going to
yeah.
look to do the same. We're getting to a point in the matchup where the Orianna.
They have
start
Orianna
to
now
be very
instead of
scared
Nico.
of the
I think
Akali.
Yagao is a lot more comfortable on
The 100
Orianna
to
instead of
0
Nico.
isn't going to be ever present, but
He's
if
way
she
more
gets down to
comfortable.
about the 60-70% HP margin, there's a real window for Chovy to force her, if not lethal, back to base, and it could open up a window. The Herald spawns, and it's BLG that's first.
It's very
to be
bad for
ejected.
GENG if they get this Herald here.
There's still a ward there, but I don't think even with awareness, GENG necessarily is going to look to contest that. Pre-first item on Chovy, plus the fact that Bin is as strong as he is.
Well, there is a window here where GENG's bot lane could move. They have the wave pushed in bot, but looks like they're deciding against it. Peanut choosing to reset, wants to spend some of his money as Shun also
Does
makes
he
his
have
way back
Sheen?
out to the map.
You can see Delight moving up
Cornfields.
towards the mid lane, maybe seeing if Yagao overextends. Still only level 5.
Delight can maybe
means
trade flashes
one
here.
of these minions to hit level
But
6,
I think they would
so
have to
can
invest.
just leech away some
Would they
of
have
the
to invest
mid
the
lane
Kali
XP.
ult?
Shun in the area though makes it a little bit more tricky for Delight to find anything. Delight actually may have just been here
Crazy
to
that
leech
Chovy's
the
up
XP so he
like
can get back towards the bottom
almost.
lane at
He's gonna be
level
up like
6
7
before that
CS maybe after this
crashes in.
wave, but still, that's crazy.
Base. Able to dodge away, not going to be too scared. They also have, I'm pretty sure, Soul Shun there.
In this
so
matchup,
we'll be aware of where he is.
Genji's getting Herald, that's big.
Now starting this up, we'll see. There is an opportunity here for BLG to try and punish towards the bot side of the map. Don't know if they've read the play yet because they don't have vision on Herald.
As long as bot can't get dove, Doran's TP's up soon to cover. They don't have TP on Rumble to match, so they can't force a dive. Their TP timer is probably like Gnar TP is on. So they get a free Herald here because of top TP disadvantage. Now they get a reset top. Vi takes blue base and goes bot. Actually no, she probably clear her top camps, right? Actually not bad game state for GENG. Not bad at all.
It's so tense. I was also just kind of like looking across the minimap, looking for things to talk about, because
he's gonna stay.
It's a very like dead state, you know, where
these two wards from GENG are really nice.
A huge amount of opportunities on either side.
Covers.
It's very difficult to gank bot lane, I think, on both sides.
Any dive.
What real threat do you have?
And if Jarvan EQs over the wall here, he's mentally ill.
Have into center time Kench.
So
mid
he'll never
lane
do
there
that.
are possibilities.
Sometimes you have to ward
I think GENG could
and
look to be more
leave
proactive
blind
around
spots
mid, at the very least,
to know
forcing
that
the
enemy
flash
team
out
is
from you now
griefing
that
if they do
gives
go
Chovy
through those
more
blind
kill
spots.
potential.
What is Delight doing?
Whereas BLG, I think if they wanted to play around
Look at
anywhere,
Delight.
they're looking at top lane, and Shun is hovering around that area of the map, but Delight
Maybe
is
they
there
can
to
make
cover.
a...
But this is what I mean by a dead state.
This
You
is
can,
a
like,
risk by
every
Delight.
potential play,
What
I
he's
was like,
saying
maybe
is,
they can make a
if
play
they
for
gank top, I
make
match,
someone is there to
Vi's
cover
here, we
maybe
win
mid,
2v3,
someone
we
is there to
herald
cover
top, the
both
game's cracked
teams.
open through
Kinda
top, Rumble's useless.
When you're in this state, when you've got 5
But
games
if BLG
on stage,
don't pull
or
the
4,
trigger
I should
top,
say, into your fifth,
maybe
you're just
GENG can
ultra
dive.
aware
They're
of
sneaking...
what's going on the map.
Pull back onto Bin. There's the equalizer.
Oh,
Start coming
Delight.
out. Storm used as well. Peanut can come in with the cease and desist, but Bin flashes away just in time.
He got Flash Ignite out of Rumble, so that's really good for Gnar.
Big win there.
Gnar is now
Ignite and
chilling.
Flash gone.
Man, that
So
rel
they have the
queue
opportunity to
distance
maybe set
was
up a
really
play.
long,
We'll
huh?
see if BLG can find
That was a
anything
really
on the
long
other
rel
end of the
queue.
map, but I do agree with you. That's, I think, the one downside to the Senna Kench. It
The
is
Senna
very
ulted?
hard
Yeah, it doesn't
to
matter.
try and make these aggressive plays, really punish on the
I'm just wondering when Peanut's gonna herald.
Also looks like Elk is going for the lethality
He's
build.
he's ulting the wave, there you go,
Mostly
needs the base.
we've seen both Storm
But he
Razor
won't have
and
ult for Drake.
I don't think we've seen any
Are you
Kraken
heralding
Slayers
top?
yet. Peanut maybe here on
I don't
the
know if you
return,
can-
but Shun full health. I think there's a lot of
I don't know if you can herald top, Peanut. I think just reset, no? Like,
I wonder what they'll do with
he's
this
wasting a lot of
herald.
time. I like what they're doing here. BLG's very smart. Orianna ults the wave to push fast so she can reset. Then tells Rumble to go mid because he got chunked out and he has no TP. So they can fight Drake. So Orianna goes top with TP, right? They just swap solo lane so they can fight this objective. But they don't have Rumble or Orianna ult, so I'm not sure if they're doing that.
He's got to drop it
That was good comms. Very simple play, but the fact that they executed it so clean without dropping a wave. Look, Orianna's in time for top wave. She didn't miss a single creep. The timing is what's the most impressive thing. It's not the fact that they did it.
Our bad.
That one has gotten me a bunch of times. Yeah. That's on me.
But now I have
should
no
be better.
idea what the timer on the Herald is.
Well, we'll see where he places it. We'll assume that Peanut will know what he wants to do with it.
This Gnar. How much gold is this Gnar on
I
them?
don't know. You know, knowing Peanut, I'd say the chance is
50-50.
Yeah, absolutely. We've even seen it in this game.
Oh, he's
TP.
TPing behind bots, but this is
That's
gonna. He's
on a ward as
TPing
well.
on a ward.
So
And
they
there's a
know
ward in
that
lane.
Yigao, his TP,
Oh, it's for the dragon.
they
Okay.
pretty much know it's down towards this
GENG
bottom lane. The
dropping?
Dragon
They have Sunder
started
on
off
Vi,
with
they're
BLG,
dropping.
investing all 5 members
Now,
into this.
GENG
You
is
see
very
GENG
lucky if it's
accepting
Chemtech Soul.
the fact that
Very lucky.
BLG
They're
invest
very
resources.
unlucky if
We
it's
don't
Infernal.
really want to have to react instantaneously to it, so instead
Cloud.
we'll give it up.
Yeah, it's
Get
not that
push
bad,
on
actually.
Top lane still going
A
in.
bit
No
more lucky
TP
than unlucky,
available
I'd
for
say.
BLG now, because of
Cloud
course Bin is
again.
running the ignite.
I love it. This is great.
It's a
GENG's
good
comfort
sign
zone.
for the LCK.
Everyone's
is
gonna be
it?
so quick. It promotes action, which we haven't gotten a whole lot of in this game number 5.
I think both
thus
teams
far.
are just nervous.
Alright,
He has
here
to
it
drop
comes.
the Herald
Peanut
top and
throwing
get
the
first
dive on
tower.
Top lane.
Delight's in the area as well. Could work his way up here.
He needs to be careful, because if your Herald's running out and you're going combat, you're fucked, because then your Herald's gonna expire.
Not doing it yet. Peanut waits around the corner, so he's not spotted by the
Yeah, his
control.
Herald's expiring. He has to Herald. His Herald's expiring. He has to Herald. He has to dive as well. Go on, Delight, get in there.
Retreating, Riftail down.
Okay.
Looks like
So, GENG gets first tower, so they should have a gold lead, but they're on a dragon
or
disadvantage.
XP for the Riftail charging it.
There's no cross map for BLG because they use all their tempo bot side.
Sure that Doran gets back
And they don't have any Herald or wave to play
out
on.
of his deficit that was set up earlier with Bin getting the early kill, and there is no cross map. You saw everyone on BLG decided to recall the moment they saw the play. So it wasn't really an opportunity for them to look on the other end of the map.
So the gold is slightly in favor of GENG, but
swings a
by
little
and large, it's steady.
So,
very
Gnar goes
similar to
Triforce.
what we've seen.
The good news for GENG is on a side lane, they have no TP on Rumble, and they're playing double AP solo lanes. So Nars itemization is really easy for getting side push in the late game.
It's important to understand how much responsibility is on the way to the shoulders of both these teams. The TP.
They didn't know Shun was here.
No flash on Bin. They're double TPing on his head.
Bin. Still no flash.
He's
Doesn't
fucked.
have the equalizer. Chovy dancing around.
If Shun goes in, he dies too.
Doesn't use it because
That's a
Bin is
big
already
kill
done
for GENG, but they're gonna lose a bot clear one from that. They need to get
kill,
more.
meanwhile, the Magnus
Oh, Delight, baby!
Pace stepping forward, has the killer instinct on, is pushing in the side lane.
There's no Tam Kench. Oh, Yagao just griefed it. Yagao just griefed it. He tried to ult flash onto Kai'Sa, but... Bro, Delight, he's snappy. What is LPL doing? They're split pushing with Tam Kench. They're playing Senna Tam to side lane. What are they doing? They're not grouping Senna Tam. Senna's alone. She's running around solo. What is LPL doing?
Just ends up throwing his flash into nothing. The only benefactor for BLG is on.
It's
They're playing split push Tam Kench in a game 5.
As the game has gone on, they've kind of realized, hang on a minute, we should just.
This Senna is going to be so
no flash,
useless.
No TP. BLG are pretty good at using Bin to collapse on sides with his TP, and he's used to being left on an island, but now that playstyle is leaving him exposed. Shun is in the area, but the double TP commit along with the collapse from Pina means that Shun can really do
I like
nothing.
Delight. I like the fact that Delight
He
just sends it.
understands this. He's forced to back away.
He sees Elk, he jumps on Elk. He don't care. But I'm surprised Pace here. Watch Pace. Why isn't he ult to the right here onto Elk? Maybe he thinks he's gonna die.
I thought he was going to ulti in. He chooses not to overextend. Yagao goes for a last-minute play.
Oh, here comes the counterplay by BLG. It's not going to work, though. It's a horror play by Yagao. They can get top tower off this, but they're not getting a kill. They're trading 1-for-1 on side as well. So GENG's next step is be ready for Drake. If you're not ready for Drake, you're fucked.
Make sure that they get a topside turret. Doran will immediately answer back.
Oh, split push Tam Kench.
Is able to respond, or if BLG is going to get another charge, and this.
They have to be ready for Drake now, GENG. Chovy has no TP, Doran has no TP. They have to push out 2 ways top, reset, fight Drake.
Yeah. But even then, like, it's still a gold lead for on, but that's not who you want to be in a good position in this game. And the most remarkable to me is the top side, right? Because Doran was getting dove early on, but BLG haven't been able to build upon it.
This is also just that shift from GENG where they realize, wait, let's just actually keep attacking top. Let's commit the Herald top. Let's have Peanut constantly shadow. And remember, BLG even committed the
Tam
Orianna
Kench carry,
TP bot
Giga
lane.
Chad.
They brought the Rumble down.
Alright, Akali's pushed out top enough now. That's 2 waves. Just reset and go Drake.
So things looking up right now for GENG.
Here comes big fight.
Compositionally,
Here comes a big one. Nar basing 2, Kai'Sa basing. They're 4-man basing.
Is not. Elk sitting on the Umbral and the completed Warden.
Some MR for Nar would be nice. It's going Sterex.
And all that gold sitting on has that locket. He has been the beneficiary of the early trades and of that play, but in all honesty, GENG now 2,000 gold ahead, looking in prime position.
Yeah, he's crazy.
They can continue this trend.
He's crazy. Oh, he has a stopwatch that Nar. That's big. Stopwatch is really good against Starvin Arena.
And they start to clear out the vision.
Alright, how does BLG win this?
They have 3 members hovering around that mid-tier 1.
I mean,
Peanut needs to be very
it's not the end of the world. BLG perspective, they're dropping top waves. They could just give this Drake, you know? They could just play for time. I think if they take this fight, there's a chance they just get rolled. And the game's too unplayable. But it looks like they're gonna fight it anyway. It's the LPL. They're not pussies. In game states where they can take it slow, they take it fast. Like, what are they doing here? They should not be doing dragons. They should just be catching top. Look at this wave, man.
And Chovy is just leveraging the fog of war. Bean is trying to spot him out.
Chovy. He can get Yagao here, solo kill. Oh! That's so unlucky. Yagao that was not on purpose. That was an Orianna clean one-shot, I can tell you that. Maybe a Tam Kench flash eat to save.
For now, but not for much longer. It will be full FL. BLG get some small prize at the end.
Oh, GENG, you need to hold mid. You need to hold mid. Oh my god, Chovy, you're so cocky, it's disgusting.
GENG don't really want to look. It's Chovy.
A tongue lash would stun him here. Lock Spirit can't find it. Chovy with a good dash.
Flash for flash trade.
Got the Devour there. That could have been Chovy's
Are they going to look here for a pincer? They can't stop them from moving up, so there's no real engage here.
Also now looking for something. He may just take the Raptors here.
Oh, Yagao, don't go to Raptors.
Surely he has the ball. Yeah, okay. He's not going to run the risk. Wow. We talk about tension. No one yet to pull the trigger. We've only got 3 kills in this game.
Oh, this is a tense one. This is a tense one.
The only downside
Cloud Soul, 3 kills. Just another day in the office for you.
Yeah, the only downside is normally in the LCK, you know, that you can talk about really whatever you feel like, but the gravitas of the situation is that it's 1 best of 1. One mistake here, one person gets caught, you know, you start the snowball in the other direction, can go very, very quickly, so not even I feel good about this. Because we just have to wait.
Yeah, we don't know what's going to
happen.
happen, how this game will turn out. Doran moves off to a side lane. Chovy kind of freezing top, slow pushing rather, I should say, because that doesn't look like it's really frozen. Peanut gets spotted out by Yagao's ball. And I just want to mention, okay, very small thing. Chovy is running the DRX Akali skin.
Yeah.
And it's a bit poetic that it was in Game 5 last year in the semi-final that Chovy actually lost to DRX. I don't remember if it was Zeka's Akali.
Why are you guys
I think
hung?
it was his Silas.
I think it was a Silas.
But to channel that energy, you know, the Zeka energy, to have that carry performance, I kind of respect it from Chovy.
It's also GENG,
Spotted by...
or sorry,
okay,
Chovy specifically, like DRX 2020, which was Doran, Bioshik, Chovy, Deft, and they still meet up to this day, right? They still, I'm not kidding, they still have sleepovers with the whole gang.
I miss
because
sleepovers
the
with
team
the
meant
boys.
that much to them.
Good
For
times.
Chovy, repping the skin and again prioritizing the Akali
Just playing
so
some
highly.
console,
This is a
split
player
screen,
who
them fucking
has had the
screen looking all the
reputation of
time.
not
Little
making the
rats.
impact.
I mean, I've heard
I remember the
comment,
Halo 3 days where they
is he
check
the
my
best
screen where I am
player
all the
to have
time.
never won a world championship, right? Like an international title still eludes Chovy. I think it's a pretty interesting discussion. Not that we're going to have it here,
Modern
but
Warfare, yeah.
it just goes to show like how high of a pedestal this man is put on. But in any case, the Baron
I mean,
is on. Dragon now
nothing's
spawning
gonna
in about 2
happen for a
minutes'
little bit.
time. BLG,
They're waiting for Kaiser
a lot of weight
Rageblade.
on their shoulders
They're
as
waiting
well.
for Shadow
Last time
Flame.
they
They're
met
waiting for
GENG,
Black Cleaver. They're
they
waiting
were
for
able to
Sterak's
defeat
on
them
GENG.
3-0, leading this series
Same story for
2-0.
BLG.
Having a
This is
solo
one of those
game like
games where
this,
like you don't
no
want to
clear
take
winner
a
just yet, but you feel like
60-40.
the next fight,
40-60,
the
sorry.
next big
You
5v5
always want to make sure it's
is ultimately
50-50,
what will
even when you're a
decide the
little bit
outcome of this
behind.
game.
But I can base for this item.
It's
Maybe
gotta
we
be
just
right.
wait a little
You
bit
see as
longer.
well, both teams really staying
Oh my
together.
god, he's forcing the Baron. They
It's
have
just
no
starting
vision.
it. They don't know.
They know.
Now they
Nah,
know
this
that
is
BLG
int
are
as
on their
fuck.
way across. Chovy pushing in the bot lane has the TP.
They're trying to
Doran
get
is
the
here as
TP.
well, almost got the
What
mid
is
guard.
BLG doing?
Can jump in.
They're
BLG
panicking.
looks like they're second-guessing
They don't know how to play with
themselves.
Rumble
Doran dashing
without
forward. BLG pull
TP.
off the Baron.
They're
just wanted
feeling
the
like they
TP
have to
from
get
Chovy.
Chovy's TP to be able to
GENG
play the
take
map.
bait.
But
knew
they
that
didn't fall
wouldn't
for it.
under any real pressure.
Now
This
they're
is
gonna lose a
giving
bot tier
Chovy a
2.
window now to push in this tier 2.
Now they have to do it. They have to. They have to do Baron. They are choking, man. Oh no, they don't know how to play with it. Why is Peanut bot
This is a
side?
massive mistake from GENG.
BLG won't do it
Why is
too
Peanut bot
quickly.
side?
It's only Shun, Yagao,
I think Oh, I don't know what's gonna happen here. This is.
But they don't know.
BLG just has to flip it, maybe.
The control ward in the Baron pit allows GENG
Oh my god,
visual of it,
BLG is
helps
flipping
them
the whole
if they
game.
can, the equalizer down
And it's
there.
my. Oh, delight!
Hits on 3. Chovy dives onto the back line but misses. The shuriken is
Oh, the shockwave was huge.
Pace doing everything he
Pace,
can.
Peanut's dead.
The center will hit him from
Chovy
right.
missed.
Now Doran
What?
pulls
There's
away.
no way BLG pulled
It's
this
a
off.
2-for-1 so far in favor of BLG.
There
Doran
is
just
no
able to
way
scrape his way away.
BLG pulled that off. You
Wow,
are
what an
lying to me.
intense exchange.
1.5
It is
item,
BLG
Orianna, Rumble,
that
and
get
Senna,
the kills,
and they pulled that off?
But the Baron does not fall.
You are
And the
joking.
read from BLG there, right? Peanut just going towards the bot side, sees
That
some
worked.
juicy jungle camps, but they almost have to pay for it with a Baron. Mininar also there for Doran, so I think BLG definitely had the right idea, but that engage from the light took away so much of the opportunity. If Chovy actually hits that shuriken, maybe he gets to kill the light.
Sorry about that delay.
Not gonna
Sorry
be
about
the
that.
case, and instead it's a 1-for-2.
Bro, why is this happening? Why is this happening? I'm sorry, yo! I'm never using Chrome again. It's the worst browser in human history. I'm never using this fucking shit trash browser ever again.
No one getting the Baron.
I mean, that Rumble ultimate from Din also just completely stops the follow-up from the Lights engage. Frustration on the side of the BLG coaching staff. An incredibly tense situation.
Oi, Chovy!
Chovy going in, caught with the last embrace, but he goes
Oh,
into
On was
the time.
Wing
Now
in, so he had to
TP
flash
now
back.
bested by GENG. The
No
Dragon
flash
up.
Shun.
Doran able to dash away.
Shun.
Going in with
Doran has
Kraken
flash, he's
to
fine there.
really open up. Magnus Storm not quite off cooldown.
He didn't press it. Doran just griefed it. Did he get Mega? No, he doesn't. Wait, Doran just ended it.
Looking to hit
Chovy's down.
Brings him forward. BLG find 2.
They get Nash.
Might be it. That might be the moment that BLG,
BLG get Nash.
They're going to run towards the Baron. Doran waits too long with the stopwatch.
Doran waits too long with his flash. What is Doran doing?
Knocks up Chovy. That's going to be Baron.
Doran holds his flash. GENG.
How has BLG made this game state playable? What?
Look at this. Chovy goes in.
What the fuck?
A quick TP from Yagao to get involved in the fight as quickly as possible. The TP response from Doran on flashes away. And then keep your eyes on
Chovy does
Doran.
fine, but what is Doran doing? When he sees the shockwave, he just sees the stopwatch or flash.
The shockwave comes through. He's isolated from his team, and then look at this rumble ult from Bin. Absolutely massive. Forces GENG to retreat, and then the knock-up from On.
Chovy hits the shuriken onto On. Sees him going forward the Abyssal Voyage and tries to chase him down. I wonder if he didn't quite track who he'd hit the Eon in that fight.
Wow.
Gets knocked up by On and is immediately in the middle of BLG, and now with
just
a triple Baron power play for the next 2 minutes. GENG's backs are against the ropes. The gold lead basically even
really
as
sorry
Chovy looks
for
for
the
a
Fs.
blank position, has the flash, has the perfect execution. No flash for On, nor Bin,
I'll fix it. Next stream, we'll never have this problem again. I'm sorry.
Should be able to dash away from this one.
The arena is full of dread right now. The hometown favorites of GENG.
Oh, we're going. Oh, we're going. Nice pick.
Shuts him out. The shutdown over to Pays.
Nice pick, really nice pick.
And it's a sigh of relief in the arena.
That stops the Baron.
All of the fans feel like that the pressure from BLG
Wow.
just like that has been alleviated.
Wow, 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 wow. We're back into an even game state.
For GENG to slow
Back
BLG
into an even game
down.
state.
A minute left still on the Baron.
Everyone's saying go
But I'm not
1080p.
sure they can
Will
get
that fix
much
it?
off the back of it.
It's been a recurring theme as well. I think in this series, the Baron power plays, every single time a team tries to push just a little bit too far forward, there have been counter plays.
Go 1080p into exit. Okay, we're gonna go now. Okay, wait.
Dead even after the Baron's 2
We're gonna catch up.
Summoners about to
And now we'll never have this problem
as
again.
well. BLG, they got the
We're
Nash,
saved.
but it's not enough to break open the game.
Elk now sitting on
Don't
100
look
stats
Senna
on this
CS.
Senna. A little bit slower than you'd like, but still scaling up to infinity. Delight looking for the flank
What are
position.
BLG doing? They're looking for a siege. Chovy can TP in if he wants.
Possibility. Decides against it. Peanut pushing
But
mid.
Peanut's
on his
mid
lonesome
getting
Shun
mid
trying to
tier 1.
answer
How
this
much
top
Nash?
lane.
30
Baron
seconds? They're gonna
remains
get top tier
30
2.
seconds. Delight spotted by Shun. Mid lane tower falls to GENG, but BLG will get a tier 2 in the top lane in answer.
Everyone shut up.
Baron's still here. BLG, they know where Peanut is. Chovy can TP though, but ideally he wants
they're
the back.
TPing the fence.
Doesn't get to.
Now TPing in as well. Chovy gets in. Has to
Oi.
dash away, but Shun said I was landing.
Oi,
after the
Chovy.
shockwave was waiting, couldn't quite find
Chovy,
his
flash,
spot.
flash,
The
flash.
flames are spitting from Bin, and Chovy
Oh my god, they're diving them on the Nexus.
into an early grave, and now GENG on the back foot. BLG 5
Is it
minutes
over?
strong will take the
No, they
EM.
can't end. They can't
Will
end.
they look for more?
Maybe they can. They have Orianna
They have
ult.
the Nexus in their eyes. BLG are looking to end it here.
Delight needs to clutch it.
Doran, Delight.
They have to just get this wave. Doran, don't int.
Members strong for GENG trying to defend, but BLG as 5 push in the first.
GENG needs to hold this.
Delight
Doran!
engaged.
Oh my god, Yagao!
But the Magnus Song from Delight onto the backline immediately. Locks up BLG for a second.
Doran!
Back from Doran as well. It's all on Pays. He's trying to do everything he can.
Nice ult from Peanut. Pays is cooking.
Dancing and weaving his way around the
They don't have a wave. They don't have a wave. On's one.
BLG means they have to back away.
GENG hold on to their
Whoa,
Nexus.
that was close.
It takes everything
That was
they
close.
have,
They should never be able to end
but
through
they're
top
able to defend.
like that.
BLG
But
were
GENG
so
almost
close,
fucked it.
But they could not take
Almost.
down Pays. They could not take down that AD carry. And the game will continue.
And it's the ability of BLG
Almost.
to punish these type of mistakes that makes them so lethal.
Chovy was greedy with his flash. He was really
gets
greedy.
hit by the flag and drag.
He was really greedy.
Toasts him up. And then without his flash, Chovy ends up, or rather after flashing, Chovy ends up getting taken down. And then BLG, they smell blood. And it's Doran, I think, with the Mega Gnar that actually extends the play
Crazy.
for
Delight's
long enough.
engage was so
Takes
good
so
again.
much damage. He's forced to go back to base, get some health back. Delight gets a great engage.
Like,
here.
if
The
he doesn't
shockwave
engage there, the
looks
game's over.
terrifying, but Delight by so much time.
And then a good ultimate from Doran.
Oh, Pace could have killed.
Finn
Oh no, he
actually
couldn't.
gets
Maybe.
tower aggro, then gets chain CC'd, giving Pace the opportunity. If he hadn't made that mistake, all 5 members would have stayed alive. But a sigh of relief.
Yep.
GENG are
Incredible
stressed.
stress on the side of GENG.
GENG are stressed.
Likely gonna go in the favor
I'm not surprised.
of
Fucking hell.
BLG. The gold is pretty
Alright,
much
what are the next
even,
spikes?
But it feels like
So, the ideal game state for GENG is
and right now BLG are riding
Zhonya's
towards
GA
the
GA.
face.
If they can get that, they might be able to win the game.
AWS starting to
But I
swing
think they're a
in their
little bit
favor.
far away from that.
One Drake away from a Cloud Soul. They are one Nexus Tower away
That
from a
Senna
Nexus.
is a fucking one-man army.
Away from a semi-final
That's Senna.
matchup with
So they're close to
Weibo.
Zhonya's, they're
GENG,
close to double GAs.
they
This
fought
is what
back with series
this
once
is what
already.
GENG need.
After
The
game
Kai'Sa's
2, they were
fine.
done and dusted, buried in the
GENG
dirt,
need
but
defensive
game 3,
items.
game
They
4,
have the levels, they have the
they gave
damage,
it their all, and now once
they have the
more,
champs. They just need 3 defensive items,
there's
and then they can
one
afford
more
to just
moment
risk it.
away.
Chovy's probably really close to Zhonya's. Doran already has the
also
BF
at
sword,
least
so
a
he's probably close to
I
GA.
wanted
It's
swing.
Peanut that
I
needs
wanted
it.
a good game 5, and I feel like we're being given
It's
it.
Peanut.
GENG, they're on the back foot, but this game is still very winnable for them. A single good team
There's
fight
no
is all
fight.
they need.
I
The
mean,
Baron is
Baron's
alive.
up.
And here we go. The tango around the purple worm.
BLG's gonna force. They know they need 2 defensive
BLG
items.
versus the objective. The vision control is good.
They
They're
are so
sweeping
close
out
to
what
double
little
GA.
vision
They should just
GENG have.
force.
Delight needs to be careful.
Oh, Delight's
Brett's
dead.
going to hit him. He's going to try and jump away, but the chase is on. The equalizer coming out as well. Delight
Oh, Doran!
Doran goes in with the Mega Knock. Hayes now dives onto the back line. Delight already.
Elk is down! Elk is down! But so is Pace! It's Chovy versus the world!
He's dashing. He's dancing around the fight.
It's Doran! It's over!
May be too much.
It's
Chovy
done.
buys a second, but he just can't buy the win. BLG forced GENG out of the
Is it over?
jungle.
And that's going to be the second Baron going over
It's
to
not over.
BLG. And the momentum feels like it's... Oh, no, are they not going to try? TPs are
They want Doran, they
available.
want Doran, they want Doran, they want Doran, they want Doran. Doran, jump! Jump, Doran, jump!
Doran dashes across the wall to safety.
Oh my fucking god.
trying to get the
Oh my
Mega
fuck.
so
I
he
misclicked,
can
sorry. I was
contest the
stressed. I
Baron.
misclicked. I clicked Google
But
Chrome
without
by accident,
Elk, I
sorry.
guess they're too
I'm stressed.
concerned. They don't want to take the gamble. But here we are. They'll start this one off. The TP comes through. Doran's
got to be gone.
He's going to be forced to base. There's no smite. Oh my goodness. What a crazy
Oh, they're
team
so
fight.
close to double
The
GA.
moment I saw Elk
I
drop,
think they can
thought,
win. I think GENG
Pace
can win.
carry this whole
Even with this
fight.
Baron.
But then it was Yagao Shockwave combined with Shun's ultimate.
Wonder, I'm sorry. Wonder, I'm sorry.
That was enough to shut him down.
Oh,
Keep your
Doran.
eyes on this fight. Delight just
But
tries
what
to
happened
get
to
a ward,
Elk?
and
That
then he
Senna
gets
was
caught
in
by
the front
Senna.
line.
And we've seen Min being
Where's
charged.
that
This
Senna
time
going?
around, It's Delight, but then with Doran getting a knock up, feels like there might be an opportunity. They immediately blow up Elk, but look at the damage that Bin's able to do as well. And Shun sees his target. He's been so incredible on the Jarvan, even in the losses for BLG. And the moment the pace goes down, there's just not enough damage for GENG.
1k gold, yeah.
Chovy's still alive.
The execution damage
They have
just
1
not
GA.
there for Chovy. A lot of
They have 1
summoners
GA,
burn,
1 GA, 1 GA.
and time still available for GENG, but you have to feel like that there's not much left. BLG
No, no, no. I think they're fine.
see the game
BLG
ending
don't
play
have
in
break
their
items.
eyes.
They don't.
An incredible journey
They don't
for
have
this
Void
team.
Staff. They don't have Rabadons. They don't have Rapid Fire. They don't have
Organization's
big
first
items
World
yet.
Championship.
They're just outplaying
Been
them.
looking to return to the finals.
GENG doesn't have much
Organization that
wave
has
clear though.
Defied expectations.
Oh, they should see that
Comes
TP.
in behind.
Delight's
Chovy looking
a
for
bit
something.
caught
Delight
though.
already caught out by Bin. He's going to have to dash away on going in with the Abyssal.
Mega
Void.
Nar's dead.
Chovy looking for that
Oh
position.
my god.
Eyes are coming down.
Oh wait, they got Elk! Never mind, he's saved. It's over. I think GENG lose. Do they lose? Someone has to clutch it. Someone has to clutch it.
Dawning Shadow out as Peanut balls. Everyone on GENG is so low. Elk still full.
Doran lost his GA. It's not over. It's not over. Wow.
And GENG just cannot find the pick they're looking for.
That's
It's
going
not
to be
over.
two
They're gonna lose double in him.
now, and BLG, they might try.
Man, I mean, they have Orianna ult, I guess.
Everything invested by GENG. No ult on Delight,
They have to
not
play
on
good
Paze
though.
either.
Pace has to play good.
Has the shockwave.
They only have 1 tower actually.
Shock through the crowd here.
Wait, Pace is dead. He's dead. Oh, he missed the shockwave. Oh, yeah, stopwatch.
Watch from Pace buys a second, but Shun still has the GA.
Doran!
Clear out the minions. As a Gnar back from Doran once again, but on just tanks for days.
Doran
GA
down.
coming out from Shun.
Chovy doesn't have ult for 5. It's over. It's done. GENG didn't do it. They couldn't pull it off.
Church of Chovy, but what's a god to 5 non-believers? BLG will face Weibo in semis.
Holy fuck, BLG did it.
BLG did it. In the same manner as it did at MSI, but it's BLG that walks away the victors. Nonetheless, they reverse the momentum. They don't let GENG get the reverse sweep. And they will be facing Weibo in the semifinals.
It has not been clean, it has not been easy, but BLG have consistently found a way.
It's LPL winter.
They were pushed to the brink in Swiss stage. They were pushed to the brink in this quarterfinal. And now it will be an all LPL semi-final. LPL will be guaranteed a spot in the final.
Wow, LPL winter. It's T1 KT versus the LPL.
As we say goodbye to GENG.
And once again for GENG, so close yet so far, falling at the final hurdle.
It's the Shy versus the world.
It's the third time in a row that GENG is unable to cash in on their expectations as the first seed of the LCK. They almost brought it back, but almost not gonna get you anything.
The Korean fans are sad.
Side of the GENG fans and the GENG players. They wanted to change the narrative. They wanted to return to the semifinals. But BLG had a different story in mind.
That was a good series.
BLG just GENG's boogeyman. Did it at MSI, now have done it once again here. For the LCK fans, do still have T1, you still have KT in terms of representation for your region, but LPL are incredibly strong right now.
What do you mean 3-1? Who said 3-1?
And BLG making it their way to that semi-final. I think it would take a brave man to look past JDG, at least on the other side of the bracket. We are just building time.
Oh, is he talking about Weibo?
Waiting, in fact,
bro, he's
for
cooked.
an on-stage interview.
1-3 more like
great
idiot.
Point, though. Is this the year where the LPL completely dominates? Right.
First time they got 4 teams into quarterfinals, it could be the first time they get 4 teams into the semi-finals as well.
I mean, that will be the first time in world history if we get 4 teams from the same region in the semi-finals. Yeah. And LPL would.
Well, I feel like KT is gonna. So tomorrow is KT JDG, and I think KT might get blasted.
But whew, what a series, gentlemen! Absolute pleasure. It was a lot of fun.
Maybe.
Both teams showed us some incredible team.
So then, if that does happen.
But it was BLG that
it's
ended up coming
T1
out
versus China.
Sorry, buddy.
It's all right.
It's tough.
You know, GENG's struggles continue. At least this series was worthy of a quarterfinal. That's what I tell myself. Which actually I learned from you guys, right? That's tough. Oh. Yeah,
Peanut.
I think that for GENG again,
Peanut.
from an LCK's perspective, it's not surprising, even though they were the clear favorites coming into the day, given what has happened. And I think in particular, Doran and Peanut.
Man, I think Yagao,
really
there was a few weaknesses BLG showed there.
That they have been putting in internationally, specifically over the last year and a half.
I mean, they're going to feel especially frustrated because the drafts
coach
in the
is a
first 2
psycho.
games, like. So
Tabe
many
is
question
such a
marks
psycho.
surrounding the availability of things like Desire, the amount of freedom that BLG was given. It did feel like that they just kind of ran the series, and it resulted in heartbreak for many of the GENG fans and the GENG players. We will, of course, see the organization next year. We'll see what they can do on the international stage, but many question marks and many frustrations on the side of GENG as BLG continue what has been an incredible year for the organization, especially when you look at so many of the players that last year, if you'd said that person's going to be in the semifinals of Worlds next year, you'd be like, no, they're not.
and what I really appreciate about the way that BLG was able to win today is that it actually wasn't the Bin show. I think Bin had a couple of great moments, but like to me, the combination of Shun and Alk.
What is Dom doing on a stream? He's probably like talking about how Chovy is a fraud.
This shit won't stop. Back to the bad raw. Switch gears like bow. Big wheels. Laugh and clap like ha. Y'all can't catch me now. Watch me get bow. My bitches bow. I am bow.
네, 빈 선수 1, 2세트 모두 30분
Shut up, Dom. Shut up. Just say Weibo's good and I'll allow it.
않았습니다. 오늘 승리의 원천이 뭐라고 생각하시나요?
So first of all, congratulations on qualifying to the semi. You were able to end up the game in both game 1 and 2 in 30 minutes, but a hard time for the game 3 and 4. So what's the key of winning the series? So maybe in the last few rounds we didn't give up because they're so close to the reverse sweep.
Crazy, crazy the Genji's out.
And after that we were able to get the win.
It's
T1 baby, it's T1 winning worlds. No, Weibo is.
And also, you have picked Rumble. It feels like this is your first time we can see your Rumble. So what's your thoughts during the ban pick phase? So I was a bit worried about my Rumble because I haven't played the champion on stage. So I'm worried whether I can play it or not. But I just give it like a try. And also in the 5th game, it feels like it's maybe
just
a
give
very
it a
hard
try,
situation for us. But we just have the enough confidence
Just give
in
it a
my
try.
Rumble, try to trust my Rumble and trust my teammates trust us.
본인을 믿었기에도 멋진 럼블 플레이가 나왔던 것 같습니다. 마지막 세트답게 5세트는 치열했는데요. 언제 승리를 확신하셨을까요?
And also, we have played the game like for the full set, and definitely the very first back and forth game 5. So at which moment you thought like, okay, we can just get a win? The last moment after we have breaking the opponent's nexus.
Who's the player of the series? Probably Jun.
And now you qualify to the semifinals. You are going to face against another LPL team, WBG.
Yeah, what do you think about Weibo?
So what's your thoughts towards the semifinal? So all the teams that be able to qualify to the semifinals, they definitely be super strong teams. And I hope like the 2 LPL teams, WBG and us, 2 of us, the 2 teams, we can really show you guys a very amazing series, amazing match.
Bro, if Weibo fucking loses, which they won't, and it's JDG BLG finals 3-0, I'm done. I'm done.
And also, we are looking forward to the very interesting best
Worst
of
worlds
5.
ever, if that happens.
And now, what are thoughts? What's the determination of the semi-final matches? First of all, to show
also,
guys a very
BLG is going to get
amazing
cleared
series,
by
and after
Weibo, by
that,
the way.
got the win.
The last time they played against each other, Xiao Hu had a boner for playing Gragas, and the Shy was inting. Now the Shy is not inting, and Xiao Hu's boner's gone.
And
So,
we're going to support you guys as well. And congratulations again. That's the end of the Bean's interview.
Okay, then. And the loss in spring doesn't count because we had Karsa.
Awesome to hear from Bin victorious in the end, even though it took a little bit longer than he thought it would, because he showed us a 3-0, and then they lost the 2 games after winning them. But in the end, it's so hard to stave off a reverse sweep. I think that's super impressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird to credit this BLG team for their mental, but I think here,
Stop saying queue up.
It kind of reminds me of MSI, right?
Stop
Where
saying
like,
queue up.
they are constantly doubted. I doubted them. I can call myself out and own my losses because their play in the Swiss stage was really, really shaky. Back at MSI, their play in the play-in stage was shaky compared to what we would have wanted from them.
Stop saying queue up.
To come out here, I mean, the Bin Rumble was such a
Oh.
like it was a surprise, but it was great. And I don't know, this BLG team is really something special. They are so fun to watch. Watching them go up against Weibo is going to be amazing.
Yeah, it is going to be amazing to watch them versus
I was
Weibo.
kind of terrified the entire time.
Weibo is going to smash them into the ground and make a world final.
Bringing out that Rumble, but then like Elk bringing out the Senna was not something that I expected to see at all. I know Kobe, you were looking up some of the stats for it. Like, I think that BLG, you could see like this was a team.
Stop
that
saying
was
Weibo 07.
very scared in the early stages. They weren't going for early Rift Towers. They weren't trying to play for big advantages. They were taking this game incredibly slowly.
Yeah, when I saw
Weibo
Elk
clears.
Senna, I was like, That's not exactly what I expect from Elp. And he had only 2 wins out of 6, and neither of them were actually in LPL. They were both in
Play
Demasi
League. I
Cup.
can't. I don't have an account.
He played it extremely well, all series long, in fact, from Elp. Masterful play from him. Man, this team, though, I was very worried for you, Gao. There were a lot of moments where we're getting some Chovy gaps starting to show up.
Yeah.
But this team solidified, and you could see how much it meant to them when
I'm
they
not
finally
buying an
were able
account.
to complete this.
Absolutely, and they like fly under the radar, but when you look at their year, you know, it was an upstart moment, the fact that they made that run that they did in spring. Then they come to MSI, everyone...
Is Seadog still playing this fucking Suika game? Bro, I tuned in before I started streaming and he was playing.
Please fling it.
Highest score, 3.5k?
We have to be really careful about building on this side now. Okay, nice.
So bad.
Yes, good fruit order. All right, very close now. I'll put this down here to stabilize this, because this is trying to get out. Nice, that didn't move.
Check Twitter. What do you want me to check?
Okay, that's kind of bad. We can work with that.
LOL Esports.
Okay, perfect.
What's on LOL Esports?
Okay, I need this to go in a certain way. Yes!
There's nothing there.
Did it. Nice.
Bro, I can't believe he's been playing this fruit game for 10 hours. I mean, who does that?
What made it more difficult than last time?
首先，恭喜你们再一次在舞台上击败，在场 BO5之中击败 GENG 呢。这一次是在世界赛的舞台上，可能和上一次 MSI 的交手相比，这次好像稍微艰难一点。你觉得为什么这一次可能和上次相比会有一点难度呢？
No, I think we're gonna play songs of
因为我觉得每个队伍都会就变得更厉害吧。然后我们这次在世界舞台上，根基也是一名非常厉害的队伍。然后我觉得是一个夺冠热门吧。然后这一次和他们打满，其实我觉得两边。 队伍在 BP 还有在游戏内容其实都打得非常的好，然后打得非常的焦灼，然后所以两边都是就打满了5局吧。
And definitely, I must say, like all teams, we just got some growth, and also we just become stronger in this tournament. And I believe for this World Championship, definitely GENG is a super strong opponent, and I believe GENG is one of the favorites for the tournaments as well. And also, I feels like maybe for this game, both of us, we just give the very great ban pick phase, the draft, and also for the in-game contents, all great. So because of that, the game looks quite back and forth. And after that, we got the full set of Best of 5.
Bean was on stage just saying that before the last game, you guys were calm and collected, into the right mindset, and we saw the coach cameras there with your coach Tabe being really passionate as he always is.
He looks like he's cat despair.
What is he telling you? What kind of advice did he give you before going into this game 5?
其实刚才在舞台上采访斌哥也有提到说，可能你们在最后的几局开始之前，他们是有尽可能的让大家一起稳住心态，而且我们也看到，其实他教练也在最后一局开始之前有给你们很好的一些建议，而且一直是一种非常热情的一种方式。所以说，能不能和我们分享一下，可能他比教练也和你们分享一些什么样的建议，然后能够让你们打起精神，好好赢下比赛呢？
其实，在第5局开始之前，因为我们
I'm gonna play songs of Nunu. I'll be back in like 5 minutes, baby.
然后。 其实，在第5局决胜局，其实更多的是考验我们选手的就心态吧。然后Tabi还有我们后面的教练组，就是更多的是和我们说，让我们心态别受影响，然后好好去对战第5局吧。然后他也说，就是相信他们的 BP 吧，对。
So, because before the 5th game, the opponent's team, they were able to gather both game 3 and 4. So it feels like maybe coming into the last game, the mentality is the key, and also this the test for the team as well. So our coaching staff just told us you need to really keep a very calm mentality, a very good mindset, and also coming into best of 5 and coming into the last set, they also told us just trust our BP. And after that, yeah, that's all.
And you did, and took it in the end. But I think throughout the series, Elk, you are the best player. We elected you as the best player of the series. Tell me about the confidence that allowed you to play like this, because it all came down to 2v3s on the bot lane, a lot of dives that you guys executed perfectly. Tell me about your play today.
其实他们可能觉得会把你选做这个 BO5当中最精彩的那一名选手，因为其实感觉你今天真的打出了自信，打出了风采，有很多的2v3，有很多的下路的越塔，有非常非常多的操作，一次次的击杀对手。所以说也想问一下你的这种自信，你怎么样去来评价自己今天的整体的这种表现呢？是什么能够给你如此大的自信，发挥出如此精彩的表现？
首先我觉得我们整个队伍其实五名选手，我觉得在今天的比赛都发挥得非常好吧。然后，而且我觉得我们5名选手一路能走到这里，然后我们的个人实力都是非常的顶尖的。然后我们在舞台上面其实也能相互兜底，所以说我觉得我打得好，不管是我们哪名选手打得好，都是整个团队的就是